Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
51, Chapter 51. Jiro seemed alright, but Naruto's getup just screamed suspicious. The mask and hood covered him completely. He might as well have walked in with definitely up to something bad stamped on his forehead. If someone like that didn't raise alarms, nobody would. Yuichi-sama. Jiro called out to the leading Kusanin. Yuichi's eyes narrowed, but a flicker of recognition softened his voice. Oh, it's Jiro. What brings you back? Shouldn't you be tucked away in Hojiki Castle? What brings you running out to our poor little village? He smiled, but the air didn't ease up. If anything, it tightened. Kusagakure and Hojiki Castle might have been neighbors on a map, but they weren't exactly friendly. The castle, with its towering stone walls and fortress-like design, felt a world away from the modest homes of Kusagakure. Calling this place a poor village wasn't wrong, and Yuichi knew it. Sure, Mui used to be a Kusanin, a Jonin at that, but that didn't mean anything now. These two sides were no longer fire and water. They didn't clash explosively, but they didn't mix either. Why? The reasons were too tangled to explain. Not that Naruto cared. Mui wouldn't say a word, Jiro wasn't about to start, and Naruto had no interest in village politics. Yuichi's gaze slid toward the hooded figure beside Jiro. And who is this? Jiro stepped forward quickly. This is Mui-sama's honored guest. He's here in Kusagakure, looking for someone. He emphasized honored guest with all the weight he could manage, hoping Yuichi would take the hint and back off. However, Yuichi was precisely here to cause trouble. Looking for someone? Yuichi raised an eyebrow. Then let me arrange a few people to help you search. Rather than help, it sounded more like an offer to keep him under surveillance, perhaps even find an opening for a covert attack. What business do Hoshiki Castle's honored guest have in our Kusagakure? The unspoken question hung in the air. No need, Naruto said calmly, brushing off the tension like it didn't exist. He was already tuning out Yuichi's hostility. He'd just caught it, that faint flicker. A key signature, weak and distant, but unmistakable. It pulsed like an echo of his own, 5 to 6 parts the same. There was no mistaking it. I've already found them. As soon as his words hung in the air, Naruto vanished from the spot, leaving behind the bewildered Kusanin who hadn't grasped the situation, and Jiro simply standing there, caught in the sudden stillness. Where did he go? I think I saw him go in that direction. Wait, isn't that Dash? Move. In the northwest corner of Kusagakure, tucked away in a house that didn't match the rest of the village, a red-haired girl lay curled up in a futon. She looked 11, maybe 12. The thin blanket barely covered her small frame, and the short-sleeved shirt clinging to her body belonged to another season, summer, not late autumn. Her limbs trembled from the cold, even as she hugged herself tightly, trying to hold the warmth in. Gurgle. Her stomach twisted, the sound loud in the quiet room. It felt like fire was gnawing at her insides, burning through her belly in slow, crashing waves. The pain rippled out from her gut, sharp and piercing, like 1,000 needles digging into her flesh. She curled up tighter, arms wrapped around her stomach. I'm hungry. So hungry. That was all she could think. She hadn't eaten in over 5 days. Real hunger, the kind that hollows out your bones, had long since set in. Mama said if I drink enough, I won't feel hungry. She crawled out of the futon with trembling limbs and dragged herself to the sink. Her arm looked skeletal as she filled a chipped cup and gulped the water down in one go. It hit her stomach like a stone. For a moment, there was a vague sense of fullness, then the hunger returned, sharper than before. Why am I still hungry? Mama, you lied. She slid down the wall and sat on the floor, hugging her knees, forehead pressed tight against them as silent tears began to fall. On her arms, her legs, even her neck, bite marks, old and new. Dozens of them, ugly, red, and raw. Mama, I miss you so much. It hurts. It hurts so bad. Her mother had died 3 years ago. Due to long-term malnutrition and excessive chakra depletion, chakra drained from her body until nothing was left. Not by chance. Not in battle. Just used up. She had been Uzumaki, same as Karen. Same clan as Naruto. Naruto had his father's blonde hair, but Karen and her mother carried the Uzumaki's red, and with it, the bloodline's monstrous chakra reserves. Some Uzumaki were born with a rare trait, bite healing, a body that could regenerate others through bites. Chakra, stamina, even wounds could be healed that way. Naruto didn't have it. Kushina hadn't either. But Karen and her mother did. A blessing? Maybe once. Here, it was a curse. If the land of whirlpools were still standing, they surely would have lived a happy life. But in a place like Kusagakure, such a physique wasn't a path to a good life, it was a magnet for disaster. Kusagakure was deeply xenophobic. Karen's mother had fled there after the land of whirlpools fell, always an outsider. Even after living there for over a decade, she was never truly accepted. Kusagakure was also incredibly greedy. After they accidentally discovered Karen's mother's unique physique, they relentlessly exploited and squeezed her for everything she was worth. These Kusanine weren't interested in sustainable use or gratitude. In this world, vast chakra reserves didn't automatically equate to immense physical strength. Even though Karen's mother possessed dozens, maybe hundreds, of times more chakra than an ordinary Kusanine, she remained powerless within Kyuzagakur because she didn't know how to utilize it well. To protect her child, Karen's mother silently endured this inhumane treatment. Being held captive by one person was difficult enough, let alone being held captive by the entire village. She had considered escaping, but where could a weak woman take a child? She had also considered ending her life, as she couldn't bring herself to hurt her daughter. The Kusanine would surely turn on her, treating her just as they treated her mother. So, she couldn't die yet. Until that day, Karen vividly remembered her gentle mother, the one who always smiled, who encouraged her to be optimistic and kind, being bitten to death by the men wearing those Kyuzagakur forehead protectors. When the men realized Karen's mother was dead, they simply turned to Karen and smiled. A dozen men, sprawled over her mother's body, still biting into her flesh even as she died. That image, those smug vicious smiles, became the haunting shadow, the nightmare that would forever cling to Karen. Every time she recalled it, it filled Karen with unbearable pain. Since that year, Karen had taken over her mother's role. Day and night, she treated the Kusanine injured on their missions. Day and night, she endured their bites. Some Kusanine with cruel personalities would even bite deliberately hard, finding twisted pleasure in Karen's miserable cries. And the reward for this treatment was just a few insignificant food scraps. This place was hell. Or perhaps, hell wasn't this terrifying. Narrator. Naruto the honorary tail beast, title granted by Kurama, barges into Kyuzagakur. They will soon learn what happens when a village bleeds and Uzumaki dry, and her kin comes knocking. Kyuzagakur drained an innocent mother to death. They turned a little girl into a bandage they could abuse. And now, they've drawn the attention of an Uzumaki with nothing left to lose, and more power than they could dream of. Will Kyuzagakur survive Naruto's visit? After Naruto sees what they've done to one of his own, how many Kusanine does it take to fill a crater? Find out next time on Uzumaki Wrath, Bite the Hand, Bury the Village. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 52, Chapter 52. Bang! The door flew open with a violent kick. A drunken man stumbled into Karen's room, a bottle of wine clutched in his left hand, his right arm wrapped in bandages. Get the hell out now! He roared, his eyes scanning the empty corners of the small room. The air instantly filled with the sour stench of old blood, cheap alcohol, and stale sweat. Can't you see I'm injured? He kept cursing, grabbing whatever was in reach and smashing it against the floor. Ungrateful brat, never learned any loyalty, just like your dead mother. If Kyuzagakur hadn't taken you in, you'd have starved out there long ago. It was a twisted sort of logic, the kind the Kusanine always used. They treated Karen and her mother like animals, yet expected gratitude for the work that kept them barely alive. They were never seen as people. In the eyes of the village, they were nothing more than two walking, breathing blood bags. Some of the ninja were even worse. They talked about breeding more. After all, a blood bag eventually wore out, just like the one before Karen had. They needed a continuous supply. If Karen hadn't been too young, if they hadn't been afraid of using her up too quickly, her fate might have already been sealed. The thought was always there, lurking in the back of her mind, that in a few more years, something far more tragic awaited her. Takeda-sama. Karen struggled to her feet, suppressing her hunger, and forced a smile at the man. If summoned and she didn't appear, that meant a beating. Not answering promptly meant a beating. Not using honorifics meant a beating. Getting the name wrong meant a beating. Not smiling meant a beating. These were the lessons Karen had learned from a young age in Kyuzagakur. A single mistake could lead to a brutal beating. And even if she followed all the rules, she sometimes still got beaten. For example, whether she stepped in with her left or right foot first when entering a room. Didn't you see I was injured? Takeda squinted his drunken eyes and repeated himself. Then he pointed to his feet. Crawl here in front of me. Karen knew she had been half a beat slow in answering. Another beating was inevitable later. Drunks like this hit much harder than usual. Once, Karen had been beaten so badly she almost passed out. It's okay, it's okay. Karen trembled uncontrollably, trying to comfort herself inwardly. Now, she had no one else to rely on. The only one she could rely on was herself. Takeda-sama, I haven't eaten in a long time. Ignoring the nauseating smell coming off the drunkard, Karen came to his side and pleaded pitifully. Acting pitiful was something she had learned from a young age. Although it couldn't always save her, sometimes it could lessen the suffering. Showing a disgusted expression would also result in a beating. Could you please give me some dash? Shut up. The drunkard grabbed Karen's fiery red hair, ignoring her struggles, and slammed her head onto the ground. Karen's forehead hit the floor hard, making a dull thud. Once, twice, thrice, thump, thump, thump. The drunkard chuckled, clearly enjoying it. He bared his black and yellow rotten teeth, spraying spittle on her without restraint. You haven't even done your job, and you want a reward? No food for you today. Pain. Her scalp felt like it was being torn from her skull. The sharp impacts against the floor sent waves of agony through her, bringing her close to blacking out. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Her apologies didn't bring mercy, only fueled his cruelty. Karen tried to struggle, but her weakened body was powerless against him. She could only endure. The physical pain was nothing, though, compared to the ache inside. Why? Why are you doing this to me? I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't do anything at all. I just wanted to survive. Is that wrong? Is it wrong to want to live? Is it wrong just to survive? Karen didn't understand why this village held such malice towards her and her mother, nor why they suffered such inhuman treatment. When the drunkard released his hand, thin red threads dripped from between his fingers. He let out an incredibly foul-smelling burp, and the stench filled the room. Time to work, he grunted. He grabbed her slender arm, hauled her up, and ripped her collar open. He leaned down, his mouth open, aiming for the soft skin of her neck. No! Karen desperately pushed against him. She understood that in her current physical condition, if she was bitten again, she would surely die from chakra exhaustion, just like her mother. Bitch! Enraged by her weak resistance, he slapped her hard across the face. Her head rang, the world spinning as she collapsed to the floor. She had no strength left to even try to stand. Her eyelids grew heavy, her consciousness blurring at the edges as her breathing grew faint. The drunkard staggered over her, his hand reaching for her again. Am I dying? She thought distantly. Maybe, that's better. She slowly closed her eyes. Thump! A dull, heavy sound broke the silence. A moment later, Karen felt herself being lifted. Not with the rough, bruising grip she was used to, but with a gentleness that felt alien. A warm current flowed into her body, soothing and impossibly comfortable. She was pulled into a warm embrace, one that felt like being in her mother's arms. Mother! She struggled to open her eyes, but her heavy lids would only part a sliver. Through the gap, she saw a spiral mask. Who? She tried to ask, but no sound came out. Who are you? Being able to open her eyes even a tiny bit was already her limit. I'm sorry, my lord. Please spare me. Karen heard a voice trembling with fear. It was a voice she was very familiar with. It was Takeda. It was Takeda-sama. No, the demon, Takeda. Was it this hand that did it? A new voice asked, calm and low. The man in the mask. Ah! A scream, followed by the sickening crunch of bone. Takeda's shrieks filled the room, punctuated by desperate pleas for mercy. Does it hurt? The calm voice said. It's supposed to hurt. This is just the beginning. Does it hurt here? Here, and here. Bones crunched continuously. Takeda's pain screams echoed in the room. Finally, the pleas for mercy and screams faded, leaving only faint whimpers, and then, into silence. A profound sense of relief washed over Karen in the darkness. Angel or devil, it doesn't matter. The vow formed in her fading consciousness, a single point of light in the quiet dark. I will follow you. Forever. Narrator. When Naruto finds the lines that shouldn't have crossed, what happens when that line extends across a map covering whole village? Can a single scream of mercy be louder than a lifetime of abuse? How fast will Kyuzagakure go from we're just doing our job to ease inside the village walls? When Naruto's hand reaches for you, will it be to help you up, or to tear your spine out? Find out next time on The Uzumaki Massacre, Population Control, One Corpse at a Time. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 53, Chapter 53. My unwavering faith shimmered, an electric light dancing at my fingertips. Ki was a truly wondrous thing. In Dragon Ballverse, it could give rise to incredible abilities. In the Frieza arc, for instance, Goku could simply touch Krillin's forehead and instantly grasp everything they'd endured on Namek. After Naruto's innate malice-sensing ability intertwined with Ki, a unique synergy occurred, granting him a similar power. As his hand rested on Karen's forehead, he saw everything. Not just felt it, but saw it all as if he had been there himself. He saw Karen's entire past. In that moment, a wave of unprecedented malice radiated from Naruto. I thought Konoha was rotten, he snarled, as he let out a low growl. But this is a whole new level of disgusting. With his left foot, Naruto began to grind the bones of the Kusanin, the one who called himself Takeda-sama. One by one, he felt them give way. He fed the man just enough of the Nine Tails chakra to keep him from dying, to make sure he felt every single bone shatter. What the corrosive chakra did to the man's body afterward didn't concern him. He just couldn't let him die so easily. Now, only Takeda's grotesque head remained intact. He's here! He's here! The shouts of Kusanin echoed from outside the house, followed by the sound of approaching footsteps. Help! Save me! Hearing his comrades, a desperate will to live surged through Takeda, and he screamed for the men outside. Crunch! A single stomp crushed his neck, and he fell eternally silent. That was Takeda's voice, one of the Kusanin said. What do we do? He's still in there. Forget about him. Yuichi shouted angrily. Damn it, that monster is after our tool. All of you, be careful not to hurt her. Normally, they would have attempted negotiations, fighting only if no agreement could be reached. But relations between Kyuzagakure and Hojiki Castle were already frayed. Kyuzagakure had recently experienced a rebellion, and Mui had close ties to the former rebels. Furthermore, their secret treasure, the Box of Ultimate Bliss, remained unretrievable, locked away in Hojiki Castle. And now, this stranger, Mui's honored guest, was eyeing their healing tool from Kyuzagakure. So, Yuichi bypassed negotiations entirely. Kill first, talk later. Coincidentally, Naruto had no intention of negotiating either. At Yuichi's command, a squad of Kusanin stormed the house. The rest surrounded the building, kuno and shuriken drawn, ready for their target to be flushed out. Once we kill this guy, I'm going to Hojiki Castle myself, Yuichi said, his teeth grinding with rage. I'll make that bastard Mui give me an explanation. Whether he actually had the power to confront Mui was another matter. Tough words had to be said to boost morale. Jiro, the man who had led Naruto here, had seen which way the wind was blowing and vanished long ago. After the squad rushed into the house, there was only silence. It was as if they'd been swallowed by the sea. "Captain!" A ninja called out, his voice wavering. The men exchanged uncertain glances, unsure whether to attack or hold their position. "What's going on?" Yuichi's face flushed, then paled, indecision warring within him. Finally, with a grit of his teeth, he ordered, "Use ninjutsu. Attack!" His voice was laced with a twisted resolve. "She's in property of Kyuzagakur. Even if we have to destroy her, we can't let him have her." Hearing the order, the Kusanine unleashed their techniques. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Fire release, Dragon Flame Jutsu. Lightning release, Lightning Strike Jutsu. Lightning release, Lightning Bomb Jutsu. Lightning and flames continuously hammered the house. Moments later, with a rumble, the house finally buckled under the sustained ninjutsu assault, collapsing in a crash of debris and a cloud of dust. "Is he dead?" Yuichi looked at the half-collapsed, still burning walls, unsure. TZZT. A red beam, no thicker than a thumb, shot out from the ruins. A searing pain erupted in Yuichi's chest. He looked down to see the beam had already punched clean through him. He opened his mouth to say something, but only a hoarse gurgle escaped before he collapsed, dead before he hit the ground. Yuichi-san is dead. One of the Kusanine screamed in terror. The Kusanine present scurried like ants on a hot pan, instantly thrown into chaos. TZZT, TZZT, TZZT. More beams lanced through the air, and with each one, another Kusanine fell. The survivors couldn't take the pressure. They broke and ran, scattering in every direction. But their speed was no match for the beams of light that pursued them, striking faster and faster until every last one of them was dead. No wonder Frieza liked this move, Naruto's voice echoed from the wreckage. It's pretty effective, even for a first-time user. Only then did the dust and smoke from the house's collapse begin to dissipate. Naruto emerged slowly from the ruins, carrying Karen in a princess hold. The tip of his finger still pulsed with a faint red light. A death beam, ki condensed to the index finger, then fired as a lightning-fast, crimson laser. Frieza's signature technique, ki, often, responded to the user's state of mind, hence the concept of evil ki. And just like Frieza, Naruto, consumed by fury and a desire to obliterate everything connected to the Kyuzagakur, unleashed burning, hateful red death beam. "Since you're awake, you can get up now," Naruto said softly. The ki he transmitted into Karen's body had already replenished her stamina. What's more, the girl's chaotic thoughts were already starting to give Naruto a headache. Karen hurriedly opened her eyes, gazing timidly up at Naruto. He gently set Karen down, then reached out to stroke her soft, fiery red hair. "Your hair is beautiful," he said with softer tone. "From now on, you're with me. MHM. Karen nodded vigorously, a sweet, genuine smile breaking across her face. It was the first time anyone besides her mother had ever said something kind about her hair. She was overwhelmed with happiness, a lump forming in her throat. As if sensing her thoughts, Naruto added, "It's all right. I'm here now." She just nodded again. MHM. Despite it being their first meeting, an unspoken understanding settled between them. Neither asked, nor explained. Grr. The sudden sound made Karen's face flush bright red. He could restore stamina, but it couldn't fill an empty stomach. "Hungry?" Naruto asked. "Let's get something to eat." MHM. Blushing fiercely, Karen wished she could dig a hole and vanish into it. As for where to eat, it was naturally within Kyuzagakur. Not only had he just decimated their villagers, he was now planning to dine in their midst. "You filthy, ill-omened brat!" A villager snarled the moment they stepped inside restaurant, pointing at Karen. He moved to drive them out, but before he could finish his sentence, Naruto casually flicked his wrist. An energy blast shot out, and the man vanished without a scream, leaving not even a speck of ash behind. Naruto dusted his hands off as if he'd done nothing more than swat a fly. He glanced at the trembling manager. "The best you have," he said, keeping his voice flat. He tapped the table once. "Do you understand?" "Understand. I understand." The manager stammered, nodding his head like a pecking chicken. Karen wasn't scared. She looked at Naruto with open admiration. He had only seen what she'd been through, she had lived it. She felt nothing for the people of this village. Soon, 2 steaming bowls of katsudon were swiftly served. Karen, truly famished, devoured 2 large portions of katsudon herself. It was fortunate for the miraculous effects of chakra, otherwise, Naruto wouldn't have dared let Karen eat so much. Those who've starved for too long risk severe stomach damage from overeating. "Are you full?" Naruto asked, stroking her head again. He had to admit, her fiery hair felt surprisingly pleasing. Karen reluctantly put down her bowl. "I'm full." It had been so long since she'd eaten a proper meal. She patted her slightly bulging stomach, her cheeks flushing as she stole a glance at Naruto. By now, a crowd of villagers had gathered outside the shop, peering in but not daring to enter. The sheer intensity of the malice they directed at Karen was almost unbelievable, even to Naruto, who had spent his entire life bathed in it. Ill-omened one, tool, property, these were the names the Kyuzagakur villagers used for Karen. How similar to the Demon Fox's moniker. Did they really want her dead so badly? Had Karen killed their fathers, stolen their wives, desecrated their ancestral graves? She was the village's only medical ninja, had healed so many, and simply wanted a quiet life. Yet this was how they treated her. He looked from their hateful faces back to the small, red-haired girl beside him. This place can't be saved, he realized with determined certainty. It's rotten to the core. And since it can't be saved, it should be destroyed. That was the plan anyway. He looked down at Karen and spoke, in a low murmur just for her. Then let's show them, he continued. Let's let the whole world feel our malice. We'll start right here. Trivia: Karen is older than Naruto and even older than Sasuke. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 54, Chapter 54. Karen, Naruto said softly, his thumb gently wiping a grain of rice from the corner of her mouth. How does he know my name? Karen's cheeks flushed again at his touch. He hadn't asked her name, nor had he introduced himself since appearing. Naruto tilted his head, then placed a finger to his masked lips. Because I can read minds, he whispered conspiratorially. Even if you don't say a word, I know what you're thinking. You're so amazing. Karen breathed, genuinely awestruck. Just kidding, he said, affectionately ruffling her hair. Karen was technically older than him, but a life of malnutrition had left her small and frail. Standing next to him, they looked more like a big brother and his little sister. A harsh voice shattered the warmth of the moment. Get out, you fuke dash. A villager who had just arrived, one who hadn't seen the earlier carnage, pointed a finger at them. Before he could finish his sentence, a thin red beam lanced through his chest. Monster. Unlike the energy blast that had vaporized its target, the death beam left a body behind, a far more gruesome sight for the ignorant villagers. Naruto's instant, lethal response to the slightest provocation sent a wave of terror through the crowd. They screamed and scattered. TZZT, TZZT, TZZT. 3 more identical beams shot out, cutting down the villagers at the front of the fleeing mob. Who said you could leave? Naruto's voice was quiet, yet it boomed like thunder in their ears, freezing them in their tracks. They froze, barely daring to breathe, terrified of drawing another one of those deadly red beams. Now that you're here, he thought, leaving isn't an option. Just as he was about to deal with the rest of them, a commotion rippled through the crowd. The elder has arrived. So, the main player finally decided to show his face, did he? Another red beam flashed, and the villager who had shouted collapsed, a smoking hole in his throat. Naruto brought the finger that had just unleashed the beam to his lips. Shoo, he whispered. I told you all to be quiet. When did he say that? The villagers thought in unison, their minds racing with panic. Oh, right, I didn't say it then, Naruto said, tapping his forehead lightly as if just realizing. I'm saying it now. The remaining villagers were paralyzed with fear, their hearts filled with a bitter regret. Why had they come to watch? It was all her fault. It was all because of that bad omen. An old man with a powerful presence stepped through the parting crowd. He walked with firm, steady steps. A deep scar from a blade ran from his forehead down across his right eye to his chin, giving him a fierce, battle-hardened look. Around 50 Kusanine followed him, their combined presence radiating aggression. His eyes swept over the scene, his frown deepening as he took in the dead villagers. His sharp gaze finally settled on Naruto. He grunted, his eyes flicking from Naruto to the girl cowering behind him. A wave of killing intent rolled off him. So, he snarled, this is all because of you. Karen flinched, instinctively clutching the back of Naruto's clothes. Naruto simply raised a hand and waved, and the great elder's overwhelming killing intent vanished instantly. Naruto simply raised a hand and waved it dismissively, and the elder's suffocating killing intent vanished as if it had never been there. The man's chakra was impressive, on par with Mui from Hojiki Castle. He had to be the strongest ninja in Kyuzagakur. Naruto mused. Still, this guy's chakra is far lower than Karen's. To shrug off my killing intent so easily, you have some skill, the elder said, his eyes narrowing. No wonder you could cause trouble in my village. He must be from one of the major villages. But which one? Great elder, one of the nearby villagers whispered, pointing a trembling finger. He's the one who killed Takeda-sama, Yuichi-sama, and many others. Did I give you permission to speak? Naruto asked softly, slowly raising his finger again. Stop. The elder commanded. He had barely gotten the word out before a red beam flashed past his face. By the time his voice faded, the villager was already on the ground. Naruto's faint voice followed. The wind must have been too loud. I didn't hear you. A ninjutsu with no hand seals? A Kekii Genkai. The elder's frowned in anger as he stared at the body in the growing pool of blood. He was wary now, the boy's power far beyond what he had anticipated. His own confident aura diminished as he spoke again, his voice a low growl. With your strength, do you really find it interesting to kill civilians? Interesting. Naruto pointed a thumb at his own chest. You're asking me if I find this interesting. A perfect, cruel arc formed on his lips beneath the mask. Of course I do. He then turned his back on the elder and spoke to Karen, his tone earnest. Look, Karen, sometimes, violence can solve a lot of problems. As long as your fist is big enough, and hard enough, everyone will respect you. It's the only way to protect yourself. That's the law of this world. The relatively simple Dragon Ball world was a stark contrast to the Naruto world, which seemed to overflow with disgusting people. It was so bad, Naruto had even entertained the thought of destroying the entire planet. The elder's face was now utterly livid. Humph. He squinted, his one good eye glinting with a dangerous light. You've taken Kyuzagakur's property and killed our shinobi. Do you think so little of our village? The property he spoke of was Karen. No one here had ever treated her as a person. Property. Naruto's eyes narrowed. The word ignited a cold fury in him, and for the first time, a raw anger bled into his voice. She is my clansman, maybe the only family I have left in this world. He spat the words out. And you call her property? Good. Remember your words and actions in the Pure Lands. Clansman. Family. The words echoed in Karen's mind. They were so foreign, words she had only ever heard her mother whisper about. She still had relatives? In this world? Her eyes instantly welled with tears. Mother, so I wasn't alone after all. But just behind that wave of relief was a tiny pang of disappointment. Just a remnant of a Uzushiagakur clan, the elder thought, and to his own surprise, he felt a sense of relief. He couldn't afford to offend one of the major villages, but a refugee from the land of whirlpools? What was there to fear? A trace of greed flashed in his eye as he looked at Naruto. If he could capture this one, Kyuzagakur would have another blood bag, perhaps a steady supply of them. Failure wasn't a possibility. The boy was burdened with the girl. Even in a fair fight, his chances were slim. This was Kyuzagakur, their home turf. Attack! The elder commanded. The Kusanine sprang into action, forming a tight triangular formation that completely surrounded Naruto and Karen, cutting off every possible escape route. Surrender, the elder declared, looking at Naruto with an air of complete confidence. Dozens against one. This was a guaranteed victory. You're surrounded by us. Ha ha ha, I'm surrounded by you. Beneath his mask, Naruto's lips curved into a sarcastic smile. He wagged his single finger at the Kusa elder. No, as a great man once said, I am not locked here with you. You are locked in here with me. Dear readers and fans. For those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 55, Chapter 55. What? The Kyuzagakur elder stared at Naruto as if he were looking at a madman. Naruto paid him no mind, turning to Karen instead. Watch closely, Karen, he told her. This is the ninjutsu most suited to our Uzumaki clan. Poof. With a puff of white smoke, a single clone of Naruto appeared beside him. A shadow clone. The elder's conviction that Naruto was insane only deepened. He plans to use this against us? What a joke. They shatter with a single touch. And that powerful beam of light from earlier? Just as I suspected, that powerful beam from before wasn't a Kekkei Genkai, but some secret technique with clear limitations. If he hadn't exposed himself, I might have been fooled. Heaven is truly on our side, the great elder thought, a greedy fire igniting in his heart. Once he captured these two remnants of the Uzumaki clan, becoming the new leader of Kyuzagakur was well within his reach. The newly formed shadow clone crossed its arms, making the familiar crosshand sign. Poof, poof, poof. Puff after puff of white smoke erupted, one after another, until half the street was blanketed in a thick cloud. When it cleared, countless Narutos stood before them, their identical, masked faces staring back. There were at least 100 of them. Shadow clones creating more shadow clones. The elder was surprised, but not concerned. So what? There's still just a few clones. Tear them apart. He commanded. Go, my elites. Make Kyuzagakur proud. The Kusanine charged the shadow clones. But the one-sided massacre the elder had envisioned was not the one that unfolded. The Kusanine charged forward, confident they were rushing towards victory. One Taijutsu Kusanine, wearing knuckle duster, threw a confident punch, aiming for a Naruto clone's face. His fist met Naruto's ordinary one, expecting the clone to dissolve into smoke. It didn't. Instead, there was a sickening crunch. Ha! The Kusanine stared blankly at his arm, or rather, what was left of it, only half. His knuckle duster shattered, his fist, indeed, half his arm, simply vanished with that single blow. A moment later, excruciating pain flared as his nerves finally relayed the damage to his brain. The Kusanine clutched the stump of his arm, howling in agony. He managed only a single shriek before a second punch, delivered instantly, exploded his head. It was a slaughter. The same scene played out across the street. Ninja were killed before they could even form a hand seal. Genjutsu users, with their weaker bodies, fared even worse. A clone would simply grab a shinobi by the neck, apply a little pressure, and the man's neck would snap, his head lolling lifelessly to the side. Just as the elder had predicted, it was indeed one-sided, only it was the Kusanine who were on the receiving end of the slaughter. His so-called Kusanine elites couldn't even withstand a single blow against these clones. Even elite Root Umbu were easy prey for Naruto. These Kusanine, inferior in both quality and quantity, were barely worth the term easy prey. The battle concluded in less than half a minute. The Kusanine lay scattered, none of them intact. Only 5 of Naruto's shadow clones burst, and none of them were due to the Kusanine. His defense was simply too strong for them to even scratch. Mainly, there were simply too few Kusanine for the overwhelming number of shadow clones. Many couldn't even find opponents, leading to an amusing internal squabble among the clones, the only reason the battle lasted as long as it did. Only Naruto's clones could truly defeat themselves. Actually, a single shadow clone would have been enough to annihilate the entire force, but Naruto had insisted on summoning over 100. Impossible. Looking at the carnage, the blood mixing with severed limbs on the cobblestones, and then at the almost completely unharmed army of clones, the great elder's legs gave out. He collapsed to the ground, his earlier arrogance replaced by a wretched, hollow fear. As he gazed at the legion of demons before him, a single phrase burned itself into his mind. A one-man army. Why does the Uzumaki clan have a monster like this? What in the world did we provoke? To the great elder, Naruto was a demon crawled from the deepest pits of hell. But to Karen, he was the hero who had come to save her, a radiant figure descending from the heavens. Is there anyone else? Naruto's voice cut through the silent, corpse-strewn street, cold and desolate. No one answered him. Naruto's gaze shifted to the elder, slumped on the ground. I actually quite liked your arrogance from before, Naruto thought. Please, restore it. It's much more fun breaking that arrogance limb by limb. It seems you've been abandoned, haven't you? Naruto mused. Are all the Kusanine truly dead? How could that be? This was a ninja village, ranked relatively high in the ninja world. How could there be so few people? Were they hiding, or perhaps planning some fatal blow? A disgusting village, filled with disgusting people. Through Karen's memories, Naruto had seen everything Kusa had inflicted upon Karen and her mother. If the Kusanine were the perpetrators of atrocities, then the villagers themselves were accomplices, their actions often worse than the shinobi. They'd not only maliciously slandered Karen and her mother behind their backs, but also frequently tormented the pair. What they suffered was even worse than what Naruto suffered in Konoha. He remembered one image with perfect, chilling clarity. An attempted rape. Karen had only been 6 years old. And the man who had tried it, he was one of the first Naruto had killed, his heart pierced by a red beam. But he hadn't been alone. Other villagers had been there, men, women, old and young. Not one of them had stepped in. They had watched. Some had even laughed. Not a single person in this village was innocent. Killing them all 10,000 times over wouldn't be enough. The people of this village were like bedbugs, naturally inclined to drain and plunder. The putrid aura emanating from them made Naruto feel deep disgust even from afar. I have no interest in playing cat and mouse with you, he said, his voice flat. He wrapped an arm around Karen, pulling her close, and slowly extended the index finger of his right hand. A faint point of light began to gather at its tip. Since you won't come out. The point of light grew, but it wasn't white. It was a deep, ominous red. The energy ball swelled, from the size of a marble to a basketball, and it kept growing, pulsing with raw power. An indescribable unease tightened its grip on the elder's heart. That power, what is that? It wasn't ninjutsu. It wasn't a secret technique or a Kekkei Genkai. He searched his mind, trying to identify the source of the dark red energy, and finally came to a conclusion that he couldn't believe. It's not chakra. Then I'll just have to destroy everything. By now, the sphere of light at Naruto's fingertip was half the size of a basketball court, casting a bloody glow over the entire street. You've all shown me such hatred. His voice was deathly quiet, a whisper that carried over the carnage. Now, feel mine. Dear readers and fans. For those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 56, Chapter 56, Almighty Pull. Pain raised his right hand, and an irresistible force yanked Kakuzu through the air. The threads of his earth grudge fear writhed and strained, but it was useless against the pull. Almighty Push. Just as Kakuzu was about to collide, a powerful repulsive force erupted from Pain. Kakuzu was sent flying even faster than he'd been pulled in, as if colliding with an invisible wall of steel. Kakuzu spat a mouthful of dark blood, his insides feeling completely rearranged. His 5 hearts, to be precise, felt like they'd been ripped open. 2 attacks had left the S-rank rogue ninja severely wounded and sprawling on the ground. His proud earth grudge fear was utterly useless against Pain. You're strong. Very strong, Kakuzu rasped, managing to prop himself up, struggling to his feet. But you can't make me submit. He thought, I fought the first Hokage and walked away unscathed. Even the first Hokage couldn't break me. I would rather die than surrender. From now on, Pain said, his voice flat, you will manage our organization's finances. Kakuzu paused. Deal. The offer was just too good. Pain remained silent. I should have just led with the money. I didn't even need to fight. As Kakuzu turned, his eyes widened and he froze. What is that? Pain followed his gaze. On the distant horizon, a massive dark red orb, like a second, darker sun, was growing in the sky. The swirling dark crimson orb at Naruto's fingertip was his own creation, drawing inspiration from Frieza's devastating Planet Buster and Planet Destruction Ball, while also incorporating elements of Menma Uzumaki's Great Rasen Ring from the limited Tsukuyomi world. He'd even used in his own unique understanding of malice, honed during his childhood, and the concept of the spirit bomb's energy absorption. It had the terrifying ability to absorb malice and convert it directly into destructive power. In theory, the more malice it drew in, the more potent it became. This malice wasn't limited to his own, it could be directed at him, or at anyone else, as long as it was pure hatred. Any form of malice, regardless of its source, could be siphoned and transformed. It was, at present, Naruto's most potent technique, a testament to his own ingenuity. He hadn't given it a name yet. Feel pain, contemplate pain, accept pain, know pain. Floating in midair, Naruto began to chant softly, drawing out each word with deliberate slowness. His voice wasn't loud, but it resonated, clear as a bell, in the mind of every living person in Kusagakur. Even if they clamped their hands over their ears, even if they pierced their eardrums, Naruto's words still echoed within them. As long as there was life within them, Naruto's mastery over ki was truly remarkable. He had perfectly mimicked King Kai's signature technique. While he couldn't broadcast to the entire world, covering whole Kusagakur was more than sufficient for his purpose. As long as one lived, one possessed ki. And where there was ki, there was no escaping Naruto's perception. As long as they remained within his senses, they were forced to listen to every word of his chant. With each word, dark crimson orb above Naruto's fingertip inched closer to Kusagakur. The technique itself wasn't slow, Naruto could have unleashed it in an instant. Its gradual descent was entirely intentional. He wanted to drown the Kusanine and Kyuzagakur in despair. He wanted to dismantle them piece by agonizing piece, to let them truly feel the crushing weight of their powerlessness against absolute strength. A swift, instant death would be too merciful. Everyone had to pay for their sins. Even those without chakra could feel the suffocating energy radiating from the orb. All activity ceased. Every eye turned skyward, fixated on the dark star slowly descending. Despair wasn't the only thing blossoming in Kyuzagakur. Malice, raw and surging, fueled the orb, its dark crimson glow growing steadily larger, more ominous. In a morbid twist, the Kusanine were inadvertently contributing to their own destruction. As long as malice festered, as long as hatred burned, the orb's power would only continue to swell. Like a spirit bomb, it had no theoretical upper limit. "Sto, stop it." The elder of Kyuzagakur pointed a trembling finger at the approaching orb, his voice a hoarse scream. The Kusanine who had been hiding in the shadows finally broke cover, running out into the open. They launched jutsu after jutsu at the sphere, but their attacks were swallowed without a trace. They could only watch, helpless, as the massive orb of light descended. Finally, some Kusanine broke. Unable to bear the crushing pressure, they abandoned all orders and bolted, sprinting desperately for the village outskirts. All thinking same, I am still young. I don't want to die. That's right. Nobody wanted to die. Karen's mother hadn't wanted to die either. But she died, bitten to death by them. One broke, then a second, then a torrent. Kusanine scattered, fleeing in frantic desperation. The moment his foot crossed the village line, there was a wet pop. A fine red mist hung in the air where his head had been. His headless body crumpled to the ground. The hundreds of shadow clones Naruto had created weren't just for show. They formed a perimeter, a cage from which there was no escape. Ha ha ha, Kyuzagakur is finished. The elder collapsed, slumping to the ground as he pointed at the sky, his sanity finally shattering into peals of mad laughter. We're all doomed. Ha ha ha. Naruto's voice echoed one last time, a final, chilling whisper. Let Kyuzagakur feel your pain, Karen. Almighty retribution. Hearing the echo of almighty retribution in his ears, and seeing his newly subdued subordinate, Kakuzu, cast him a bewildered look, Pain, who had merely been passing by Kyuzagakur, felt a faint, uncharacteristic ripple of confusion. He gently pointed his finger downward. The massive orb descended, enveloping the entire village in an instant. A blinding light erupted, and the very ground began to tremble, twist, and crack. Houses collapsed like sandcastles in a tide. The temperature soared, a searing, bone-deep heat that vaporized everything it touched. An earth-shattering roar followed as a colossal mushroom cloud of dust and fire rose into the air, climbing higher and higher as if to pierce the heavens. Ha ha ha, well done, you brat. After all this time, you've finally done something that brings me joy. Kurama's delighted laughter echoed, booming, within Naruto's ceiling space. He watched the blazing crater where a village had once stood, his expression one of pure, undisguised contempt. Harbinger's bloom, he thought, giving the technique its name. A preview of what's to come. Filthy fireworks, he muttered. Beside him, Karen looked up at him, her face full of adoration. In her eyes, he was not a monster, but a hero. The place that had brought her nothing but pain was gone. Her heart had never felt so light. Kyuzagakur had been erased from the map. Narrator. Naruto brought down Harbinger's bloom, malice-infused spirit ball vanishing it from elemental nations. So was that overkill, or just very enthusiastic urban planning? Should Pain sue for intellectual property theft, or start taking notes? Is it still genocide if no one misses them? Find out more next time on Villain Arc? No, this is the closure arc. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 57, Chapter 57. You two have been watching for a while, aren't you going to come out? Naruto descended slowly, setting Karen gently on the ground. His voice, though not loud, carried in every direction. No one could hide from his perception. Not even someone buried deep underground could escape his notice, like the plant-like figure lurking 30 kilometers away. We've been discovered. An emotionless voice cut through the silence as two figures emerged from the typhoon-swept forest. With power like yours, it would be stranger if you hadn't noticed us. One wore a mask, his clothes torn to rags, leaving only scraps of fabric around his neck. His muscular body was crisscrossed with thick stitches, and his small, pea-like eyes watched Naruto with a flicker of unease. The other wore a black cloak patterned with red clouds and a scratched Megacore forehead protector. Black rods pierced his ears, lips, and the bridge of his nose, giving him a punkish look. He had orange hair, but it was his eyes that were most striking, pale purple, concentric circles. The stitched man was Kakuzu, an S-rank rogue from Takigakur, though from the state of his attire, he was a new recruit to the Akatsuki. The other was the organization's current leader, Pain, or, more accurately, the Deva Path puppet Nagato controlled, crafted from the body of his dead friend, Yatako. It was Pain, through this very puppet, who had previously declared his intentions to challenge the established order when Naruto had obliterated Kyuzagakur. In a curious twist of fate, Nagato, much like Karen, was one of the last remaining members of Naruto's own bloodline in this world. Pain's gaze swept over the former site of Kyuzagakur, now nothing but a massive crater that had reshaped the very terrain. I would need to use almighty push with all my might to achieve this level of destruction, and even then, the casting time would make it impractical, Nagato mused internally. Regardless, their strength is formidable. This person's power is no less than my own. So, you're the big shots, Naruto chuckled, looking them over. Logically, Pain was a corpse and shouldn't have any ki. But the puppet was filled with Nagato's chakra, and Nagato himself was a wellspring of it. Besides, even an inanimate object disturbed the air when it moved, creating a faint signature that Naruto could perceive as clearly as a shout. You know me. Pain's voice, devoid of inflection, held a flicker of surprise, a rare emotion for the dead body he inhabited. At this stage, while Akatsuki had been established for some time, Nagato's grand plan had yet to truly unfold, keeping the organization shrouded in relative obscurity. No, Naruto shook his head. But the key emanating from you is as conspicuous as a beacon in the night. I'd sense it even through a mountain range. Indeed, the key pulsing from Pain, or rather, Nagato, was undeniably brilliant. Kakazu's key, by contrast, was barely a whisper. To be polite, it was faint. To be blunt, it was almost imperceptible. Key. Pain nodded slowly. Excellent sensory abilities. Ignoring the nine tails roaring inside the seal at the sight of the Rinnegan, Naruto pointed a masked finger toward his own eyes. Unless my eyes deceive me, he said, his voice taking on a deep, gravelly quality, those are the Rinnegan. The eyes of the Sage of Six Paths himself. Neither Nagato nor Kakuzu found it strange. If anything, it seemed fitting. No one would have suspected that the being who had leveled a hidden village was a child not yet 10 years old. As for Karen, the only one who knew a fraction of the truth, she just clutched a corner of Naruto's clothes and kept quiet. Calling you a big shot was no exaggeration, then, Naruto mused. Anyone in the shinobi world knows the Sage of Six Paths. The one who bears his eyes is destined for something great. You seem to know quite a lot, Pain said, then fell silent. Naruto's power was undeniable. Nagato felt a flicker of hope. If he could recruit someone like this, his plan would be that much closer to fruition. Anyone who spoke of letting the world know Pain had to be a kindred spirit. But a man this powerful couldn't be subdued by force like Kakuzu. And then there was the mask he wore, so unnervingly similar to the one worn by the man calling himself Madara Uchiha. The thought made Nagato hesitate. I know more than you can possibly imagine. Naruto seemed to read his mind, speaking before Pain could. Holder of the Sage's Eye, heed my words. The Sage of Six Paths unlocked the true nature of chakra. He distributed it to the people of this world, teaching them, guiding them. His goal was to preserve peace, to maintain order. He even created the nine-tailed beasts. Naruto recounted the tale of the sage, his tone tinged with a strange nostalgia, as if he were recalling a memory, not a story. It was a version of history that was mostly true, with just enough fabrication to serve his purpose. During that period, the shinobi world truly knew peace. Alas, 1,000 years have passed. With the sage's absence, human desire swelled beyond all control. War and death followed. Kin betrayed kin, brother turned on brother, villages sold out their own. Trust vanished, and tragedy became the only constant. Hatred has soaked into the very soil of this world, dragging it down into an abyss. If this continues, this world will surely descend into eternal perdition. This world is sick. His words struck a chord. Kakuzu remembered his betrayal by Takigakur, the sting of being cast aside by his own village still sharp after all these years. It was then he had decided to trust nothing but money. He knew, didn't lie, money didn't betray. Nagato's mind flooded with images of a megacore. The destruction of the original Akatsuki. The death of Yahiko. Yes, he thought. This world is sick. And if it is sick, Naruto declared, his voice ringing with power, then it needs to be treated. Perhaps this is destiny. Naruto's tone grew progressively more agitated, as if he truly believed every word. He emphasized destiny repeatedly, weaving them into a hypnotic rhythm. That this one could meet you here. After so many years, to see those eyes again. Naruto paused then, lost in reminiscing, a deep sense of wistfulness emitting from his voice. You are the hope of this shinobi world, the hope of humanity. So I ask you, inheritor of the sage's eyes, are you willing to take up his dying wish? Will you lead this world back to the right path, and welcome an era of true peace? Narrator. Pain has fallen into a trap without realizing, getting into talk no jutsu as soon as he emerged. If the Rinnegan is the eyes of the sage, and Naruto has god-tier ki sensing, is this just two demigods awkwardly flirting with ideology? Is it still considered child endangerment if the child is the most dangerous thing in the forest? How long before Pain hits the realization, wait, am I being recruited? Naruto's talking about destiny, peace, and the future. Did he inhale a full scroll of prophecy jutsu before breakfast? Find out more next time on Naruto's 8-minute TED Talk on world peace, now with 40% more trauma. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 58, Chapter 58. As long as there is war, true peace will never be achieved, Naruto said with conviction. Looking at Nagato still apprehensive about his identity, Naruto decided to create one. You must be wondering who I am. Naruto chuckled, with a deep dry voice. I'm just an old man from the Uzumaki clan. Naruto, deep down, found himself agreeing more with Nagato's philosophy of peace, a peace achieved through violent suppression. He saw it as more pragmatic than the naive idealism of the Talk no Jutsu approach, or the deceptive escapism of Madara Uchiha's Eye of the Moon plan. The former, pure idealism, the latter, escapism. To Naruto, only Nagato's approach offered any true pragmatism. The idealistic path sought permanent peace by inspiring people through love, tolerance, and understanding. While not inherently flawed, it struck Naruto as far too idealistic and naive. As long as humanity existed, so too would desires, and where desires thrived, conflict would inevitably erupt, a vicious, unending cycle. Madara Uchiha's Eye of the Moon plan was even more absurd. It proposed using the Rinnegan to cast infinite Tsukuyomi from the moon, trapping everyone in an illusionary world to achieve permanent peace within a fantasy. Setting aside its feasibility, what true difference was there between humanity being plunged into an illusion and humanity being utterly wiped out? One might as well detonate a planet-destroying bomb and call that peace through annihilation. No people, no war. Then there was Nagato's philosophy, letting the world undergo a brutal baptism of hatred in war, ensuring everyone understood and remembered the agonizing pain it inflicted. Only then, through absolute military suppression, could further conflict be prevented, thereby achieving a fragile, forced peace. Such a peace, while temporary, destined to collapse upon Nagato's death, could at least be maintained for a significant period. It was, at the very least, a far more robust path than the idealism or the outright deception that the others offered. Nagato was speechless. This man's power was immense, maybe even rivaling his own as the wielder of the Rinnegan. That alone made his story 70% believable. But then he spoke of knowledge only a select few could know, and he did it with a conviction that pushed that Nagato's belief to 90. How? Nagato thought from his hidden chamber. How could some random person I meet have power on par with me, a god of this new era? After his decisive defeat of Hanzo the Salamander, Nagato, now fully embracing the power of the Rinnegan, saw himself as a god. He held no regard for ordinary ninja, not even Kage of a village. How could he possibly accept that a stranger he'd just met possessed power equal to his own? But if this person had truly survived from era of Sage of Six Paths till now, it would be far easier to reconcile. After all, Kakuzu was standing right beside him, a man nearly 100 years old. Living a few more centuries didn't seem so impossible in a world like this. Strength bought credibility. Naruto had completely flipped the script. Just moments ago, Nagato had been considering extending an invitation to Akatsuki. Now, this man was asking if Nagato was worthy of inheriting the Sage of Six Paths will. The line that truly struck him was, as long as there is war, true peace will never be achieved. Naruto's bold assertions had left Nagato's mind reeling. There's no need to rush your reply, young man, Naruto said, waving a hand dismissively. He then pressed his advantage. I have waited this long. I don't mind waiting a little longer. If you come to a decision, contact me, and I will lend you my strength. But, how do I contact you? Nagato began, his thoughts already thoroughly diverted by Naruto's calculated performance. I've already memorized your chakra, Naruto said, his gaze seeming to pierce through the Deva path. He emphasized your in a way that left no room for misinterpretation. When you are ready, unleash your full power. I will come. He'd seen through him. He knew pain was just a puppet, as expected of someone who had lived for ages. Further away, the real Nagato nodded to himself, his certainty growing. Elder. Pain's voice, usually devoid of emotion, carried a rare hint of respect. Then, how should I address you? Me? I'm just a remnant of a bygone era, Naruto said quietly. A name is just a label. You can just call me Uzumaki. Uzumaki. Pain's eyes drifted to Karen, to her clan's signature red hair and the dense bite marks covering her arm. A sudden realization dawned on him. When the land of whirlpools fell, there were hardly any Uzumaki left, Nagato reasoned. This girl must have been captured by Kusagakure. No wonder he destroyed the entire village. It was retribution. It was a logic he understood. He had done the same to Hanzo and all he represented. Still, he wondered, if he is so powerful, why did the Uzushiagakure fall in the first place? As if seeing through Nagato's thoughts, Naruto's voice came. Longevity doesn't come without a price. Was he restricted for some reason back then? That made sense. Seeing that the old man had no intention of explaining further, Nagato filled in the blanks himself and didn't press the issue. Why would you help me? Is it because of these eyes? That's just one reason. Naruto paused, turning his head in another direction. At that moment, a shiver ran down Nagato's spine. The direction Naruto was looking was precisely where his real body was hidden. My location had been seen through. Even with his supposed restrictions, he is terrifyingly powerful. Naruto continued, after all, you're one of my clansmen too. Naruto Uzumaki and Nagato Uzumaki were indeed from the same clan. There aren't many of our clan left in this world. Clansman. This was the first time Nagato had been called that. If he had this man's help. For the first time in a long time, Nagato's unshakable heart began to stir. Compared to the masked man claiming to be Madara Uchiha, this elder from his own clan felt infinitely more trustworthy. If Obito could pass himself off as Madara, Naruto thought with slight smirk under the mask, then why couldn't I create an ancient Uzumaki of my own? He was the incarnation of the nine-tailed fox. Spreading chaos and misinformation was practically in his nature. Besides, a nine-tails Jinchuriki joining Akatsuki made a certain kind of sense. The group's stated goal was to use the tailed beasts to create a weapon that could enforce peace. The 10 tails was Obito and Madara's goal, not Akatsuki's original one. A Jinchuriki willingly joining them didn't conflict with their mission at all. As Naruto and Karen vanished into the sky, Pain turned to Kakuzu, his tone graver than ever. Not a word of this gets out. I don't waste my time on pointless things, Kakuzu replied flatly. My silence is guaranteed. Of course, he thought, prying into the leader's secrets would cost extra, cost might even be my life. Some things are not worth it. Narrator. Naruto just gaslit Nagato into believing he's a mythical boomer murder wizard, and it worked. Nagato finds Elder Uzumaki more trustworthy than Obito claiming to be Madara. The real question is, compared to Obito who isn't trustworthy? Naruto, war is bad. Also Naruto nukes an entire village as a message. Is that irony or just good marketing? They say you can't spell philosophy of peace through war without pain, and like 50,000 civilian casualties. This guy's name is Pain and he's getting schooled in emotional manipulation? Now he knows true pain. Next time on the Talk No Jutsu that broke the pain barrier, Nagato updates his resume. Kakazu debates inflation. And Naruto. Naruto invents a second fake identity just to mess with Obito. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 59, Chapter 59, Nii-san, I still don't know your name. Naruto and Karen were flying north. Once they were well clear of the two shinobi they'd left behind, Karen finally broke the silence. I was wondering how long you were going to hold that in, Naruto said, a hint of a tease in his voice. How come you didn't mistake me for some old geezer? It's not that easy to fool me, Karen said confidently, puffing her chest. The name's Naruto Uzumaki, he told her. But when we're around others, just call me Uzumaki. So he's my cousin, she thought. Was that person really one of our clansmen, too? Karen asked quietly. Naruto nodded as he continued flying. They made small talk as they traveled, and with Naruto flying at full speed, they arrived at Hojiki Castle in no time. Before they entered, Naruto handed Karen a small hood and a mask to wear. It smells like him, she thought, hugging the cloak and taking a few deep, greedy breaths. Hee. Naruto just shook his head. My cousin's a little weird. He found the warden waiting for him. Warden Mui, Naruto said simply. It's time to fulfill your promise. Naruto's trip to Kusagakur had been brief, so brief, in fact, that he had already returned with Karen before the escaped Suzuki Jiro had even made it back. As for news of the village's destruction, given the speed of information in the shinobi world, it would take another day or two to circulate. From Mui's perspective, Naruto had been gone for less than half a day. Not only were his own subordinates missing, but the boy had returned with a child in tow. None of that mattered, though. If his men were dead, they were expendable. The problem was the promise. Let's begin. Mui said, his face a stern mask as he looked at Naruto. If he weren't so unsure of the boy's true strength, and so certain he couldn't win a fight, Mui would have already tried to drain him of his chakra by force. Kurama, lend me some chakra. I can give it to you, but don't call me by my name anymore. Okay, Kara-chan. Is that how you ask for a favor, Naruto? Are you giving it to me or not? Fine. Just take it and get lost. This brief exchange was between Kurama and Naruto. Their relationship had evolved over time, becoming something unconventional. They weren't exactly close friends, but more like mischievous companions. A ball of fiery dark orange chakra materialized in Naruto's palm. Will this do? Tailed beast chakra. Mui's eyes went wide, fixed on the orb of energy. It felt both ominous and pure at the same time. Though he couldn't tell how many tails worth of power it held, it was unmistakably tailed beast chakra. He had only mentioned it offhand, and this kid had actually gone and gotten it. Did that mean Kusagakur had a tailed beast? Mui's assessment of Naruto's power rose another level. Maybe, just maybe, the box of ultimate bliss could finally be opened. Come with me, Mui said, suppressing the excitement rising in his throat. He led Naruto and Karen to the central plaza of Hojiki Castle. Summoning Jutsu. Mui slammed his hands on the ground. With several puffs of white smoke, the box of ultimate bliss appeared before them. It was a perfect, 2-story tall cube of pure black. Carved onto its four faces were abstract, powerfully ugly expressions: joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure. So ugly. Karen muttered under her breath. Naruto, despite not saying anything, agreed with her. Give me the chakra, Mui said, extending both hands towards Naruto. If it had been anyone else, Mui's personality dictated he would have simply tried to extract it directly. The problem was, Mui's ninjutsu was useless against Naruto. Naruto gently pushed his right hand forward, and a layer of fiery chakra enveloped Mui's entire body. Tie-tailed beast mode. Mui stared in disbelief at the nine-tails chakra cloak wrapped around him, a faint shimmer of 3 tails visible behind him. With his current control, Naruto could grant anyone a chakra cloak, similar to sharing ki. Is that enough? Naruto asked. Any more and you'll lose your mind. For an ordinary person, a 3-tailed cloak was the absolute limit before their sanity started to fray. It should be enough. Mui pressed his hands against the box of ultimate bliss. In less than 2 seconds, the 9-tails chakra was instantly siphoned from his body. It seems that wasn't enough. Naruto raised his hand again, blanketing Mui in another, more potent cloak of chakra. It vanished just as quickly. It needs more. He continued to pour 9-tails chakra into Mui. Only when the output reached the equivalent of 7 tails did the box's absorption rate finally begin to slow. Finally, it can be opened. Mui knelt before the box, panting heavily. His body was drenched in sweat, and the small lock of hair over his left eye was a mess. Being enveloped in that much of the 9-tails chakra was a trial for most shinobi. Oh, box of ultimate bliss. He cried out, raising his hands as if praying to a god. Please, listen to my wish. Naruto watched, speechless. It's not Shenron, why are you praying to it? With that, Mui made his wish. To see his son, Muku. Crack. With a sound like escaping steam, one of the 4 faces of the box hissed open, revealing a pitch-black maw. Mui stared into the abyss, and a light slowly returned to his ashen eyes. He saw someone inside. A rustling whisper reached Naruto's ears, too fast to understand. It faded, then echoed again, a mesmerizing sound like the murmur of an Lovecraftian entity from horror game. Uzumaki. Karen clutched his sleeve, her body trembling. There's something very bad in there. It's about to come out. An uncontrollable shiver ran through her, not of fear, but of a deeper, primal instinct. It felt like whatever was about to emerge from that darkness had deep hatred for all of humankind. At this moment, all sound within Hojiki Castle fell silent. Even the sea breeze that usually whipped through the castle grounds also died. Clack, clack, clack. Clear, distinct footsteps echoed from within. As they grew louder, a young man with the right half of his torso exposed slowly appeared in the opening. Mumuku, Mui whispered, overjoyed. A smile finally broke across his stern face. Finally, I can see you again, my son. But Naruto and Karen could sense the truth. The thing that stepped out of the box of ultimate bliss was not Muku. It was something, wearing Muku's skin. It is a monster born in the box, named Satori. Narrator. Why does this horrifying death box have emoji faces carved on it? Did Sage of Six Paths predict the online culture? What kind of cursed loot box requires a tailed beast subscription plan to unlock? What part of ominous black cube with angry emoji screamed bliss and not call an exorcist? Since Mui has achieved his ultimate bliss, he can finally stop sucking people dry of chakra. Since the thing within box of ultimate bliss wants to brutally kill you, does that mean whoever wants to open it is a masochist? Karen and I-san, I'm sensing despair. Ancient, malevolent despair. Naruto, squinting, yeah, that ain't Muku. That's Mukiu. Let's wait and see what horrible thing climbs out. I can't wait to fight it. Next time on Mui's Midlife Crisis summons a skinwalker. Tired of your dead relatives staying dead? Want to gamble your soul and your village's safety in one bold move? Try the box of ultimate bliss. Now featuring face-melting chakra drains. Includes free emotional instability. Summons one monster guaranteed to ruin your week. Comes preloaded with unresolved trauma. Now featuring soul-siphoning silence, emotional devastation, and Lovecraftian whisper Dolby surround sound. Warning, side effects may include existential dread, chakra bankruptcy, identity theft by interdimensional demons, and thinking your son came back when really it's just an angry hatred demon in a meat suit. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 60, Chapter 60. Mui's steps were heavy with a hope he hadn't felt in years. He walked toward his son, Muku, stopping just out of arm's reach. Father. Muku's voice was a soft, empty sound. His skin was unnaturally pale, his eyes fixed on Mui. Muku. I'm sorry, Mui breathed, his voice thick with emotion as the boy moved toward him. I was wrong. He opened his arms for an embrace, a gesture of reunion, but, thunk, Muku's hand drove through Mui's chest. There was no hesitation, no flicker of light in his hollow eyes, only the sickening sound of pierced flesh and bone. A foul, malevolent chakra bled from him. The creature smiled, a grotesque twist of Muku's features. It drew its blood-soaked hand back and licked it clean. That's right, it hissed. You were wrong, Father. Its voice dripped with mockery. You were wrong to ever let me out. After 1,000 years. I can't thank you enough. Ha 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 ha. A dry, crackling laugh echoed in the chamber. This was not Mui's son, Muku, at all, but a monstrous entity wielding Muku's memories. Mui crumpled to the ground, clutching the hole in his chest. With the last of his strength, perhaps a dying trace of Ninetales chakra, perhaps, still lingered within him, he flared a signal into the air. Immediately, alarms shrieked across Hojiki Castle. Countless jailers in guard uniforms swarmed from every corridor, their guardhounds lunging at the creature that wore Muku's face. They were throwing themselves at a monster a millennium old. Creature moved with terrifying speed, too fast even for Mui's trained eye. It appeared in the midst of the guards. A flicker of its hands, a flash of movement, and men fell dead before they could even scream. As they fell, the ornate box of ultimate bliss, the prison that had just released this thing, opened a panel marked joy. Like a hungry mouth, it began to draw the bodies of the dead guards into its dark interior. So it feeds on life to gain power. Naruto had seen enough. He had a good read on the monster's strength now. He crossed his fingers. Shadow clone jutsu. Poof. With a puff of smoke, a perfect copy of him appeared. Keep Mui safe, Naruto told the clone, nodding toward the fallen warden. Then, he shot toward the creature. How about a real fight? Naruto grinned, crooking a finger at the creature. The monster charged, its speed and power enough to overwhelm any taijutsu master. But Naruto was faster. He sidestepped the confident blow, his body twisting with impossible grace. Pinning the creature's arm with his left hand, he drove his right fist into its gut. Thunk! The monster shot backward like a meteor. That actually hurt. The creature snarled, getting to its feet as a gaping hole in its stomach sealed itself shut. It threw its head back and roared. Its body warped and swelled, skin tearing as it expanded. Hands and feet twisted into hairy limbs tipped with vicious claws. A pair of huge, leathery wings burst from its back, and its torso became a round, grotesque mass dominated by a massive mouth filled with fangs. This was its true form, Satori. Quite sturdy. Naruto's grin widened when he saw Satori was not only alive but ready for more. Ha ha ha, a real treasure. Let's see just how much you can take. Roar. Satori shrieked, and with a powerful flap of its wings, it unleashed a storm of feathers. They flew like 1,000 sharpened kunai, blanketing the area from every angle. Naruto clapped his hands once. A concussive blast of wind erupted from him, scattering the feathers harmlessly. Pushing off his right foot, he launched himself forward like a blade. Swoosh! Satori shot into the air on its wings, barely dodging the attack. So fast, so strong, Satori thought, hovering in the air. Let's see what's going on in that head of his. Satori, as a monster of his kind, possessed extraordinary speed and strength, along with formidable self-healing abilities. And to top it off, he wielded a power most only dreamed of having, mind reading. Go on, take a look, Naruto called up, his smile knowing what Satori was up to. Guess what I'm thinking? Satori was momentarily taken aback. It focused, peering into Naruto's mind. What it found was nothing, just a silent, empty space, and then a single, clear thought, directed right at it. Looking for something. Satori recoiled. What the fuck dash? That's not a very nice thought. You should mind your language, Naruto's mind projected, in a calm and amused tone. The monster froze. Was this boy a mind reader, too? It was said that mind reading was an absolute advantage against any foe. But what if your opponent also possessed it? Nope, not me, Naruto said aloud, answering the monster's unspoken question. But this gets tricky now, doesn't it? I know what you're going to do. And you know that I know what you're going to do. And I know that you know that I know. He trailed off, letting the point hang in the air. Whoever moves first loses. Satori snarled, then come and fight me. No, you come down here, Naruto shot back. You first. Fine, Naruto said with a shrug. I'm coming up. Naruto had known about Satori's mind reading from the start, and he hadn't given it a second thought. Aside from the mind reading versus mind reading paradox, it actually had another, less obvious, weakness. He's going for a straight punch. The thought had barely formed in Satori's mind when Naruto's fist was already buried in its face. Thud! The monster was sent flying again, skipping across the plaza like a stone on water. It crashed into the ground, the impact creating a deep crater, and its rubbery body bounced high into the air. Impossible. How is he so fast? Satori only had time to think this far when Naruto's fist arrived again. Bang! Naruto was there again. Another straight punch. The thought arrived at the exact same moment as the fist. Satori was launched skyward once more. What good was reading an opponent's mind if you couldn't react in time? Satori was learning the hard way that thought is not instant. By the time it processed he's going to punch me, the punch had already landed. There was no time to think, only time to get hit. Before Satori could even begin to fall, Naruto was in front of it again. Consecutive normal punches. A blur of fists, faster than rainfall, hammered into Satori's body. The monster's form was pummeled and reshaped like soft clay, its entire surface dimpled with the impacts of Naruto's knuckles. A final, decisive punch sent the misshapen heap of flesh crashing back to earth. It slammed into the plaza, which was now a ruin of craters, looking as if it had been bombarded by meteors. Phew, that was a great warm-up. Naruto wiped a bead of non-existent sweat from his brow. He glanced down at Satori, whose mangled form was already beginning to bubble and pull itself back together. Hasn't been a fight like that in a while. A truly valuable treasure. Naruto's gaze shifted from the regenerating monster to the enormous box of ultimate bliss nearby, his eyes gleaming. This was more than a prison, it was a treasure chest. At that moment, as if sensing his thoughts, the ancient box seemed to shudder with the distinct urge to flee. Narrator. Mui is wondering what's the return policy on heartfelt embraces that end in heart removal? What part of box of ultimate bliss included casual soul feasting in the fine print? Will Satori ever recover from the psychological damage of reading Naruto's mind and finding vibes only? It's not called the box of ultimate bliss because you're happy, it's because it is. Mind reader versus mindless brawler, guess who wins? Find out next time on Shadow Clone Jutsu, because I like hitting you twice as much. E/N, for those wondering why is Satori cursing, it's because there is no other entertainment for it inside the box other than going through memories of the people sacrificed to it. It picked up their vocabulary. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 61, Chapter 61. Young lady, are they still at it? Mui limped into the central plaza of Hojiki Castle, leaning on a crutch with one hand and the arm of a jailer with the other. Thick bandages were wrapped around his chest as he approached Karen, who was perched on a stone stool, swinging her small feet. Resting her chin in her hands, she sighed. They're still going at it, Uncle Mui. I see. Mui nodded and turned to one of his men. Prepare dinner for the young lady. Yes, Mui-sama. From high above, the relentless sound of explosions and impacts echoed across the castle grounds. It had been 3 days since Mui activated the box of ultimate bliss. 3 days since Naruto discovered Satori's near immortality and decided to use it for non-stop training. Though some might have called it a fight, it was more like a one-sided beating. Satori was completely outmatched in strength, speed, and every one of its special abilities. The only blows it ever landed were the ones Naruto allowed, just to have a sparring partner. Just then, a sharp whistle cut through the air. Looking up, they saw a fiery red meteor streak across the sky, arcing down toward the castle. Thump! It slammed into the ground with enough force to shake the entire fortress, gouging yet another crater into the already scarred earth. The plaza now looked as pitted and uneven as the moon's surface. Now that was a satisfying fight. Naruto's voice carried on the wind as he slowly descended, not a scratch on him. No wonder Goku-sensei always said actual combat is the fastest way to get stronger. Uzumaki and I. Karen cried out, her face lighting up. Naruto gave her a nod before walking toward the fresh crater. Get up. I know you're not done yet. With that healing of yours, this is nothing. Let's go again. Roar. A furious roar erupted from the smoking pit. Satori rose, its entire body pulsing with a black aura. Its massive mouth, taking up half its body, gaped open in a scream. Satori's berserk state. Here we go again. Naruto thought, planting his feet and gathering power in his legs, ready to meet the charge with another solid punch. But Satori didn't charge. It didn't even look at him. It turned and fled. So that's why I couldn't read its thoughts, Naruto realized. It wasn't thinking about fighting, just running. You think you can just run away after picking a fight with me? Naruto blinked, then pushed off the ground, rocketing after the creature. Stop. Only a fool would stop. Satori's speed increased even further. 3 days. A full 3 days of this, it railed internally. Beaten day and night, without mercy, for 3 whole days. Even if I were made of iron, I couldn't endure this torture. My body might be nearly immortal, but that doesn't mean I don't feel pain. What about me? Don't I have any rights? Am I just destined to be beaten as a monster? Why? If I had eyes, I'd be crying from sheer grievance right now. I don't want to be out here anymore. I want to go back. Fueled by an unprecedented will to survive, Satori actually managed to match Naruto's speed for a fleeting moment. Before he could grab it, the monster dissolved into a puff of black smoke with a whoosh and duffed straight into the box of ultimate bliss. The open door of the box slammed shut with a heavy clang. The other 3 sides, which had also been open, sealed themselves instantly, as if terrified Naruto would follow Satori inside. Naruto skidded to a halt in front of it, rolling up his sleeves. Hey, open up. You had the guts to run out, now have the guts to open the door. He yelled, smacking the side of the box. Don't just hide in there and stay quiet. I know you're home. What kind of monster are you? Where's your hatred for humanity? How will you destroy humans by being inside? Open up. The slaps made the entire box, no, the entire castle, tremble. Mui's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Satori was a monster, he thought, but this kid he's something more entirely. It's rude to think bad things about people, Mui-san, Naruto called out without turning around. Mui flinched and immediately stared up at the sky, trying his best to think about nothing at all. No matter how hard Naruto hit it, the box remained stubbornly shut. The ominous red light and swirling black aura were gone. It just sat there, looking like an ugly, ordinary container. All of its former arrogance and destructive presence vanished. Should I just smash it open and see what happens? The thought flashed through Naruto's mind, and without a second's hesitation, he acted on it. He raised his fist, channeling ki into it, and brought it down with his full strength. Clang! The shockwave from the impact was so powerful that everyone in Hojiki Castle clamped their hands over their ears, a painful ringing echoing in their heads. Crack! A faint fissure appeared on the surface where Naruto's fist had landed. For the first time in its 1,000-year history, the box of ultimate bliss, a weapon that had withstood countless attacks without a scratch, was damaged. Buzz! The box flared to life again, glowing with an eerie red light as black gas seeped from its 4 sides. It began to tremble violently. Still want to be stubborn? Naruto growled, rolling up his sleeves to deliver a second punch. Buzz! This time, the sound from the box was different. The trembling grew more frequent, more frantic, and the red light flickered erratically, like a cornered animal. Naruto paused, then spread his hands. Hey, I was just kidding. He was conversing with the box itself. The box indicated its willingness to acknowledge Naruto's right to use it and to submit to him as its wielder, on the condition that he wouldn't smash it again. For treasures like the box of ultimate bliss that possess partial sentience, one must first gain their acknowledgement to truly wield them. Methods like Mui's, merely channeling chakra, could only activate it but never truly control it. Once activated, it would simply attack everyone indiscriminately. That was why Satori had instantly defeated Mui upon its appearance, partly because it inherited Muku's memories, and partly because everyone present had been within its attack range. Naruto, it seemed, had also gained its acknowledgement, albeit through more physical means. It was worth mentioning that the box of ultimate bliss originally possessed no wish-granting ability, that was merely a fabrication passed down through generations. The box had been created as a weapon, and its sole ability was destruction. Satori's immortality and its mind-reading ability, combined with the box's power to absorb life forms and mass-produce monsters, had earned it the title of the ultimate world-destroying weapon during the era of the Sage of Six Paths. The box conveyed that Naruto could summon it whenever he wished, and that it could release Satori to aid him in battle. Naruto's eyes lit up as a new idea took shape. A world-destroying weapon? A monster of mass destruction? No, this was something far better. This was a top-tier training apparatus. Satori's immortality, it was the perfect, unbreakable sparring dummy. He gently stroked the side of the box marked with the character for joy. Box of ultimate bliss, he thought with a wide grin. You're going to help me train. The entire box shuddered. Deep within Naruto's seal, Kurama let out a rumbling laugh. Ha 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 ha, another one driven completely mad. Wait, Naruto thought, catching the tail end of the fox's comment. Why did he say another one? Narrator. Who needs therapy when you have infinite respawns and a teenage sadist with fists like meteorites? Did the box of ultimate bliss just develop Stockholm Syndrome? At what point do we stop calling it training and start calling it post-traumatic plot progression? Mui watched a 1,000-year-old death box develop anxiety. Does this make him the worst prison warden or the best therapist? Is it still child abuse if the child is doing the abusing to a giant psychic murder demon? Asking for a friend. Satori learned the hard way, immortality doesn't protect you from the emotional scars of being Naruto's personal speed bag. Find more next time on Box of Ultimate Bliss demoted to Dumbbell of Ultimate Brutality. Introducing the box of ultimate bliss. Are you tired of loader training dummies that break after a single punch? Do you crave the satisfying crunch of violence against immortal beings with no legal rights? Need something to beat until your inner demons feel like third wheels? Then you need the box of ultimate bliss, now with built-in trauma generator, indestructible guilt-absorbing walls. Comes preloaded with one screaming psychic beast, Satori edition. Warning, side effects include hallucinations of godhood, dimension-threatening arrogance, and faint traces of box Stockholm syndrome. Consult your inner fox before use. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 62, Chapter 62, Uzumaki-sama. Mui knelt before Naruto, his head bowed. The daimyo of the Land of Grass has sent a request for aid. How should I respond? It had taken Jiro Suzuki 3 days to reach Hojiki Castle, which was just enough time for news of Kyuzagakure's disappearance to spread. Mui was no fool. A man who could become the warden of Hojiki Castle and navigate the politics of the great nations was anything but average. It didn't take much thought to connect Uzumaki-sama to the events in the Land of Grass. The girl by his side, Karen, only confirmed his suspicions. Even with her face masked and her head hooded, Mui's experienced eyes could tell she had ties to the Grass Village. And so, he had proactively pledged his allegiance. Though he was a former Kusajonin, he had left the village over a decade ago to manage Hojiki Castle. In that time, his entire focus had been on researching the box of ultimate bliss, an obsession for which he had even sacrificed his own son 6 years prior. This meant he hadn't been there when Karen and her mother arrived in Kyuzagakure, and he'd had no part in their suffering. If he had kept his past to himself, Karen would never have even known his connection to her old home. If not for that, Naruto would have eliminated him without a second thought. With Kusa already gone, adding Hojiki Castle to the list would have meant nothing. Naruto had accepted his surrender. More subordinates wouldn't hurt, especially for the scale of what he planned to do next. The grander the stage, the better. He gave a slight nod. You're the warden of Hojiki Castle. Handle it as you see fit. Of course the Grass Daimyo was anxious. With Kyuzagakure gone, the Land of Grass had effectively lost its entire military. And without an army, the country was little more than a juicy piece of meat ready for the carving. The daimyo's personal forces were a joke, only good for intimidating commoners. The neighboring land of Waterfall was content to keep to itself, but the Land of Rain was a different story. Led by the ambitious Hanzo of the Salamander, they had long dreamed of becoming the sixth great nation, a dream they had acted on more than once, as far as everyone outside Omegakure knows. The second great ninja war had started precisely because Rain had tried to annex the Land of Grass. Now, with Kyuzagakure destroyed, Hojiki Castle was the largest power left in the country. If the daimyo wanted to continue his life of luxury, he had no choice but to rebuild his ninja village, and he couldn't do that without Mui's support. The daimyo wishes to rebuild Kyuzagakure, my lord, Mui pressed gently. What are your thoughts? He knew how to handle the situation, but he wouldn't dare move without Naruto's approval, especially not when he knew the real reason the village had been erased. Naruto didn't give a direct answer. I don't want to hear the name Kyuzagakure again. Understood. A wave of relief washed over Mui. The words were simple, but for an intelligent man, the meaning was perfectly clear. If he doesn't want to hear Kyuzagakure, then we'll just call it something else. After all, the Land of Rice Paddies had Odagakure, not some simple rice ninja village. Nakagure, he thought. The village hidden in saplings. That has a nice ring to it. Naruto clapped his hands, signaling to Karen, who was training in the plaza below. Drenched in sweat, she heard his call and immediately stopped, a happy grin spreading across her face. She ran over, shrugging off her training weights before grabbing a bottle and chugging water. A few days earlier, Naruto had officially started overseeing her training, and Uzumaki couldn't be weak, he'd decided. Besides, Karen was eager to grow stronger and be of use to him, so she embraced his guidance. His methods were predictable enough. Beyond basic chakra control, the only ninjutsu Naruto really knew was wind release, which was useless to Karen for now, with her water and earth affinities. So, that left one other option, pure, unadulterated turtle school martial arts. Karen had begun her weighted training immediately. Since it might look a bit odd for a girl to be lugging a giant turtle shell, Karen wore a snail shell of equivalent weight on her back. Tomi, how do you feel today? Naruto asked Karen. Naruto had named his own codename Uzumaki, and on a whim, he'd given Karen the codename Tomi. It's tough, but I'm getting used to it, she said, spinning around to show off. The feeling of getting a little stronger every day was incredible, and with Naruto there to watch over her, she was starting to fall in love with training. He praised her, and the simple words made her beam. It had only taken her 3 days to match a week of Sasuke's progress back in Konoha, and that was while she was still recovering. The Uzumaki clan's massive chakra reserves mean they have a powerful life force, Naruto mused. That makes them perfect for yang release, and yang release is the foundation of physical strength. The clan's true calling isn't some flashy fuinjutsu, it's taijutsu. He pictured it, an army of tireless taijutsu specialists, a clan of fighters who, if injured, could just bite down on their own arm, or a teammate's, to heal instantly. They would be the ninja world's version of an undying legion. Even if they couldn't all reach Guy's level, a force of ninja who could open the first 4 gates like Rock Lee would be unstoppable. Who would dare provoke the land of whirlpools then? The thought of 100 screaming Rock Lees charging at you was enough to terrify anyone. A few days later, Naruto summoned Mui again. Mui, I am here, Uzumaki-sama. He replied, appearing instantly. After Naruto had used his power to summon a shade of Muku, Mui's deceased son, and grant the man some closure, his loyalty had become absolute. "I'm leaving," Naruto said. He had been away from Konoha for a while now, and he needed to check if the clone he'd left in his place was holding up. "I'll be sending some of my people here soon." He paused, his gaze hardening slightly. "They may be unusual. I want a total information lockdown. Not a single detail about them leaves this castle. Do you understand?" He was planning to move a portion of the Uchiha clan here. "Yes, Uzumaki-sama," Mui said without hesitation. A good subordinate knew not to ask what shouldn't be asked, and not to say what shouldn't be said. Hojiki Castle's barrier system was highly robust, in no way inferior to the Land of Whirlpools, protected by the Minato's Fuinjutsu and barriers. As long as it wasn't a personal invasion by Obito, an attack by Akatsuki, or a concerted effort from the 5 great nations, the ninja world's top forces, it could generally cope. It wasn't good for the Uchiha to remain cooped up in one place, they needed to get out and gain some experience. Besides, Naruto had another country in mind for them to visit, one with some interesting technology he wanted to acquire. He had no intention of going himself. At his current level of strength, it would be a waste of time. The Uchiha were the perfect candidates. That is, if they could earn his approval. At the very least, they would have to be able to take half of his punch. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 63, Chapter 63. The familiar small room was just as he'd left it. Through the window, the Hokage rock stood impassive against the sky, and all around, the familiar, suffocating malice of the village seeped through the walls. "Well, I'm back. Welcome home, Naruto," the Minato's clone said, offering a warm smile. Even in Naruto's form, the Minato's smile radiated an undeniable charisma, like a gentle spring breeze washing over you. He had the kind of presence that could easily make him the protagonist of any story without a single misplaced beat. "I'll probably never manage a smile like that." Naruto had tried, once, practicing in front of a mirror. But his reflection had only caught the shape, never the true feeling. "Thanks for holding down the fort," Naruto said, his voice flat. "No trouble, I hope." He couldn't bring himself to call him father. The word just wouldn't come out. Naruto had returned to Konoha alone. Bringing Karen back was out of the question. He'd left her in the Land of Whirlpools under the care of Fugaku and Mikato. Having grown up with hardship, Karen knew how to read people, and her knack for pleasing others won the Uchiha couple over in a matter of days. They'd even offered to adopt her. While Naruto's influence played a part, it was a testament to Karen's own cleverness. As long as she wasn't dealing with the disgusting ninja from the Kusa, she could get along with almost anyone. She'd been sad to see him go, especially after he'd let her see his real face. Karen had been incredibly reluctant to see Naruto leave the Land of Whirlpools, especially after getting a glimpse of his true appearance. Naruto was quite certain of one thing: Karen was absolutely obsessed with good looks. He himself was a bit paler than canon Naruto, his complexion closer to the Minato's. Not just his skin tone, but his entire look had shifted to resemble the Minato, particularly his hairstyle, which was practically identical. If you ignored the 3 whisker marks on each cheek and dressed him in a Hokuge's robe, he'd pass for a mini Minato. In fact, he looked even more like the Minato than Menma Namikaze, from Tenten's Infinite Tsukuyomi. "Why don't you see for yourself?" the Minato's clone said, his eyes full of affection. With a final, gentle smile, he dispelled himself. Puff. The memories flooded in. A torrent of information from the clone's time in the village washed over Naruto, and he closed his eyes to process it all. When he opened them again, a long moment had passed. He let out a slow, quiet sigh. "You're supposed to be so upright and honest, and you did that." He almost thought, "You really worked hard," but caught himself. The days that followed were meant to be quiet and dull. On a whim, Naruto decided to go to the academy himself. The moment he stepped into the classroom, he froze. "Morning, Naruto." Someone had greeted him, for the first time ever. It was a girl with bright golden hair and blue eyes, a long fringe covering her right eye. Ino Yamanaka. Naruto raised an eyebrow. They were classmates, but he'd had almost no interaction with her. If he remembered correctly, he'd made her cry a few times during sparring. He never held back just because his opponent was a girl. One punch and she'd wail for ages. It was a great stress reliever. He ignored her completely and walked past, heading for his seat. "He's so handsome. Did you see that roguish smirk?" Faint whispers from the other girls reached his ears. "What? I didn't smirk at anyone." He sifted through the memories the Minato's clone had left him. "Minato, what did you do?" He'd only skimmed the day-to-day memories before, focusing on more important matters. Now, looking closer. Of course, Naruto thought, a dry laugh threatening to escape. This is the man who became Hokage with no clan to back him up. The man's social skills were terrifying. In the short time Naruto had been gone, the Minato had not only changed some of his classmates' impressions but had actually made him popular. First, there was the matter of appearance. The Minato had a sense of style that Naruto, a guy whose wardrobe was exclusively black and white, sorely lacked. Even with a simple white shirt, the hoodie he'd picked out looked far better. But a change of clothes wasn't enough to erase the reputation Naruto had built. He was Naruto the bully. Minato himself couldn't have fixed that overnight. So, the Minato had taken a different approach. He hadn't tried to make Naruto a good guy. Instead, he leaned into the bully persona and cultivated a new brand, the roguish bad boy. Most boys in the class hated it, but a certain type of girl absolutely fell for it. While Sasuke had cornered the market on the cool, stoic type, the Minato had used Naruto's identity to carve out a niche as the charming rogue. His sharp, intense gaze was repurposed into a wicked, playful smirk. Combined with Naruto's features, which weren't half bad to begin with, it was apparently irresistible. These girls hadn't experienced the Nine Tails attack, nor had they known war. Forget Naruto being the Demon Fox's incarnation, even if he were the Demon Fox itself, as long as he was handsome, cool, and roguish enough, people would still gravitate towards him. Typical of this superficial era, where perception was entirely dictated by appearance. These girls hadn't lived through the Nine Tails attack or seen the horrors of war. To them, it didn't matter if he was the Demon Fox's vessel. It didn't even matter if he was the Demon Fox itself. As long as he was handsome and had a bit of an edge, they were hooked. Figures, Naruto thought. In a superficial world, looks are everything. He wanted to tell the Minato that he didn't care what anyone thought of him. Good or bad, it was all meaningless noise. He didn't like this world, everything about it was heavy and broken. Just as he'd told Nagato, the world was sick. But he had no interest in being its savior, no desire to be the child of prophecy. That was a role for someone else. All he wanted was to challenge strong opponents and grow stronger. He wanted to push his body and soul to their limits, to feel the thrill of breaking through them. If he was lucky, maybe one day he'd be strong enough to stand with the Z fighters and face down a true threat. The stronger he became, the more he realized how small he was. So, this little social experiment, it was just a game. He walked over to Ino's desk, a roguish grin spreading across his face as he mimicked the persona from the Minato's memories. He leaned in, bracing one hand against the wall beside her head. "Hey, Ino," he whispered, his voice low. "I'll let you in on a little secret about Sasuke." What is it?" Hearing Sasuke's name, all her shyness vanished, replaced by pure, undiluted curiosity. "This stays between us, got it?" Naruto said, his eyes glinting. "He's actually into girls with really high-pitched voices." Ino's eyes went wide. Naruto's smile turned into the grin of a fox that had just cornered its prey. "I'm the incarnation of the Demon Fox, after all. What's a little lie to bewitch someone?" Naruto paused. The resentment for them calling me that is deeper than I expected. Anyways, it doesn't matter. As long as I have fun." Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 64, Chapter 64. A new high-pitched way of speaking had swept through the Ninja Academy, wrapping the whole campus in a bizarre atmosphere. It seemed like every kid was trying to imitate the same peculiar pitch. Even the instructors would get sidetracked by it in the middle of a lesson. "Sasuke-kun. Sasuke-kun, look at me. Sasuke-kun, good morning. Sasuke-kun, notice me." And the one suffering the most was, of course, Sasuke. He couldn't pinpoint exactly when it started, but now, every time the girls in his class saw him, they'd greet him in that strange, sing-song voice. Come to think of it, he mused, it probably started after that blonde girl startled me and I answered back on reflex. Ever since then, it had spun completely out of control. Honestly, that cloyingly sweet, high-pitched tone made his skin crawl. It would be one thing if it was at least pleasant to listen to, but then some of the boys started doing it. Little boys, their voices cracking with being on cusp of puberty, trying to sound sickeningly sweet. He couldn't curse them out. He couldn't hit them. If he wasn't so concerned with upholding the Uchiha clan's image, he would have decked every single one of them. If it were Naruto, Sasuke thought grimly, he'd just punch them. That would probably shut them up for good. Watching them cry their eyes out would feel pretty damn good right about now. "I bought a small pinwheel, whoosh whoosh whoosh." The whisper tickled Sasuke's ear, and a gust of warm air by his ear made him shiver. A tingly sensation shot from his toes straight to the top of his head. Then a familiar blonde head came into view. "Naruto," Sasuke growled, his face flushing with irritation. "Are you trying to get your ass kicked?" Luckily, they were alone. Otherwise, his reputation would be in tatters. "Bring it on," Naruto said, his eyes lighting up as he eagerly rolled up his sleeves. "Let's see who's really asking for a beating here." Sasuke scowled, while Naruto was just looking for an excuse to fight. At the sight of Naruto's defined muscles, visible even when relaxed, Sasuke's eyes flashed red, a single black tomo spinning in each socket. Then, he said flatly, "No." Naruto just looked at him with disdain. TCH. It was only around a select few people in Konoha you could count on one hand, like Sasuke, that Naruto let this more childish side of himself show. "Bastard," Naruto said suddenly. He had taken it upon himself to guide Sasuke's training, constantly pushing him to get stronger. Training is like sailing against the current. If you don't move forward, you fall behind. From time to time, he'd use checking his progress as an excuse to beat him up a little. "Don't call me that," Sasuke said, wiping sweat from his brow with a frown. Naruto ignored him. "Bastard, Neji and Rock Lee are graduating today." He leaned in, lowering his voice. "Do you want to graduate early?" Graduate early. If Naruto had asked him that right after the massacre, Sasuke would have said yes without a second thought. Back then, all he could think about was revenge. He dreamed of killing Itachi. Naruto had woken him more than once to the sound of him crying out for his parents in his sleep. Naruto had even asked Fugaku if they should just tell Sasuke the truth and bring him home. Fugaku's reply had been solemn. "One can only become great after enduring hardship. Setbacks and trials are the whetstones that temper the will and forge ability." As a son of the Uchiha, he must endure more than most. Even with those words, Naruto felt like Fugaku and Mikato's attention was entirely on Karen now. There was an old, unreliable rumor that for their second child, they had desperately wanted a daughter. They were so convinced it would be a girl that they'd nearly arranged a marriage alliance with the Minato and Kushina, for Satsuko. Instead, they got him, Sasuke. A son? What son? A son isn't nearly as sweet as a daughter, seemed to be their new mantra. Graduate early. Sasuke murmured, the words jolting him. He shook his head. There's no need. Naruto hopped down from his perch on the tree branch, leaning against the trunk in a comfortable slump. You've made your peace with it. Sasuke still wanted to become stronger, strong enough to kill Itachi. That conviction was his driving force. But he now understood that graduating early had nothing to do with it. The old Sasuke believed that if he became a Chunin in a year and a Jonin the year after, he would surpass his brother's record and therefore become stronger. Jonin was once his ultimate goal, a title to measure himself against the man who graduated at 7, made Chunin at 10, and became an Umbu captain at 13. Following the standard path was one way to get stronger, yes, but that was for a normal ninja. What was he training in now? The Turtle School. Even though he couldn't train in ki, his growth was staggering. He could feel his power swelling, a tangible increase every few days. It was better to stay here and train properly than to graduate and get bogged down with D-rank missions. Graduating would just mean trading his solo training for sessions with a Jonin instructor. And while Sasuke didn't know the true depths of Naruto's power, he was certain he was far stronger than any Jonin. At the very least, Itachi was nowhere near as fast as Naruto. Come on, let's go find Lee and Neji, Naruto said, walking over and hauling the exhausted Sasuke to his feet. By my count, they should be taking their team placement exam soon. Do they still need an exam for graduation team placement? Of course, Naruto scoffed. You didn't think it was just the 3 basic jutsu and you're done, did you? Wait, seriously? Don't tell me you actually thought that. Because that would be super dumb. Of course smart Sasuke wouldn't think like that, right? Sasuke just glared. Naruto, you bastard. With their skills, Lee and Neji will pass without a problem, Naruto said, patting Sasuke on the shoulder. Let's go. Ichiraku Ramen, your treat. Meanwhile, at Konoha Training Ground 44, Neji and Rock Lee were in a fierce, close-quarters battle against Guy, the three of them a blur of motion. Their new teammate, a girl with her hair in 2 buns named Tenten, could only watch in astonishment as they fought their Jonin instructor to a standstill. She couldn't even see an opening to intervene, their movements were too fast for her eyes to follow. Are my teammates really this strong, she wondered. Does this mean I can just slack off from now on? Her foot nudged something on the ground. What's this? Tenten bent down and picked up a string of small bells. They looked familiar. She stared at them for a long moment before it hit her. Wait a minute, didn't Guy-sensei say all we had to do was get the bells? Clearly, the 3 men locked in their exhilarating brawl had completely forgotten their objective. This is youth. Guy roared. Narrator. Why does the entire academy sound like it inhaled helium and discovered thirst at the same time? Did Sasuke just get fangirled into a voice-induced nervous breakdown? And why does this trauma seem greater than night of the massacre? If Sasuke hears Sasuke-kun one more time, is it considered a justifiable homicide? Was Fugaku raising a ninja prodigy or emotionally grooming a backup disappointment? How did the bell test become Dragon Ball, Guy Edition? And how is Tenten winning by sheer plot awareness? Find out more next time on Sasuke-kun and the Cult of Vocal Terror. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 65, Chapter 65, Land of Whirlpools. A sea breeze swept over the coast, rippling the dawn light across the ocean's surface. Waves broke against the shore in a steady rhythm, meeting a golden beach packed with people. As far as the eye could see, it was a sea of backs, each bearing the red and white fan of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku-sama has arrived. A murmur went through the assembly as they parted, making way. Fugaku walked slowly onto a simple wooden platform built on the sand, followed by several Uchiha shinobi. I wonder who will pass this test, one of them mused aloud. Only those who passed could leave the land of whirlpools. It was a rule set by Naruto and approved by the entire clan. It has to be Azumi-sama, of course. She'll pass. After all, she's awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. An Uchiha clan member declared proudly, his chest puffed out as if he, not Azumi, had awakened the legendary eye. The Mangekyo is the dojutsu of the Uchiha after all. No, I don't think Azumi-sama will win. Another Uchiha clan member interjected earnestly, rattling off the Mangekyo Sharingan's limitations as though he could personally best it. While the Mangekyo is the strongest dojutsu of the Uchiha clan, it can't be used frequently. Her eyesight would quickly fade if she pushed it. Izumi-sama wouldn't risk her Mangekyo for a small test like this. Anyway, they aren't fighting, so what's wrong with saying a few words? Every Uchiha now knew that the Mangekyo couldn't be used often. Fugaku had publicly revealed the truth about the Mangekyo's limitations within the clan, deeming it for the clan's benefit. My money's on Ineo, another piped up. He's the youngest to awaken the 3-tomo Sharingan. He even tried to intercept that madman. He didn't succeed, of course, but just trying says something about his strength. The title of that madman belonged to only one person. What are you talking about? Tekka is the youngest with 3-tomo. I think it'll be Yashiro-sama, an older Uchiha said, placing his faith in the older generation. He's from the same era as Fugaku-sama and one of the clan's best strategists. Doesn't matter, someone else cut in, lowering their voice. I heard Uzumaki-sama is overseeing the test again. As soon as that Uchiha finished speaking, the entire scene fell silent. I just hope he doesn't make the test impossible this time, a younger shinobi whispered, covering his eyes as recalling a bad memory of previous test. It won't be like last time, where no one passed, right? The Uchiha exchanged uneasy glances. Uzumaki-sama is just too strong. If Uzumaki-sama is presiding again, no one will be able to pass. The Uchiha groaned collectively. A collective groan went through the clan. The last test, personally supervised by Naruto, had a simple rule: anyone who could take one of his punches without going down would pass. 34 challengers had stepped forward, and every last one of them, Izumi included, went down in a single hit. Itaki and Obito had shown them the gulf that could exist between one Sharingan and another. Naruto had shown them that the gulf between two people could be wider than the one between a human and a pig. Ignoring the resentful stares, Fugaku addressed the crowd, that Naruto will indeed be presiding over this test. A wave of Uchiha slapped their own foreheads. It's over, someone muttered. No one's passing this year either. Alright, that's enough chatter, Naruto's voice cut through the murmurs. The rules this time are simple: anyone who can endure my summons attacks for 30 minutes will pass. Brevity was Naruto's style, there was no point in superfluous talk. He preferred to get straight to the point. As Naruto made his announcement, the Uchiha below erupted discussions. Wait, did you hear that? He's not fighting himself. Just a summoned beast? And only for 30 minutes? There's a big chance now. Then Izumi, Ineo, along with rest should have no problem. Damn, I should have signed up. This sounds almost easy. Amidst the sudden surge of optimism, Naruto slammed his palm to the sand. Summoning jutsu. Poof. A huge cloud of white smoke erupted, and when it cleared, the box of ultimate bliss stood on the shore. Easy. Naruto thought, a faint smirk touching his lips. Then let's see how you handle the power of one of the weapons from Sage of Six Paths era. Naruto placed his hand on the box and began to channel chakra. Summoning Satori required chakra, even for him. Through his extensive use, Naruto had gradually understood the box's functions. It summoned different forms of Satori depending on the chakra channeled into it. These Satori were generally divided into 1 to 3 levels, with level 3 being the strongest and level 1 being the weakest. Intelligence and strength also increased with the level. Level 3 Satori could speak human language, imitate any creature, and possessed extremely high intelligence. Level 1 Satori was the weakest, with intelligence only slightly beyond that of a mindless beast. Its strength and regenerative capabilities were the lowest, and its threat level was the least. But its limited mind-reading ability would assist it against most enemies, though only able to perceive the thoughts of those who felt fear. If the target was fearless, its mind-reading was useless. Level 2 Satori was much larger and possessed a certain degree of intelligence, with same mind-reading limitation. Level 3 Satori was the legendary world-destroying monster, boasting peerless recovery, intelligence, and mind-reading abilities. Incidentally, the Satori that usually trained with Naruto was level 3, the one that inherited Muku's memories. This was the same level 3 Satori in canon Narutoverse that had disoriented even powerful shinobi like Killer Bee and Naruto himself, along with Mui. Even Naruto, utilizing his full Sage Mode power, couldn't inflict a single injury upon it. In fact, if it hadn't been for plot armor of being saved from Ryazetsu's Dragon Life reincarnation jutsu, Naruto would have been killed, leading to death rate of comparable to 4th Shinobi World War, maybe even more. A level 3 would be too much, Naruto considered. Izumi might stand a chance with her Mangekyo, but no one else would. No, a level 1 is just right for this. Come out, Satori. He commanded. The joy face on one of the box's 4 sides slowly slid open. Roar! Accompanied by a roar that reverberated through the sky, the monstrous, toothy, eyeless form of Satori slowly emerged. Such a malevolent chakra. Fugaku's Sharingan flared to life instantly, as he stared at the creature. He glanced at Naruto, a flicker of worry in his eyes. If a beast that powerful gets out of control, it could turn on its master. This chakra felt even more ominous, more chaotic, than the Ninetales. Behind him, several Uchiha clan members scheduled to take the test, led by Izumi, also wore grave expressions, activating their Sharingan and tensing, preparing for combat. Level 3 was simply too strong. If it appeared, the Uchiha would have no hope at all, including Izumi, unless she fully utilized the power of her Mangekyo Sharingan. Level 1 Satori was just right. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 66, Chapter 66, Quiet. Naruto snapped, digging a finger in his ear with an impatient scowl. At the sound of his master's voice, the roaring Satori fell silent. It clamped its massive claws, strong enough to tear steel, over its toothy maw. For a creature with no eyes, it managed to look remarkably chastised. Ugly cute? My ass. Naruto thought. This thing is just ugly and nowhere near cute. Even a level 3 Satori got rubbed into the ground by Naruto, so a level 1 Satori stood even less of a chance. Naruto had subdued it a long time ago. There was more than one Satori within the box of Ultimate Bliss. The level 3 and level 1 versions weren't the same creature, though only one could be released at a time. As expected of Uzumaki-sama, an Uchiha murmured in awe. Even a monster like that obeys his every command. Sitting with Mikado in the crowd, Karen puffed out her chest like a proud little hen. That's my brother's summon. Powerful summons could indirectly boost a ninja's strength. When a ninja was truly in sync with their summoning, they could unleash immense combat power, for example, Jiraiya and Gamabunta, the third Hokage in Monkey King Inma, Hanzo and Ibus, or the fourth Hokage in Gamabunta. Their combined efforts yielded a power far greater than they could achieve alone. With the fourth Hokage, Gamabunta had even managed to pin the Ninetales. However, powerful summons were often unruly, extremely difficult to tame, and some could even turn on their summoners. Take Manda and Orochimaru, for instance. The fact that Naruto could make such a vicious and powerful summon obey with just one sentence earned him not just admiration but outright worship from the assembled Uchiha. Worship of the strong was a tradition in the ninja world, and even the arrogant Uchiha were no exception, especially now that harsh reality had filed down their sharp edges. Alright, the test officially begins. Naruto settled into the stands, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Who will be the first challenger? I am. Izumi stepped forward without hesitation. The gentle girl she once was had been burned away that night, consumed by fire and bloodshed. She had lost her family, her friends, and the boy she loved, all while being forced to watch him cut down their kin. All the warmth in her heart had turned to ash. Now, there was only training. A cold hatred pushed her forward, always forward. The Uchiha were a clan of deep love, it was the source of their power. Losing that love was what awakened the Sharingan, the eye that reflects the heart. Her love for Itachi had unlocked her three Tomo. Her hatred for him had unlocked her Mangekyo. She craved the strength to kill him with her own hands, and this was the first test of that resolve. Gazing at Satori, Izumi slowly drew the katana from her waist. Izumi was formidably strong, her Kenjutsu, Taijutsu, and Ninjutsu had all progressed significantly during this period. To have awakened the Mangekyo at the age of 13, her talent was undeniably powerful. In the entire Uchiha clan, no one possessed stronger talent than her, save for Sasuke and Itachi. But it wasn't enough. Not without her Mangekyo. Satori's mind reading rendered her ninjutsu useless, it dodged every attack before she finished the signs. Sharingan Genjutsu was equally pointless against a creature with no eyes. And Taijutsu, going hand to hand with Satori, was suicide. Her blade shattered against its hide without leaving so much as a scratch. Naruto had set the timer for 30 minutes. Izumi lasted 20 before she failed. Satori pinned her to the sand with one massive hand, and no matter how she struggled, the beast didn't budge. Finally, voice tight with frustration, she admitted defeat. If Izumi had failed, the others stood no chance. Ineo, a leader of the younger generation, managed 19 minutes. Tekka held out for 15. Yashiro, the veteran, lasted the longest at 25. The rest fell in short order. It was a total rout. You're too weak, Naruto's voice cut across the silent beach. I'm disappointed. His words were merciless. At this level, they might be a match for one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, and a mid-tier one at that. They weren't exactly weak, but they were far from strong. The ninja world was full of monsters who could kill them and take their Sharingan for a prize. White Zetsu was already scouring the continent for any sign of Uchiha survivors. If not for Naruto's superior sensory abilities, they would have been discovered long ago. If you can't fight on the level of a tailed beast, he thought, you can't protect yourself. And I won't let you leave here until you can. Faced with his reprimand, the Uchiha lowered their heads in shame. They had been so confident, thinking 30 minutes against a mere summon would be easy. The humiliation was absolute. Starting today, Naruto announced, his voice ringing with authority, all Uchiha between the ages of 10 and 50 will begin my special training. Every ninja here will learn to last at least 40 minutes against Satori. Left to train on their own, the Uchiha would stagnate, remaining at this level even years from now. Any truly powerful opponents they faced would easily wipe them out. From now on, he would personally oversee their training. He wanted to forge an elite ninja force directly under his command. The Uchiha's talent couldn't be wasted like this. If any other Uzumaki clan members had existed, he would have also wanted to train a force composed entirely of his own clan. Such a combination of their complementary strengths would be invincible. Unfortunately, the Uzumaki clan had been annihilated. If you don't meet the standard, you'll train until you do. His philosophy was simple, train them until they broke, heal them, and do it all over again. He had been practicing yang release lately, mending broken bones was no trouble at all, he could also attach severed limbs if needed. This is my minimum requirement, he said, his gaze sweeping over them. Understood. The prospect of being trained personally by Naruto sent a wave of shock and excitement through the clan. They had all seen what his devilish training had done for Karen. The girl was only 11, but her training regimen put grown men to shame, and the results were terrifying. She could now take on 10 Uchiha her age at once and win easily. Even those with a newly awakened Sharingan wouldn't dare face her, one of her punches was enough to make you taste last week's dinner. Understood. They shouted. I didn't hear you. Not at all. Naruto's voice was sharp. Such a soft voice, and you expect to revive the Uchiha? Say it again, from the top. Understood. The roar shook the very air. Naruto nodded, a grim smile on his face. Good. That's more like it. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 67, Chapter 67. Konoha was still shrouded in mist, the sky just beginning to pale before the dawn. In the quiet streets, most of the villagers were still asleep. Dressed in white trimmed with red, Naruto stood out against the gray haze. The new GI, a purchase from Nekoba, was cut in a style that echoed the robes of the Hokage, specifically, the one the fourth Hokage used to wear. Naruto woke this early almost every day, beginning his training before dawn and continuing until people started to rise. In a place devoid of games, nightlife, or entertainment, where almost everyone harbored ill will towards him, training became Naruto's sole focus, his only constant. That was how he endured the most difficult period of his life. He devoted himself entirely to it, consumed by the process, constantly pushing his limits, practically interweaving practice into his daily life. Training could be addictive, and Naruto was utterly engrossed in it, much like his teacher, Goku. By the time Naruto truly became aware of his own strength, he was already formidable. It could be said that Konoha's villagers were partly responsible for his current power, though he wouldn't thank them for it. At least not in conventional sense. He would give them a gift in future though. As the first light appeared on the horizon, it painted the edges of the clouds in a faint, bloody red. A clean fragrance filled the air, the night rain had washed away the dust and grime, and with it, carried the damp scent of the village into every breathing pore. Naruto walked at a leisurely pace through what would soon be Konoha's busiest streets, passing the first of the early morning commuters. Not long after he passed, an uncle setting up his stall rubbed his eyes. "Am I seeing things?" he muttered. "Was that fourth Hokage-sama?" He wasn't the only one. As Naruto grew, his resemblance to the fourth Hokage had become undeniable. Paired with the white robes, it was easy to mistake him for a miniature version of the village's lost hero. "No, that's not the fourth," another villager shook his head in denial, saying grimly, "It's that thing." That thing. The name Konoha had given him, a public secret that was never spoken aloud but understood by all. Is he trying to imitate the fourth Hokage? Someone else whispered. Did he believe that his resemblance and similar attire would make Konoha villagers change their minds, simply by reminding them of the fourth? No, that was impossible. Instead, the villagers disliked Naruto even more. The reason? His uncanny resemblance to the fourth. It wasn't that no villagers suspected a connection between Naruto and the fourth, but such suspicions were quickly dismissed, vanishing without a trace. The demon fox couldn't possibly belong to the fourth. It just couldn't. If that were true, it would prove them wrong. So Konoha villagers preferred to believe another rumor, that the nine-tailed demon fox possessed an evil ability to transform into the person it killed. Once pity was shown, you'd be the next to be devoured. Such a story, baseless, absurd, bizarre, and illogical as it was, became mainstream among Konoha's villagers and even spread among ordinary shinobi. The great clans, knowing the truth, remained silent. Thus, the more Naruto resembled the fourth, the more Konoha's villagers detested him. Naruto, however, paid no mind to any of this, continuing on his way. Feeling the malice radiating from the surrounding villagers, he felt no injustice, in fact, he found it laughable. "Hate me all you want," he thought. "You'll just have to live with it. Anyone who physically bothers me can spend some time en route. I'm not the same kid you all used to bully." He stopped in front of an old, rustic gate and waited silently for it to open. 3, 2, 1, he knew the timing by now. In a few moments, the wooden door creaked open, and the Hyuga girl with the bobbed hair stepped out, her movements timid. "Good morning, Hinata-chan," Naruto greeted her with a smile so bright it seemed to dazzle her. Hinata stared for a moment before her senses returned. A deep blush crept up her neck, and she lowered her head, nervously fiddling with her fingers. "Gee, good morning, Naruto-kun. Come on, let's get to the academy," he said, and without another word, he took her small hand and started running. Naruto-kun held my hand. Hinata's face was completely flushed, her entire world shrinking to the feeling of his fingers intertwined with hers. Her blood rushed to her head, and a wave of dizziness made her almost forget to breathe. The moment his hand closed around hers, Naruto's expression shifted subtly. He cast a discreet glance at her face and saw it, an extremely faint scar near her eye. Hyuga training, he realized. She must have been defeated by Hanabi, her sister who was 5 years younger, because she couldn't bring herself to hurt her. And for that, they had stripped her of her right as the clan heir. So she's not the heiress anymore? That's fine by me. He looked back at her. "Hinata-chan," he said gently, "you don't have to watch me train from the shadows anymore. From now on, let's train together. I'll help you." Hinata looked up, slightly stunned. Staring at his captivating smile, she momentarily forgot her shyness and nodded vigorously. A second later, under Naruto's surprised gaze, she fainted. "Naruto-kun, he wants to train with me." In the classroom, a group of girls were chattering away as usual, their conversation revolving almost exclusively around how handsome and cool Sasuke was. Naruto's name only ever came up in a negative light. After gently placing the fainted Hinata in her seat, Naruto turned to Sasuke, who was sitting behind him, and said, "Sasuke, you're really popular, aren't you?" "TCH, what a pain," Sasuke grumbled, looking annoyed. "This is time I could be using for training. I still haven't mastered that fire release jutsu you showed me." He gave Naruto a surprised look. "It's rare to see you show up in person. Usually it's just a clone." Sasuke had long known that Naruto used shadow clones to slack off. Sasuke's own shadow clone jutsu wasn't as good as Naruto's, and frequent use would get him caught by the teachers. So Sasuke only used it every few days. "Enjoy this last year at the academy while you can," Naruto said, his voice lowering. "A year from now, I have a feeling things will be very different for you." Sasuke's eyes narrowed, catching the hidden meaning. Naruto leaned in closer, his voice just a whisper. "Right, pretty boy." Naruto, Karen, Sasuke, Neji, and Rock Lee all had codenames for their private training sessions. Naruto was Uzumaki, Karen was Tomi, and Sasuke was Pretty Boy. "I told you not to call me that." Sasuke hissed, his face flushing crimson as Naruto grinned. Narrator. Is that thing really the best nickname Konoha could come up with after a decade of collective hatred? Such lack of creativity. How many faintings before Konoha opens a public Hinata recovery unit? What if Naruto just printed up the 9 tails on his GI and called it a day? Will it push the villagers past their breaking point? Does calling him pretty boy count as psychological warfare or just accurate branding? Will Hinata survive her first crush-induced stroke before graduation? Is Root now Naruto's personal punishment division or just his customer service department? Introducing the Akugen Blush Bomb, the only cosmetic that works when you can't even breathe. From the makers of Sharingan Shine Drops, for that eerie crimson glow to strike fear into your enemies in the dark, and Sharingan Eye Drops, to prevent dry eyes, comes the blush bomb engineered for Hyagai heiresses who keep fainting at the slightest romantic contact. Infused with chakra-soothing lavender and 12-hour endurance against blood rushes, the Akugen Blush Bomb is perfect for pretending you're calm while your crush drags you to ninja school holding hands. Finally, a product that helps me pass out in style. Hinata, probably. Ask your clan head before use. Side effects may include giggling, spontaneous training montages, and accidental declarations of love. Introducing Hokage Cosplay Pro by Nekobai Industries. Now you too can alienate your entire village while honoring your dead dad. Complete with anti-wrinkle flame trim and 100% chakra-absorbent fabric for when your trauma sweats just won't quit. Side effects include mistaken identity, emotional flashbacks, and unsolicited public hatred. Order now and receive a bonus side glance from Sasuke, absolutely free. Warning, Nekobai is not responsible for fainting girls, triggered villagers, or intergenerational war crimes. Find out more next time on Fainting Heart, Hinata's 0.3 seconds of conscious romance. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 68, Chapter 68. Root, as ever, remained a clandestine operation, buried deep beneath the village. Yet, it now thrummed with a renewed, if unsettling, vitality. With the third Hokage's reluctant support, Danzo had managed to recruit a new group of shinobi, and the underground base was slowly returning to life. His entire focus was on rebuilding his foundation, for Root was everything to him. Still, he had not given up on Naruto, and made time to personally oversee the boy's training. Konoha's taijutsu was said to be divided between the gentle fist of the Hyaga and the strong fist exemplified by Might Guy, but Naruto seemed to master it all. Kenjutsu, like the dance of the crescent moon Naruto had employed earlier, fell into a separate category altogether. He absorbed every technique Danzo showed him, from the most precise strikes to the most powerful kicks, and even proved a natural with Kenjutsu. He learned so quickly that he had soon exhausted everything Danzo and his instructors had to offer, short of the 8 gates, which only Guy knew. After watching Naruto defeat 2 of his best agents with little more than a leaf hurricane, Danzo stepped out from the shadows, clapping slowly. Excellent, he praised, his voice a low rasp. Truly excellent. With your current skill in taijutsu, Naruto, no one in Konoha can match you. But his thoughts were far from his words. Taijutsu, what is the point of all this? Danzo fumed internally. No matter how strong your body is, it can't block a ninjutsu. Such talent would be so much better suited for my wind release. It is clearly the strongest element. He gritted his teeth in frustration. And as a Jinchuriki, you can't even draw on the beast's chakra. A complete and utter waste. I misjudged you. Despite his raging thoughts, Danzo forced a benevolent smile onto his face. Danzo found himself pondering whether to alter his approach or perhaps even abandon Naruto altogether. After all, what good was a Jinchuriki who couldn't harness tailed beast chakra? If Naruto only excelled at taijutsu, wasn't he essentially a ninja without true power? Merely possessing the Jinchuriki identity, without the Jinchuriki's strength, would do nothing to advance Danzo's ambition of becoming Hokage. The notion of simply seizing direct control over Naruto resurfaced in his thoughts, taking hold once more. That was Danzo's brutal pragmatism. Anything and anyone could be discarded if it meant achieving his ultimate goal. Grandpa Danzo? Grandpa Danzo. Naruto's voice pulled him from his dark thoughts. What is it? Danzo asked, his irritation leaking into his tone. Then he saw it. A faint, ominous dark orange almost red chakra was swirling around Naruto's palm. What's this? Naruto's palm was enveloped in a layer of chakra, emanating a faint, ominous aura. It was the Nine Tails power. Naruto. Danzo's expression twisted. His voice came out strained and thin with excitement as he forced a smile that looked more like a pained grimace. His entire demeanor had changed in an instant. He stared, almost obsessively, at the wisp of chakra in the boy's hand. Hope, sudden and fierce, ignited within him. He began instructing Naruto on how to control the energy, his voice now filled with a disturbing warmth. You must not tell your grandpa Hiruzen about this, understand? He admonished tirelessly. Once he masters this power. Danzo thought, his mind racing. Hiruzen, I told you I would make you regret standing in my way. Let's see how you'll fight me then. The possibilities made him giddy. He could already picture himself in the Hokage's hat, looking down on the third Hokage. Lost in the vision, he stood abruptly and waved his hands as if addressing the village, but a sharp pain shot through his knee and he collapsed back into his seat with a grimace. He rubbed his leg, pulling a medicinal patch from his robes and sticking it to his knee. Damn this rheumatism, he grumbled to himself. And my proposal for a surface base was rejected again. Damn you Hiruzen, you've already made me suffer from this disease, now you are trying to make sure I die with it, just you wait. As Danzo seethed, Naruto, standing quietly behind him, gave a subtle wink to one of the nearby root ninja. The operative gave a nearly imperceptible nod in return and, as he passed by, slipped a small scroll into Naruto's hand. The other agents, both new and old, gave no sign that they had seen a thing, their focus remaining entirely on their duties. After a few more minutes of Danzo's careful instructions, Naruto was finally dismissed. He found an empty training ground and, after confirming no one was watching, unrolled the scroll. It was a narrow strip of paper, filled with dense, coded script detailing Danzo's recent activities and conversations with the third Hokage. Naruto scanned past the political maneuvering, his eyes going straight to the bottom of the scroll where he found the name he was looking for, Mizuki. So he hasn't been discarded yet at this time, Naruto mused, a flicker of surprise passing through him. He knew that in his own timeline, roughly a year from now, this man would trick a failed academy student, likely Naruto himself, into stealing the scroll of seals, only to be exposed by Iruka and ultimately pummeled into submission by Naruto's multi-shadow clone jutsu. Naruto knew Mizuki's overall strength was mediocre. Even later, when Orochimaru had placed that animal cursed seal on him, transforming him into a monstrous half-human, half-tiger, his power had remained underwhelming, becoming a complete furry, sacrificing his dignity for so little power. Finding what he needed, Naruto let a flicker of chakra touch the scroll, and it disintegrated into dust. He wanted to find Orochimaru, and Mizuki was one of his two leads in the village. The other, Kabuto Yakushi, was a far more dangerous gamble. With his numerous identities as a spy, approaching him could easily backfire. That night, Mizuki, having finished a long day of teaching, dragged his tired body back home. A man of significant ambition, he loathed his current job. Teaching children was simply too tedious. Due to his limited abilities, Mizuki had never been promoted to Takebutsu Jonin, forever relegated to this unfulfilling work. He possessed ambition in spades, but lacked the strength and intelligence to ever match it. He was, in essence, delusional about his own capabilities. No wonder Orochimaru would eventually use him as a mere pawn, destined to be discarded. Who's there? Just as Mizuki began to undress, preparing for a hot bath, a chilling realization washed over him. A figure had appeared by his window. When did they get in here? Mizuki's hand moved slowly toward the kunai pouch on his leg. I haven't moved an inch from here, your vigilance is simply too low, Naruto thought, his voice calm. Mizuki, a calm voice said from the shadows. I need you to contact Orochimaru. Naruto stepped forward into a sliver of moonlight. The blank, white mask of a root operative reflected the pale light, sending a shiver down Mizuki's spine. I've always been so careful, Mizuki thought, his mind reeling. How could I have been exposed? Naruto, from beneath his mask, almost rolled his eyes. You were exposed from the start, Mizuki, he thought. Root operatives knew about your defection to Orochimaru the very day it happened. Root and Umbu's intelligence on Konoha shinobi is quite thorough. Tell Orochimaru, Naruto said, his voice cold and devoid of emotion, that this is an order from Danzo-sama. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 69, Chapter 69. What could Danzo want with me, especially now? The Mizuki's message had been an unwelcome distraction. Orochimaru paced in the darkness of the forest thinking over Danzo's possible intentions, his thoughts turning inward. He was being hunted by Akatsuki, the very organization he had once joined, whose members were all S-rank missing Nin including Itachi, the man who had laid his clan to waste. 2 years ago, his ambition had driven him to challenge Itachi for the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. It was a mistake that cost him an arm, his confidence shattered by a genjutsu that had overwhelmed him completely. Losing an arm was crippling for a ninja who relied on hand signs, and in his despair, Orochimaru had been forced to abandon his body, using the forbidden living corpse reincarnation to seize a new vessel. He kept the severed limb as a stark reminder of his failure, a relic that only fueled his obsession with the Sharingan's power. It would be a mistake to assume Orochimaru's genjutsu was weak simply because Itachi had overwhelmed him. In fact, Orochimaru considered his genjutsu one of his most prized abilities. He could make people fall into illusions with just his killing intent. His current body was largely acquired using genjutsu. The official bingo book listed Orochimaru's capabilities, 0 to 5 with 5 maximum within conventional shinobi stats: ninjutsu 5, taijutsu 3.5, genjutsu 5, intelligence 5, strength 3.5, speed 4.5, stamina 3.5, hand signs 5, total 35 out of 40. While his strength and taijutsu stats indicated he wasn't proficient in close combat, he had developed the soft physique modification specifically to counter taijutsu damage. Even a value of 3.5, the lowest on his record, still placed him far above ordinary ninja. His genjutsu rating of 5, the maximum possible value, signified his ability was top tier in the ninja world. To have an ability reach its absolute peak, to stand at the world's summit with no further room for improvement, only to be seemingly casually defeated by another, it was enough to make anyone covet that power, to be utterly tempted. Although Itachi's thought process was unusual, his genjutsu was truly powerful. While others reached a genjutsu 5 because their skill peaked there, Itachi's genjutsu only registered as a 5, because that is the maximum value that can be used. The Sharingan, why didn't I see its value sooner? He had commanded Uchiha clan members during the Great Ninja Wars, but in his arrogance, he had dismissed their dojutsu as little more than a novelty, no different from the Byakugan. He only recognized his error after Itachi left him defeated and humbled. Now, it was too late. The Uchiha were gone. Not long ago, Orochimaru had cut ties with the organization, citing a clash of ideologies but mainly because they took too much time away from his research and they didn't provide proper funding. He also knew they were now hunting him across the world. And now, of all times, a message from him. While he and Danzo had maintained a line of communication since his defection, it was never frequent. Orochimaru's golden, snake-like eyes narrowed as he considered the possibilities. It seems that old Warhawk knows something. Does he want information on the Akatsuki? Or is this a warning to stay out of Konoha's affairs until he gives approval? Whatever his purpose, Orochimaru mused, a thin smile touching his lips, I suppose I'll find out soon enough. 3 days later, Naruto received the reply, Konoha border. Tonight. Night had fallen. A round moon hung low in the sky, its soft light spilling over the forest floor. Dressed in the standard uniform of Root, Naruto arrived at the designated location, flanked by 2 other operatives. He couldn't help but notice the full moon, a recurring theme for his night missions. The moonlight is beautiful, he thought, a flicker of longing stirring within him. I wish I could be sharing it with Hinata. But the Hyuga clan's rules were strict, she wouldn't be allowed out so late, not even after being stripped of her position as heir. At the edge of a clearing, Orochimaru was already waiting. Dressed in a simple white kimono, he stood out against the deep shadows of the forest, his presence unmistakable. He had brought his own subordinates. Orochimaru-sama, Naruto said, keeping his voice calm and even. An S-rank missing nin, walking right up to Konoha's border without so much as a disguise. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by Hokage-sama? For Orochimaru, who had lived in Konoha since childhood, Konoha's barrier was no different from a sieve. As long as he wished, he could come and go freely throughout the entire Konoha. Let alone being at the Konoha border, even going to Hokage Rock wouldn't be an issue. Whether he could return in one piece afterward was another matter. You're late. Orochimaru waved a hand to silence his own men, his voice a low, distinct husky voice. He ignored the jab. Where is Danzo? Tell him to come see me. Why is this Root ninja talking so much? Orochimaru wondered, a flicker of annoyance in his gaze. As his eyes roamed around, this doesn't seem like a trap and I made sure to only give 1 hour notice, after checking with Kabuto for Root and Umbu movements. Danzo-sama has more important matters to attend to, Naruto replied flatly. From now on, I will be your point of contact. A hint of killing intent flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. He was one of the legendary Sannin, the leader of his own hidden village, a man whose name was feared across the nations. He had worked directly with Danzo even from within Root. Who was this boy to speak for him? Just you. Orochimaru's voice instantly turned cold, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. A terrifying killing intent instantly permeated the entire forest. Orochimaru's strength wasn't something a third-rate character from Kyuzagakure could even fathom. Even Mui, recognized as the strongest in the land of grass, was leagues behind Orochimaru. His aura alone was greater than that of an entire village. What does that old fool want? Orochimaru demanded. I cannot stand by if you speak disrespectfully to Dan-sama. That applies even to you. Even Orochimaru's subordinates trembled under his killing intent, which wasn't even directed at them. Yet, Naruto, facing the killing intent directly, wasn't bothered by it. Instead, he even issued a warning, I hope there won't be a next time. He paused, letting the silence hang in the air. And a suggestion, Orochimaru-sama. This is Konoha. It would be wise to restrain yourself. Releasing your killing intent so carelessly might attract the Umbu, and they report directly to the Hokage-sama. That could become troublesome. Interesting. Orochimaru's lips curved into a predatory smile. He withdrew his aura, studying the masked boy with a newfound curiosity. The killing intent had been a test. If the boy had shown the slightest fear, he would be a corpse on the forest floor, and Orochimaru would simply have told Danzo his messenger was disrespectful. Not everyone earned the right to speak to him as an equal. Where did Danzo find this one? He must be one of Root's prized prospects, like Toruna Barame once was. A familiar pang of envy struck him. Konoha is truly blessed, with an endless supply of geniuses. I've scoured the 5 great nations and found only a handful of decent candidates. He gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod. You pass. For now. His golden eyes fixed on Naruto. Speak, what does Danzo want? Naruto's posture remained rigid, his voice devoid of emotion. Everything I am about to say is the will of Danzo-sama. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 70, Chapter 70. So, Danzo wants my research. At Naruto's words, Orochimaru's faint smile didn't falter, but a cold shadow seemed to fall over his features, as he stopped himself from going on rampage. How could he possibly know? My work on the impure world reincarnation, the breakthrough was recent. Naruto had stated it plainly, Danzo-sama is aware of your progress with the impure world reincarnation and requires your latest data. And he set his sights on my humble findings. Orochimaru's tongue darted out, wetting his lips. He gave his answer without hesitation. But that's impossible. What a joke, he thought. This is one of my greatest assets. Does Danzo truly believe he can just demand it? On what grounds? Is that so? Naruto sounded entirely unconcerned by the refusal. He knew it wasn't a true rejection, merely an opening bid. From his pocket, he produced a small glass bottle, dangling it casually in front of the Sannin. And what if this is part of the exchange? He asked, his voice laced with temptation. Danzo-sama was very specific. He said this is something you desire a great deal. When Orochimaru's eyes focused on the bottle's contents, a sharp hiss of breath escaped him. His golden pupils contracted into thin, vertical slits. For a moment, his usual composure fractured, his hand twitching with the urge to seize it. A faint pulse of killing intent radiated from him, and the two root ninja at Naruto's side instantly shifted, placing themselves between their charge and the Sannin, poised to react. Inside the bottle, preserved in a preservation fluid, was a single Tomo Sharingan. It was the one thing Orochimaru coveted most right now. Naruto had instructed Fu Yamanaka to retrieve it from Danzo's private collection. With his access, Root held no secrets from him. Danzo's stores were effectively his own. While others coveted the Uchiha's dojutsu, Naruto himself had little use for it. Logically, implanting a Sharingan might eventually awaken the Rinnegan in a body like his, but what was the point? He could already unleash devastating beams of energy from his eyes, blasts that were both incredibly powerful and faster than any jutsu. To Naruto, the Sharingan was something he could have, but had no real need for. Patience, Orochimaru-sama, Naruto said, tucking the bottle away. It will be yours in due time. Only when the eye was gone from his sight did Orochimaru's breathing steady. It was then that his gaze sharpened, finally recognizing the two figures beside Naruto, Fu Yamanaka, and Toru Nabarame. The two were Danzo's most trusted operatives. So, he assigned his personal guard to this boy. They're no ordinary grunts. The presence of these two only solidified Orochimaru's assessment. Naruto was a prodigy handpicked and groomed by Danzo himself. Some of his resentment toward the old warhawk began to fade, replaced by a grudging respect. Danzo-sama also wished to express his regret, Naruto continued, his tone carefully measured, regarding the matter of your arm. Orochimaru stared, in confusion. My arm? How could he possibly know? In an instant, his mind raced through possibilities. Is there a root agent inside the organization? Or was it Itaki? Dozens of theories flashed through his mind as he tried to connect the varied pieces of information, but he had too little to form a complete picture. Beneath his mask, Naruto narrowed his eyes, a knowing, fox-like smile playing at his lips. With confidence, as if reading Orochimaru's mind, he said, that's right, it's exactly as you suspect, Orochimaru-sama. Orochimaru's thoughts stalled. As I suspect? What did I? Itake. Before he could ask, Naruto spread his arms in an almost theatrical gesture of reverence. There is very little in this world, he said, his voice filled with a disturbing, zealous respect, that can be hidden from the eyes of the great Danzo-sama. He is truly omniscient and omnipotent. A fanatic, Orochimaru thought, a label clicking into place. A true believer. It wasn't unheard of for powerful shinobi to attract such followers, he had plenty of his own, but to find one so devoted within Root was rare. Omniscient and omnipotent Danzo? Phew. Naruto's next sentence almost made Orochimaru lose his composure. The arm you provided for Danzo-sama's use, he finds it quite suitable. He also asked me to inquire about Shin. How is he doing? Danzo's right arm had been given to him by Orochimaru. To gain power, Danzo had implanted first Hokage cells, but he hadn't expected them to be so overbearingly cancerous. Thus, to suppress the first Hokage cells, Danzo had used an arm covered in Sharingan. The owner of this arm was an experimental subject under Orochimaru named Shin, calling himself Shin Uchiha. This Shin possessed an extremely unique body that wouldn't reject any transplanted tissue. It was one of his most closely guarded secrets, known only to himself and the subject. Not even his right-hand man, Kabuto, was aware of it. Orochimaru's pupils constricted until his golden eyes were little more than black vertical slits. Even Shin. Once could be a coincidence. Twice was a pattern. To have so many secrets laid bare one after another threw even Orochimaru's formidable mind into disarray. He replayed every interaction, every meeting, every scrap of intelligence, searching for a link. Then, a faint memory surfaced, a tiny, insignificant detail from a past meeting with Danzo. A flash of insight connected the dots. So that's how it is. Orochimaru felt as though he had finally understood. In that moment, his perception of Danzo shifted. The man was no longer just a bitter old hawk, he was a master of shadows, deeper and more unfathomable than he had ever imagined. As expected of the darkness of the shinobi. I truly underestimated him. Danzo-sama isn't bothered by your little side projects, Naruto added smoothly. In fact, if it weren't for the arm, what comes next would be far more difficult. He paused, his voice dropping as if speaking to himself. The time is nearly ripe. Time. Orochimaru wondered. For what? To make his move for the Hokage seat? As a longtime associate, he knew that was Danzo's ultimate ambition. But to orchestrate something this elaborate, to hide his hand so completely, was it all just for the hat? It seemed disproportionate. But Naruto said no more. He had planted the seeds of doubt and awe. Saying too much would only invite questions he couldn't answer. It was better to let a mind like Orochimaru's fill in the blanks. Go on, Naruto thought with a hidden smile. I'm sure you'll come up with a far more impressive story than the truth. 1 hour later. An hour later, Naruto left with Torun and Fu in tow, the scroll containing the Impure World reincarnation data held securely in his hand. He left Orochimaru standing alone in the darkness of his hideout, lost in thought. As for the Sannin's subordinates, they would not see another sunrise. Knowing what they now knew, their master had dealt with them personally. 2 massive pythons had unhinged their jaws, swallowing the men whole before vanishing in a puff of summoning smoke, leaving no trace behind. Naruto wondered what grand conclusion Orochimaru would ultimately reach. He was honestly curious himself. After all, he thought, a flicker of amusement in his eyes, I'm the nine-tailed fox in human form. A little deception is only natural, isn't it? This rotten village really messed me up. How many times have I used that excuse to take vengeance on this village? It's still their fault. Don't they know that if a lie is told multiple times it might be taken as truth? Did they ever account for me just embodying and accepting that I could be Ninetales? Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 71, Chapter 71. In the days that followed, Naruto used his position as Danzo's prized subordinate to learn a great deal from Orochimaru. The man truly was a master of forbidden jutsu, a genius standing at the pinnacle of the ninja arts. Even a fraction of Orochimaru's knowledge was enough to turn a common shinobi into a formidable opponent. In exchange, Naruto offered up a few trivial items from Root's vast collection, a trove that even held a large portion of Hashirama's cells. It was a price he paid without a second thought. The days bled into one another. What began as Naruto's solo training soon became a group session with Neji, Rock Lee, and Sasuke. After Lee and Neji graduated, it was just the two of them. Now, their small group consisted of Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata. In one more week, they would face the Academy's graduation exam, and a new chapter of their lives would begin. It was worth noting that 3 months prior, the first of the Uchiha had finally managed to withstand a level 1 Satori induction. The 5 who passed were Izumi, Inayashi, Tekka, Yashiro, and Fugaku Uchiha. Naruto had sent Yashiro to Hojiki Castle, while Izumi and Tekka were dispatched to the Land of Snow, a desolate country in the far north. Inayashi accompanied the Minato to the Land of Demons. As for Fugaku, Naruto had other plans for him. With time, he knew more of the Uchiha would pass the test. Let's get some Ichiraku today, Naruto suggested on their way home from training. It's been too long. I'm really craving it. In all of Konoha, if there was one food Naruto loved above all others, it was Ichiraku ramen. Part of it was that the ramen was genuinely delicious, the other part was, well, due to well-known reasons. TCH. Too long. It's only been a week, hasn't it? Sasuke muttered, though he didn't argue. He wasn't particularly fond of the place, but he knew Naruto was. It's either Ichiraku or I'm cooking, Naruto said. A sudden silence fell over the three of them. It wasn't that Naruto's cooking was bad. On the contrary, having lived on his own for so long, he was surprisingly skilled in the kitchen. The silence was because no other shop in the village, aside from Ichiraku, would serve him. Sasuke's treatment wasn't much better. The Uchiha clan had never been popular, but the tragedy of their downfall had earned him a degree of sympathy. His handsome, brooding demeanor drew pity, and most villagers left him alone. Naruto was different. He was the spitting image of the fourth Hokage, and that resemblance was a curse. It made people think of his father, which made them think of the Ninetales, and then all the old bitterness would surface. Naruto-kun. Hinata began, her expression pained. She wanted to offer some comfort, but before she could find the words, her stomach let out an enormous growl. Grumble. Her face instantly flared crimson with embarrassment. Ha ha ha, come on, let's go get that ramen, Naruto laughed, smoothly changing the subject. He glanced over his shoulder with a grin. And Sasuke's treating. Why me again? Because you're loaded. After the massacre, a small portion of the Uchiha clan's assets had been transferred to Sasuke. Even a fraction was an enormous sum, making him, by far, the wealthiest of the three. As soon as they pushed through the curtain, Naruto called out their order. Uncle Ichiraku, 1 tonkotsu, 1 miso, and 1 tomato ramen. The tonkotsu was for him, the miso for Hinata, and the tomato, of course, for Sasuke. All right. Kame took his cheerful reply from behind the counter. Before long, 3 steaming bowls were placed before them. They wasted no time, digging in with gusto until a small mountain of empty bowls was stacked on the counter. Between the 3 of them, they had put away 80 bowls. Naruto had eaten 22, Sasuke managed 8, and Hinata had devoured the rest. Since they had started their turtle school martial arts training, both Naruto and Sasuke had noticed their appetites growing. It's funny, Naruto mused, in the Dragon Ball anime Krillin and Yamcha never seemed to have this problem. But here, anyone who practices it gets hungry enough to eat a horse. He figured it had something to do with shinobi having more cells and faster metabolisms. Still, even with their increased appetites, the two of them together couldn't out-eat Hinata. If anyone had the appetite of a Saiyan, it was her. As they walked through the evening streets of Konoha, Naruto broke the comfortable silence. Hey, Sasuke, Hinata, what are your dreams? To kill that man, Sasuke answered without a moment's hesitation, his voice cold. And to restore the Uchiha clan. Naruto then turned to Hinata. What about you, Hinata? Hinata twisted her fingers together, her words catching in her throat as she struggled to form a complete sentence. Right, Naruto said, nodding with perfect seriousness. I understand. Understand what? Sasuke thought, looking back and forth between them, completely lost. It was like they were having a conversation in a language he couldn't comprehend. Then, Naruto gently took Hinata's hand in his. Sasuke's eyes widened. They're holding hands, again. Hinata's face went crimson, and little wisps of steam started to rise from the top of her head. But whatever shy panic was building inside her vanished when Naruto spoke again. If I were to leave Konoha one day, he asked, his voice low and steady, would you come with me? Ha! Sasuke stared at Naruto, a frown creasing his forehead. He thought Naruto was joking, but the blonde's expression was unwavering. Sasuke answered without a second thought. Wherever you go, I'll follow. He cared little about the location, only about growing stronger and achieving his revenge. Konoha held less importance in his heart than Naruto himself. Hinata saw Sasuke make his declaration and felt a surge of anxiety. She wanted to say the same, but her throat was tight with nerves. Me too, she screamed in her heart. I want to follow Naruto-kun. She had parents and a clan, but the Hyuga were not a family bound by deep affection. The rigid hierarchy of the main and branch houses prevented any real closeness from forming. Her gentle nature made her an afterthought, even less significant than her younger sister, Hanabi. Since being stripped of her status as heir, she had become all but invisible. She didn't like her clan, not after seeing them punish Niji with the caged bird seal time and time again. Besides, if she were to marry someday, her name would become Hinata Uzumaki. Wouldn't it be natural for a wife to follow her husband? Oh, what am I thinking? The thought sent a fresh wave of heat to her face, and the steam from her head intensified. With a soft sigh, her eyes rolled back, and her body went limp. Naruto caught her just before she hit the ground, pulling her securely into his arms as she fainted, with a blissful expression on her face. He held her close, a faint smile on his lips. As she drifted into unconsciousness, he murmured softly, so quietly it was almost a thought. I've received your wish. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 72, Chapter 72. The next day at the academy, the air was thick with the nervous energy of graduation. Today's graduation exam will be on the clone jutsu, Irika announced to the class. When I call your name, please come to the front. The academy's curriculum was straightforward, focusing on just 3 fundamental ninjutsu: transformation jutsu, substitution jutsu, and clone jutsu. The graduation exam always tested one of them. Sakura Harano. As the student with the highest written scores, Sakura went first. With a focused release of chakra, an identical, illusory version of herself shimmered into existence beside her. Perfect. Irika declared with a nod. Next, Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke's clone was just as flawless. Perfect. One by one, the students were called. Soon, it was Naruto's turn. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Poof. 2 solid, tangible copies of himself appeared in the middle of the room. They weren't illusions, they were real enough to leave footprints. Irika's expression was hard to read as he looked at the 2 extra Narutos. In all their years at the academy, he and Naruto had barely spoken more than a handful of words to each other. Naruto felt the man's unresolved conflict hanging in the air, a conflict that had nothing to do with him. If he wants to treat me well, fine, Naruto thought with a shrug. If not, that's fine too. Out of professional duty, Irika gave a curt nod. Excellent. Next. Thank you, sensei, Naruto said respectfully before returning to his seat. Minutes bled into one another, and soon Irika announced the list of students who passed the exam, handing out the ninja forehead protectors. Half of the students did not pass. Even though the Ninja Academy only taught these 3 ninjutsu, a large number of students still failed. Not everyone possesses ninja talent. Even the Naruto of canon, the one who would have stolen the scroll of seals to learn the shadow clone jutsu, hadn't passed. Of course, that particular failure stemmed from the Nine-Tails chakra interference. After the graduation exam came team assignments. Teams were traditionally comprised of 3 genin, led by a jonin. A practice upheld since the Great Ninja Wars, it was a cornerstone of Konoha's military structure. Team 1. As Irika began reading the list, Hinata's hands clenched in her lap. Please let me be on Naruto-kun's team, she prayed. Her hopes were quickly dashed. The teams weren't assigned by grades, but by strategic compatibility. Team 8 was Hinata, Kiba, and Shino, a specialized reconnaissance unit. Team 10 was the traditional Inoshikacho formation. And Team 7, Irika announced, will be Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Harano, and Sasuke Uchiha. The Uchiha clan was known for its stubbornness, its members often proving uncontrollable. But a singular Uchiha? The Sharingan's natural ability to suppress tailed beasts was on par with the Uzumaki clan's legendary adamantine sealing chains. Placing Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto together certainly was to be expected, though I don't know why Danzo didn't raise much fuss over this. Naruto cast a flat gaze at Sakura, who was beaming with delight at being placed on Sasuke's team. There was a theory that Sakura Harano's family was of unusual lineage. The theory posited that after the second Hokage's death, the remaining Senjo had dispersed into the populace, adopting new identities and blending into Konoha's villagers until their clan effectively vanished. Sakura was said to carry Senjo blood, which was why Tsunade would eventually be willing to take her as a student. According to this theory, Team 7's composition would be Uchiha, Uzumaki, and Senju. Naruto had no idea how much truth there was to it. Regardless, the Senjo had indeed vanished after giving up their clan name. What a shame. Sasuke cast a look of subtle regret at Hinata. He had, if given the choice, hoped Hinata would be placed on their team. Having trained alongside Naruto, Hinata's capabilities were undeniable, and the Byakugan's unparalleled advantage in reconnaissance would have been invaluable. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Naruto was on his team, but there was an extra. His gaze shifted to the pink-haired girl in mild confusion. Sakura Harano? Who is she? Was she in our class? Smack. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the room. Everyone turned to see Hinata, her hand pressed flat against her desk. Cracks spider webbed out from her palm, and with a low groan, the wood splintered and collapsed into a pile of dust. Hinata won't turn into the violent Hinata from the limited Tsukuyomi world, will she? Naruto mused. Though that kind of Hinata would be quite exciting. The boys, meanwhile, shared a collective thought, it's over. The Hyuga clan's heiress has been infected and become Sasuke fangirl. Jonin began to filter into the classroom to collect their new squads. A woman with striking red eyes and a confident smile appeared at the door. Team 8, with me. This was Korine Yui, their Jonin leader. Hinata shot Naruto a reluctant farewell glance and left with her new team. As they left, Naruto considered their chances. This wasn't the real final exam. The Jonin leaders had their own test, one with a 2/3 failure rate. It was the true trial for becoming a genin. Logically, a team of Uzumaki, Uchiha, and Hyuga, 2 close-range fighters and a scout, made more sense than a full recon squad, but the village advisors had made their decision. One by one, the teams departed, until only Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura remained. The room fell silent, the quiet so heavy it was almost a physical presence. Sakura cleared her throat, trying to break the tension. Why do you think our sensei is running late? I hope nothing happened. Her voice trailed off. Neither boy responded. Ha ha ha, Sakura forced a laugh when no one responded, her inner thoughts a cacophony of mortification. Inner Sakura started shouting in her head, Ugh! Sasuke-kun isn't even looking at me. This is so embarrassing. It was such a good opportunity. Naruto caught Sasuke's eye. She's your problem. Sasuke's subtle eye roll was a clear reply. No way. She's annoying. You deal with her. Naruto raised an eyebrow. What if she's your future wife? Sasuke glanced at Sakura for a fraction of a second, his expression unchanging. The message was clear, too weak, and not my type. Sasuke dismissed her candidacy 3 times over, without a flicker of hesitation. How sad Sakura would be if she knew. A truly amusing thought. Just as the two were amusing themselves with their silent exchange, with a creak, the classroom door creaked open, and a man with silver hair and bored, heavy-lidded eye slipped inside. He wore a mask over the lower half of his face and looked them over slowly. Well, my first impression of you three is Dashi began, his voice a lazy drawl. He didn't get to finish. We meet again, Naruto said, his voice cutting through the quiet room. Buenai-san. Kakashi's visible eye curved into a crescent at being recognized. He raised a hand in a casual wave. Yo, not bad, kid. You have good memory. Narrator. Does Team 7 even need a Jonin sensei, or can they just run on unresolved tension and awkward silences? Why is Sakura still fangirling like the Uchiha will pay her emotional rent? Is Sasuke even aware Sakura exists, or does she rank below mildly interesting wallpaper? When did Hinata upgrade from Shy Heiress to this crushing chakra-enhanced rage machine? Why does Naruto long for tomboy Hinata from limited Tsukuyomi? Why does Sakura's family fan theory have more lore drops than her actual character development? Will Sakura ever realize she's on Team 7 to fill the useless but narratively required slot? How did Sasuke block out years of fangirl screeching without even perceiving her existence? Uchiha earplugs, silence your surroundings, and your classmates. From the clan that specializes in emotional expression, now comes auditory suppression. Are you an handsome Uchiha with many fangirls? A prodigy with no time for fangirl frequency attacks? Trapped on a team with someone whose voice could register on a seismograph? Just trying to mourn your loved ones in peace without getting dragged into romance side plots? Introducing Uchiha earplugs, the earplugs so advanced, you'll forget your classmates exists or ever existed. Features include Fangirl Scream Filter blocks 99.9% of love-struck decibels. Selective Sound Seal, hear life or death threats, not feelings. Auto Genjutsu Cancel Mode, because unsolicited conversations are a form of illusion. I didn't hear a thing. I thought we were still waiting for our third teammate. Actual Sasuke testimonial. He literally didn't hear me confess for 3 years. Everyone, probably. Order now and get a free dramatic hair flip mirror, because even in silence, you're still the main character. Warning, production currently is halted. It should resume in couple decades, depending on how long clan repopulation takes. Thank you for your patience. Find out more next time on Late Sensei, Louder Teammate, Sasuke's ultimate weapon, Uchiha earplugs. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 73, Chapter 73. The group of 4 arrived on the quiet rooftop of the Ninja Academy. Kakashi leaned against the railing, his visible eye scanning the 3 genin before him. Alright, he said, his voice calm and unhurried. Let's start with some introductions. Tell me about yourselves. He gestured vaguely. Your likes, your dislikes, dreams for the future, hobbies, anything. Silence stretched between them. Finally, Sakura raised her hand slightly. Sensei, why don't you go first? To give us an example. Me. Kakashi straightened up, placing a hand on his hip. My name is Kakashi Hatake. As for what I like and dislike, I'd rather not say. I don't really have any dreams, and my hobbies, well, I have a few interests. Nothing but his name. Inner Sakura groused. Sasuke's expression remained perfectly neutral, betraying no interest at all. It was Naruto who spoke up, his voice clear and steady. Kakashi Hatake, Jonin of Konoha, he began, his eyes fixed on their new teacher. Graduated from the academy at 5, promoted to Chunin at 6, and made Jonin by 12. He's known as the Copy Ninja, one of Konoha's top shinobi in both strength and mission completion. Naruto paused, a faint, knowing smile playing on his lips. I saw your file at Danzo's headquarters, Buenai-san. The name landed like a stone. Kakashi's posture didn't change, but a sudden tension coiled in his gut. Danzo? What is Minato-sensei's son doing mixed up with him? He's that amazing? Sakura gasped, her earlier disappointment vanishing. The dead-eyed, unmotivated man in front of her was suddenly a legend. Her eyes lit up with respect. Kakashi-sensei. A team with Sasuke-kun and an incredible sensei like this? This is perfect, she thought, beaming. Even Sasuke was taken aback, his mind racing to process the timeline. Graduated at 5, Chunin at 6. That's even faster than Itachi. He suddenly tried to get a read on Kakashi's energy, a skill he'd picked up from his martial arts training, but he doesn't feel as strong as Itachi did. Kakashi's easygoing demeanor hardened, his gaze sharpening on Naruto. Disclosing a shinobi's private information isn't a smart move, he said, his voice low and laced with a warning. Naruto's smile didn't waver. We're a team, aren't we? I'm just sharing vital intel. Sharing intel, he calls it, Kakashi thought, a flicker of grudging admiration mixing with his concern. He's sharp, just like his mother. Alright then, Kakashi said, pointing a finger at him. You're next. Me. Naruto blinked innocently. My name is Naruto. I like training, and I don't really dislike much of anything. As for people I hate, I prefer to handle them myself. He gave a mischievous grin and cracked his knuckles, the sound sharp and clean. Pop, pop. My hobby is beating up idiots, and my dream is to become a great man, just like the fourth Hokage. The fourth Hokage. Kakashi's mind drifted to his sensei, then immediately to his wife. But that rough attitude, that smile, it's just like Kushina-san. A familiar headache began to build behind his eye. He really is her son. He could only hope Naruto hadn't inherited all of her fiery temper, or his life was about to become very difficult. It was hard to say if Naruto had truly inherited Kushina's fiery temper. After all, the Naruto from before had been a menace who'd tear down people's roofs if provoked, driven by a strong desire for revenge. So barbaric. Just like the menace Naruto. Inner Sakura thought, giving an internal thumbs up. My turn, Sasuke said, his arms crossed and his voice cool. Sasuke Uchiha. I like to train and become stronger. I dislike troublesome women. His gaze flickered almost subconsciously toward Sakura. I don't have something as frivolous as a dream. I have an ambition. I will restore my clan, and... His voice dropped, turning cold as ice. I will kill a certain man. Just as I thought, Kakashi mused grimly. Sakura, however, was lost in a haze of admiration. So cool. Naruto shot a subtle glance at Sasuke. Good thing the clan wasn't really wiped out, he thought wryly. Otherwise, he'd have to dye his hair and have a few dozen kids to become the biggest stud in the ninja world, just to achieve his goal of repopulation. And last, the young lady, Kakashi said, turning his attention to Sakura. Oh, my name is Sakura Harino. She began, her cheeks flushing pink. What I like is, well, the person I like is. She peeked shyly at Sasuke, who happened to be looking back at her with a blank expression. Their eyes met. Ah! She squealed, hiding her face in her hands. Sasuke just looked bewildered. What is wrong with her? Kakashi sighed internally. For girls this age, I suppose romance is more important than ninjutsu. Naruto caught Sasuke's eye again. See, told you. She's your problem. Sasuke rolled his eyes. No chance. I can't stand weak, annoying women. Besides, her forehead is huge. Alright, that's enough of that, Kakashi said, clapping his hands together to regain their attention. Introductions are over. Starting tomorrow, we'll begin our official duties. He paused for effect. Our first mission is a survival exercise. Sasuke nodded once, then looked at Naruto. Naruto translated flatly, he's asking where? Training ground 44. Kakashi held up a hand. Meet there at 5 in the morning, and don't be late. Sasuke nodded again, then glanced at Naruto. He says, got it, Naruto reported. Kakashi waited. And waited. Isn't anyone going to ask anything, he thought, almost frustrated. But Sakura was still lost in her daze over Sasuke, while Naruto and Sasuke had resumed their silent, intense conversation, completely ignoring him. Finally, after a long, awkward silence, Naruto spoke up. Anything else, Ambuenai-san? Kakashi's shoulders slumped almost imperceptibly. Remember to bring your ninja gear, and don't eat breakfast. He tried to muster a serious, intimidating look. You'll just throw it up. But it had no effect. Also, he added, turning to Naruto with a weary sigh. From now on, you will call me Kakashi-sensei. Naruto nodded with complete seriousness. Okay, Ambuenai-san. Kakashi watched from the rooftop as the three of them walked away, rubbing his temples. These students are going to be a handful. My quiet days are over. From that brief exchange, he already had a clear picture of the team's dynamic. On paper, it was a three-person cell, but in reality, it was already fractured. Sasuke and Naruto were a unit of two, and Sakura was on the outside, completely excluded. He wasn't blind, the two boys were practically having a full conversation with their eyes, a fact lost on the infatuated girl. He thought of his own former teammates. Whenever he and Obito clashed, Rin had been there to smooth things over, with Minato-sensei guiding them all. Team 7's situation was already far more complicated. What a headache, he thought. Still, the Hokage-sama must have had his reasons for putting them together. A short distance from the academy, Naruto called out, Sasuke. Sasuke stopped, turning to face him with a questioning look. I'm coming over to your place tonight, Naruto said, his expression unusually serious. There are some things you need to know. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 74, Chapter 74. Naka Shrine. The shrine had been left to the elements for years, its stone frame covered by weeds and twisting plants. Sasuke tore a thick vine from the main gate and pushed the heavy door inward. A thick cloud of dust billowed out, catching the light as it fell. "What are we doing here?" Sasuke asked, his voice echoing slightly in the empty space. He remembered this place, the Naka Shrine, where the Uchiha clan had honored its ancestors for generations. He recalled the New Year festivals, the entire clan gathered under his father's watch. Now, it was just a dusty, forgotten hall. A single glance was enough to take in the whole room. After looking around, Sasuke spoke. "There's nothing here." Growing up in the Uchiha compound, Sasuke had come here before. As a mischievous child, he'd once even knocked over an ancestral tablet by accident, earning him a thorough thrashing from Fugaku. "There's a secret room here," Naruto said, his voice low. Sasuke looked at him as if he'd just told a terrible joke. "This is my home, the place I grew up playing in. How could I not know about a secret room here?" Ignoring his disbelief, Naruto walked to the far wall, pressed a sequence of stones, and a section of the floor slid away, revealing a dark staircase. Sasuke stared, speechless. How did I never know about this?" He had known, of course, that the clan had a secret meeting place, but he had never imagined it would be hidden here, right under the main shrine. Then again, only those who had awakened their Sharingan were permitted to attend the clan's inner councils. Even as the clan head's son, he had never been qualified. The room below was basic, similar in size to the shrine above. Scrolls lay scattered across the floor, records of Uchiha fire jutsu and internal clan documents. The clan's fan crest was carved into the walls on either side of a single stone tablet that stood in the center of the room. "Use your Sharingan," Naruto said, gesturing toward the ancient-looking stone. "Look at what's written on it." Sasuke didn't hesitate. His vision sharpened as the three tomo of his Sharingan spun into place, and he focused on the tablet. What is this?" As he focused, the dense, swirling script on the stone rearranged itself, sharpening into characters he could read. "Can you make it out?" Naruto asked. Assuming Naruto couldn't read the script himself, Sasuke began to read aloud. "Seeking stability, one god was divided into yin and yang, these opposing two acting together obtain all things in creation." "That's enough," Naruto interrupted. "The contents of that tablet have been changed. It's wrong." Sasuke stopped, his focus snapping from the ancient text to Naruto. "What do you mean, it's wrong?" Naruto patted the stone tablet. "The content has been tampered with," he continued. A storm of questions brewed in Sasuke's mind. How did Naruto know about this secret room? How did he know the tablet had been altered? But he could see from the look on Naruto's face that he wasn't ready to explain, so Sasuke held his tongue and waited. "The Uchiha are descendants of the Sage of Six Paths," Naruto said, his words dropping into the silence like stones. "This tablet was left behind by him. For the Uchiha." He paused. "Or, to be precise, for his son. The Sage of Six Paths." Sasuke thought, the name echoing in his mind like something from a children's story. What does a myth have to do with any of this? "Let me tell you a story," Naruto began. "Over 1,000 years ago, the Sage of Six Paths ended the Great Wars and founded the practice of ninju. He had two sons. His eldest, Ashura, inherited his father's body and physical energy. His second son, Indra, inherited his eyes and spiritual energy." Naruto's version of the tale was concise, though he altered one crucial detail, swapping the brothers' birth order. "No way I am letting him have chance of acting as my elder brother." Because of their different beliefs, and with a little push from someone working in the shadows, Indra and Ashura ended up on opposite sides. Their struggle continued on through their descendants. The Senju are the descendants of Ashura, and the Uchiha are the descendants of Indra. The two bloodlines have been sworn enemies ever since. That lasted until the first Hokage appeared. He ended the wars once more and stopped the fighting between the clans. He created the hidden village system, and powerful clans like the Uchiha, the Senju, and the Hyuga joined together to build the Konoha we know today. When Naruto finished, silence fell over the room again. He waited patiently, giving Sasuke time to process it all. After a long moment, Sasuke finally looked up, his dark eyes fixed on Naruto. "The Sage of Six Paths, Indra, Ashura. None of that history matters to me," he said, his voice low and steady. "What I want to know is, how do you know all of this?" "That's right," a deep voice rumbled in Naruto's mind. "The kid has a point. How do you know all this, brat?" Kurama knew the stories of the sage and his sons. But in the true history, Indra was the elder and Ashura the younger. Naruto had it backward. And yet, he spoke of events from 1,000 years ago with an unnerving certainty. Where did he learn things that are impossible to know in this era? Inside the seal, the great fox was sprawled across a ridiculously large plush cushion, a recent demand he'd made after seeing one in the outside world. Ever since Naruto had figured out how to change the scenery of his mental prison, Kurama had been making constant requests. This cushion was his current favorite, perfect for lazing about. Naruto's spiritual form, which was currently resting on Kurama's stomach, looked up at the fox with a perfectly serious expression. "Kurama, did you know you talk in your sleep?" "Ha!" Kurama's eyes widened, and he shook his head wildly. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I would never do something so undignified." "But you did," Naruto insisted earnestly. "You told me all of this after you fell asleep." Kurama stared blankly for a second. "You also told me you used to bother Shikaka just for fun," Naruto continued, pressing his advantage. "Something about that time in the desert when you dash." "Alright, stop talking." Kurama growled, covering his face with one massive paw then joining his paws together in request. "Not another word. From now on, you are forbidden from telling the other tailed beasts that I talk in my sleep." Got it. Got it. Kurama narrowed his eye. Wait a minute. He slowly lowered his paw, then shouted at Naruto. Brat, you almost tricked me again. Some of what you said, even I don't know those details. How did you find out? Haha. Naruto chuckled, a sheepish grin on his face, trying to play it off. Don't you haha me. Kurama snarled. What's so funny? Both outside in the dusty shrine and inside his own seal space, Naruto let the tension hang in the air. He looked from Sasuke's waiting face to Kurama's suspicious glare, a slow smile spreading across his own. I know all this, he said, his voice suddenly taking on a strange, ancient weight, because of a very simple reason. He met Sasuke's gaze directly. Indra, I am your elder brother, Ashura. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 75, Chapter 75. Because I am your elder brother, Indra. The sentence wouldn't leave Sasuke alone, echoing in his head until it was the only thing he could hear. You're the sage of Six Paths' eldest son, Ashura? Sasuke asked, pointing a numb finger at Naruto. When Naruto nodded, Sasuke slowly turned the finger back toward himself. And I'm the second son, Indra. Naruto nodded again, and Sasuke fell silent. An older brother from a past life. This is all a little sudden, he thought. Is he messing with me? No, he wouldn't joke about something like this. Naruto knows how sensitive the brotherly bond is for me. He looked at Naruto, a deep confusion in his eyes, and tried the word out. Ani-san. Ah, there you go. Naruto's grin was immediate and far too smug. The condescending tone was enough to snap Sasuke out of his daze, and his expression instantly reddened. The story Naruto had laid out was deceptively simple. The Uzumaki clan were descendants of Ashura, so it was only natural for Ashura's spirit to reincarnate into him. The awakening had brought back partial memories of his past life and unlocked his true chakra. From there, he had sought out his younger brother, Sasuke Uchiha, the reincarnation of Indra. It explained everything, why Naruto had called him brother at the hospital, and why his taijutsu was so powerful. It was the inheritance of the sage's body. It wasn't just Sasuke who was convinced, the nine tails sealed inside Naruto was buying it, too. No wonder I found your chakra's signature so familiar, the fox grumbled. Now that I think about it, it has the same feel as Ashura's. The logic was sound, the reasoning clear, the conclusion convincing. Like hell it is. In the original story, Naruto Uzumaki being Ashura's chakra reincarnation is accurate, but the problem is I'm not. Of course it is, Naruto thought, struggling to hide his amusement. It's half true, and that's the best kind of lie. The part about Naruto Uzumaki being Ashura's reincarnation was correct, but after transmigration, I am not his reincarnation. Naruto had no idea where the real Ashura's chakra had ended up, but it certainly wasn't inside him. As for the nine tails, Naruto had simply planted the idea in its head. Preconceived notions were powerful things. The fox expected to sense Ashura, so it did. One of main reasons for this is because Kurama has suffered a lot of beating under Naruto. What would Kurama use to comfort himself? Whether he would believe a human can easily toss him around? Or Naruto has like him, descendant of sane beings? In reality, Naruto's strength had nothing to do with the Sage of Six Paths. It came from the Turtle School and the hard-earned ki he had trained in. So, Ani-I. Sasuke started, but the word caught in his throat. He couldn't finish it. A strange, deep-seated emotion resisted the very idea of calling Naruto Ani-I-san. He didn't dislike the boy, but the title felt wrong, impossible to say. Was this, as Naruto claimed, the lingering pride of his past life as Indra? A flicker of guilt crossed his face. His brother had sought him out the moment his memories awakened, and he couldn't even bring himself to say the word. He was being awful. If it's too hard, just call me Naruto for now. Naruto's voice was gentle, and he patted Sasuke's shoulder with an expression that conveyed perfect understanding. The gesture only made Sasuke's guilt twist deeper in his gut. He silently vowed to treat Naruto better from now on. Inside, Naruto was so overjoyed he could have passed out. His expression sobered, the mischief vanishing completely. There's one last thing, he said, his voice low. The one who sowed discord between us in our past lives. He leaned in closer. According to my investigations over the years, he's still alive. Sasuke was startled. If Naruto was telling the truth, that meant this person had lived for hundreds of years, didn't it? What kind of monster is that? He hides himself extremely well, but he isn't perfect. He's left clues, Naruto continued. I've found traces of his interference in all three great ninja wars. I even suspect he had a hand in the deaths of the first and second Hokage. To establish a powerful enemy in Sasuke's mind, Naruto decided to pin everything on Black Zetsu. It made a twisted kind of sense, anyway. Hashirama Senjo, a man with unimaginable vitality, dying in his prime shortly after his battle with Madara? It was inconceivable. And Tobirama Senjo, a master of spatial ninjutsu like the Flying Thunder God, dying in a rearguard action against Kinkaku and Ginkaku? The brothers were strong, but not strong enough to guarantee a mutual kill against the second Hokage, even with the Sage of Six Paths tools. It was all too convenient. Why would Tobirama sacrifice his life at the prime of his life to protect lives of his bodyguards? Why would he make them bodyguards if he wasn't willing to use them to save his life? Regardless of whether Black Zetsu was responsible, Naruto decided to pin it on him first, to establish a powerful enemy for Sasuke. Sasuke's expression grew grim. Do you know what his objective is? The enemy was ancient and powerful, and he was so weak. He felt just as he had on the night of the massacre, utterly helpless. I don't know yet. The intel is too thin. Naruto shook his head. But I'm certain he's plotting something huge. What should I do? Sasuke asked. You just need to focus on your training and get stronger. Naruto thumped his chest, producing a dull boom. Leave the rest to me. Sasuke just stared. Because I'm too weak to be of any use. That's what you mean, isn't it? Indra, you just haven't awakened your past memories yet, Naruto said soothingly. You'll be incredibly powerful once you do. If Sasuke truly awakened Indra's memories, the first thing he'd do is grab a katana and kill me. I told you not to use mind reading on me without permission. I truly don't have the ability to read minds. Liar. They talked until the early hours of the morning. It was too late for Naruto to go home, so he stayed over in one of the Uchiha compound's many empty rooms. Lying in his own bed, Sasuke found himself glancing toward the room Naruto was using. The house finally feels a little less empty. He burrowed under his covers, gazing at the ceiling as the single word turned over and over in his mind. Brother. The next day, 5 a.m. Sakura Haruno shivered in the cold morning wind, standing alone at training ground 44. Inner Sakura was screaming. Where are they? Where in the hell are they? It wasn't until 9 a.m. that Sasuke and Naruto finally strolled into view. Sorry, Sakura, Naruto said with a grin. We got a little lost on the road of life. You don't mind, do you? And no, it's fine. Sakura forced a sweet smile, trying to keep her composure for Sasuke's sake. I just got here too. Inner Sakura was roaring. Is that your excuse for leaving a beautiful, invincible girl like me waiting in this godforsaken place since sunrise? I'm so mad. Her anger felt like a physical thing, cold and trembling. Where's Kakashi-sensei? She asked, trying to change the subject before she exploded in anger. I sacrificed my sleep and breakfast for this. Look, Naruto said, nudging his chin toward the entrance of the training ground. Speak of the devil. A white-haired figure ambled toward them, one hand raised in a lazy wave. Yo, good morning, Kakashi said. Sorry I'm late. I got lost on the road of life. Liar. Sakura finally snapped, her composure shattering. Forgetting her ladylike act completely, she jabbed a finger at them. That's the exact same excuse. You two were clearly in on it together. Sasuke casually dug a finger in his ear. She is so loud. How annoying. Dear readers and fans. For those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 76, Chapter 76. Exactly the same excuse. Hearing this, Kakashi's gaze swept back and forth between the three of them, his eyes finally settling on Naruto. You're the infamous for being late in Konoha, aren't you, sensei? Naruto quipped, a cheeky grin on his face. Kakashi sighed internally. My worst fear has come true. It wasn't that Naruto knew about his chronic lateness, the problem was that he hadn't bothered to share that information with Sakura. Yesterday, Kakashi had met with the third Hokage, who informed him that Danzo had personally tutored Naruto for a time. That detail explained a great deal. Kakashi himself had once been en route, his time within it being painful memory, one that had nearly pulled him into darkness. When it came to Danzo and his organization, few knew the truth better than he did. It's over. Sakura thought, feeling a profound sense of disappointment. My image of him is completely shattered. Sasuke-kun must be disappointed in me. What she didn't realize was that Sasuke couldn't have cared less. I have 2 bells here, Kakashi said, pulling an alarm clock from his pouch. Your mission is to take them from me before noon. Anyone who fails to get a bell by then won't get any lunch. Instead, you'll be tied to one of these posts. He gestured toward them. Since there are only 2 bells, one of you is guaranteed to fail. In other words, one of you will be eliminated and sent back to academy. Kakashi tried to build the atmosphere, but aside from a startled Sakura, Naruto and Sasuke remained completely unfazed. The bell test, a voice echoed in Naruto's mind. It was Minato, who rarely spoke. He had been away handling other matters and had only just returned, though he wouldn't be staying long. Brings back memories. Last time, it was Obito who ended up tied to the post. It feels like only yesterday. A faint sense of nostalgia colored his thoughts. Kakashi continued, his visible eye crinkling into a smile. You can use shuriken, kunao, whatever you like. In fact, you won't stand a chance of getting these bells unless you come at me with the intent to kill. Hearing this, Naruto shot him a sideways glance. Is he serious? If he can take one serious punch from me and not die, I would admit defeat. Unfortunately, Kakashi couldn't read minds. Ready? He asked, pressing the switch on the alarm clock. Begin. As the word left his lips, Sakura immediately vanished, diving into the nearby forest to find cover. Naruto and Sasuke, however, didn't move an inch. They seemed pretty confident in their strength, Kakashi observed, his gaze flickering between them. He lazily pulled a familiar orange book Ika Paradise from his waist pouch and began to flip through it. Still, I am a jonin. I might as well play along with them. Though he appeared nonchalant, his attention was fixed squarely on Naruto. If I'm not careful, I could actually die. Hokage's warning echoed in his mind. Hokage-sanbu may have been a sieve when it came to Danzo's secrets, but Danzo's route was just as transparent to Hokage. Danzo might have thought he could hide the fact that Naruto was capable of using the Nine-Tails chakra, but the old man knew everything. So, Kakashi wondered, what kind of surprise will my sensei's son have for me? You might want to be careful, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto's voice remained polite. Kakashi glanced up just in time to see him begin to form hand seals. Kakashi, Konoha's famed copy ninja, could perform 4 hand seals a second. Itake's speed was even more astounding at 6 per second, allowing him to cast most ninjutsu almost instantly. Naruto's current speed was 1 hand seal every 2 seconds. At least it was an improvement over his academy days, which were reported to be 8 seconds per seal. Those seals. Having copied thousands of techniques, Kakashi recognized the jutsu instantly. Wind release, great breakthrough. A C-rank ninjutsu, Kakashi thought. Exhale a burst of wind, blow away opponents, create an opening. Basic. Not much destructive power. It was also one of the few ninjutsu Naruto could perform, even after training with Danzo for so long. Naruto was a slow learner, with little natural talent for ninjutsu and a dislike for the troublesome hand seals. But even he wasn't a complete failure, he could manage a few basic techniques. Great breakthrough ranked among the weakest wind release ninjutsu, its main feature being its wide range. It shouldn't be a problem with a bit of caution. He must be planning to use it as a distraction and then attack, Kakashi reasoned. I'll just need to watch his movements afterward. I hear his taijutsu is quite good. No sooner had the thought formed than Kakashi regretted it. The Great Breakthrough Jutsu had one crucial characteristic: the strength of the wind was directly linked to the user's chakra reserves. And Naruto's chakra reserves were, well, monstrous. A fierce hurricane erupted from Naruto's mouth. Sand and stone were instantly whipped into the air, and the roar of the wind was deafening. The gale intensified, punctuated by the sharp crack of breaking branches. Soon, stone pillars as tall as a man began to shudder and slide across the ground before being lifted into the air. Kakashi's eye widened in disbelief. He pushed off the ground, chakra flaring from his feet as he used the body flicker jutsu to try and escape Naruto's jutsu range. But it was no use, the sheer scale of the attack was too vast to dodge. Earth release, earth-style wall. Kakashi's hands flew through the seals, and he slammed his palms on the ground. A solid wall of rock erupted before him, so hastily formed that it lacked his signature doghead carvings. It didn't matter. The wall held for less than 10 seconds before it disintegrated under the relentless assault. Earth release, moving earth core. Kakashi's reaction was swift. He blurred through hand seals again. This time, instead of an earth-style wall, he chose moving earth core, a jutsu that could alter the terrain. The ground beneath his feet rapidly sank, forming a pit, and Kakashi dove inside it. A full minute passed before the jutsu finally subsided. When Kakashi climbed out of the hole, he could only stare at the devastation. Trees thick enough that Akimichi ninjas would have difficulty wrapping arms around it had been completely uprooted. Huge boulders were scattered across the landscape like pebbles. The entire surface of Training Ground 44 had been churned and overturned. How was that wind release great breakthrough? Kakashi thought, stunned. That was a typhoon breakthrough. A C-rank ninjutsu had been unleashed with the force of an A rank, if not higher. Hokage's parting words resurfaced in his mind with chilling clarity. If I'm not careful, I could actually die. As expected of you, Hokage-sama. Hidden in the trees, Sakura was utterly bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What am I even supposed to do? Is that really my teammate? Naruto, Sasuke said, standing beside him with a look of mild annoyance. We agreed I would go first. What if you'd killed him? My bad, Sasuke, Naruto said, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. I got a little carried away. I just mastered that ninjutsu and wanted to try it out. Besides, Kakashi-sensei isn't hurt. The rest of the time is all yours, Seisa. Don't call me that. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 77, Chapter 77. My precious book. Kakashi shouted in sorrow. Switch. Naruto and Sasuke clapped hands in a swift, practiced motion. As Naruto stepped back, Sasuke moved to take his place. Still recovering from the force of Naruto's jutsu, Kakashi finally set aside his casual demeanor. He grimaced, tucking away the tattered remains of his Ika paradise. Only the cover had survived. He sighed as he thought, well, there goes my 1S rank mission income for my collector's edition. He decided to give Sasuke his full attention. Surely Sasuke doesn't possess Naruto's level of strength, he thought. Don't worry, Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke isn't as strong as me, and he can't use the ninjutsu I just did, Naruto explained. Sasuke's chakra affinities were primarily lightning and fire, meaning he knew little, if anything, about wind release. That ninjutsu just now really drained a lot of chakra. It only took about 1% of my reserves, but it's already back, though. A vein throbbed in Kakashi's temple. He's right, I'm not as strong as him, and I don't know any wind release. Sasuke admitted it freely. After all their time training together, Naruto was the person he admired most in the village. Few saw Konoha in the pre-dawn hours, at 4 in the morning. Naruto saw it almost every day. His almost maniacal training regimen had left a deep impression on Sasuke. Looking at Kakashi, Sasuke slowly opened a scroll from his ninja pouch. But, sensei, if you underestimate me because of that. When did I ever say I was underestimating you? Kakashi thought wearily. With a soft puff of white smoke, a tanto appeared in Sasuke's hand. He'd absorbed much of the kenjutsu and taijutsu Naruto had shared from his own training, supplementing it with techniques from other sources. He was more than ready. You're going to be in for a surprise, Sasuke finished. The next instant, he vanished, closing the distance to Kakashi with incredible speed. Kids these days just don't know how to listen, Kakashi sighed internally. He drew a kunai from his hip pouch, disappearing from his spot just as Sasuke's blade sliced through the air where he'd been standing. Shing, clang, clang. A rapid series of ringing clashes filled the air, the sharp sound of a tanto against a kunai. The two were locked in a high-speed exchange of taijutsu, or rather specifically kenjutsu, their movements almost too fast to follow. The attacks were pure Konoha-style kenjutsu, executed with a precision that felt unervingly familiar to Kakashi. It was the same style he had mastered as a boy, the same art that had made him a kenjutsu specialist before he was even a jonin. That was before the mission at Kanabi Bridge, before he'd lost an eye and inherited a friend's Sharingan. He'd largely abandoned his proudest skill to focus on ninjutsu, forced to compensate for the constant chakra drain from an eye he couldn't turn off. The guilt from that time, compounded by the tragedy of having to kill his teammate Rin due to Kirigakure, had sent him into a spiral. The former genius had let himself become a slacker who hid behind smut novels. Even so, his foundation remained. After another sharp clash, they broke apart, each retreating to a different side with a silent, mutual understanding. "You're strong," Sasuke said, his chest heaving slightly. "You're the one who's strong," Kakashi thought, genuinely impressed. The technique was flawless. If it weren't for the boy's lack of real combat experience, he might have already been in trouble. Looking at Sasuke, poised with the tanto, Kakashi felt a flicker of recognition. He saw a younger version of himself, just as skilled, just as far ahead of his peers, just as, well, handsome. What just happened? Sakura thought, her eyes wide. Her vision couldn't keep up with their movements at all, but she wasn't foolish. He's keeping up with Kakashi-sensei. Amazing, Sasuke-kun. Naruto, however, had seen it all. He frowned, noticing that Sasuke had been at a slight disadvantage in that exchange. But it was just a warm-up, neither of them was fighting seriously yet. Again. A rare, fierce excitement lit up Sasuke's face. He was holding his own against a jonin. So this is how strong I'd become, he realized, a surge of confidence rushing through him. For a fleeting moment, he felt invincible, like something had ignited within him. "Itaki, you're next." But the truth was, Kakashi was holding back. He wasn't just a kenjutsu specialist anymore. Ninjutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu, summoning, sealing, he was a master of versatility, renowned as the copy ninja for his ability to counter thousands of jutsu. His only real check on his power was his notoriously low chakra reserve, a constant drain he had to manage in every fight. For now, he was content to meet Sasuke purely on the grounds of physical combat. The air filled again with the sound of clashing steel. In the space of a few breaths, they exchanged dozens of blows. Sasuke's offense was a relentless tide, one attack flowing into the next, but Kakashi's speed was always a fraction faster, allowing him to parry every strike. Finding himself unable to break through, Sasuke decided to get serious. Dance of the Crescent Moon. His form flickered, splitting into three. Three Sasukes descended on Kakashi, from the left, the right, and above, all moving at incredible speeds. Kakashi's eyes widened, a flicker of shock crossing his face as he faced the true force of Sasuke's attack. Are Academy students this ferocious these days, he wondered. Kakashi was far from unfamiliar with the Dance of the Crescent Moon, in fact, he knew it quite well. Some of his Umbu teammates knew this technique. This was the pinnacle of Konoha-style kenjutsu. 3 figures, moving as one. A flawless, versatile kenjutsu. But this was far beyond what a new genin should be capable of. Sasuke's speed was even greater than that of the Umbu he'd known. Done holding back, Kakashi raised his hand and slid his forehead protector up, revealing the left eye beneath it. 3 black tomos spun to life within the crimson iris. With the dynamic vision of the Sharingan, Sasuke's movements seemed to slow to a crawl in Kakashi's perception. "I see it." The moment Sasuke saw that eye, however, he faltered. The sight of it struck him like a physical blow, and his fluid movements stuttered. A Sharingan. Why does Kakashi-sensei have the Uchiha clan Sharingan? The question swirled in his mind, and that brief moment of distraction was all Kakashi needed. He sidestepped the attack with ease, the 3 images of Sasuke sweeping past him. From the sidelines, Naruto's frown deepened. I never told him about Kakashi's eye, Naruto thought, his brow furrowed in frustration. I wanted them on equal footing. A test was only fair if both sides had the same information. On a real battlefield, a moment of hesitation like that would have been fatal. He couldn't stay silent any longer. Naruto couldn't hold back a sharp reprimand. "Sasuke, what are you doing?" Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 78, Chapter 78. Sasuke gripped the large weapon he had just unsealed. "A ninja has to stay calm, no matter the situation," Naruto said, his voice sharp. "And you're completely disqualified on that front. You really let me down." Naruto's words brought Sasuke sharply back to reality. He's right, Sasuke thought, his own anger rising to meet his shame. Kakashi-sensei didn't even use a genjutsu. He just showed his Sharingan, and I froze. If he had actually used a proper technique, would I have just collapsed? All that training, for what? "If you lose this," Naruto's voice turned cold, "we're doing super intense training when we get back." The words alone made Sasuke flinch. The last time he'd heard that phrase was, well, the last time. It was a memory he fought to keep buried. What's so great about his Sharingan? Sasuke's frustration burned away his hesitation. "I have 2 of them." A flash of crimson bled into his eyes, 3 black tomos swirling into focus, a perfect mirror of Kakashi's. He refused to disappoint Naruto. And more than that, he refused to go through that training again. It might actually kill him. What the? Now it was Kakashi's turn to be stunned. He stared at Sasuke's eyes, his own widening in disbelief. It wasn't a 1-tomo or a 2-tomo Sharingan. It was a fully matured 3-tomo Sharingan, identical to his own. It had awakened during that last session of super intense training. A 12-year-old with a 3-tomo Sharingan, whose taijutsu was already on par with a Jonin's before activating it. The word talented wasn't enough anymore. Kakashi couldn't find the words to describe what he was feeling. First Naruto, now Sasuke. How were his students this powerful? However, his shock wasn't over yet. Sasuke began taking off his clothes. It wasn't sexy jutsu, of course, but this would definitely have similar effect on Sakura. Thud. He tossed it backward, and it landed on the ground with enough force to kick up a cloud of dust. Kakashi's sharp eyes immediately recognized this as the same training method Guy used, weighted training. Judging by the small crater the shirt left, the weights were incredibly heavy. It was a hand-me-down set from Naruto, of course. Sasuke was growing fast, just not quite as fast as Naruto, so he was still using the leftovers. Then, Sasuke started taking off his pants. No, it still wasn't the sexy jutsu. Those had weights sewn into them as well. Next came the socks, the wristbands, and even the Konoha headband tied to his forehead. Just how much weight is he carrying? A bead of sweat trickled down the back of Kakashi's neck. Kids these days are not cute at all. What was he supposed to do? The pressure was immense. If he couldn't beat him now, how embarrassing would that be? If Naruto weren't standing over there, glaring at him, Kakashi might have just snuck up and knocked Sasuke out to teach him a lesson about the complicated adult world. As for Sakura, she had already dashed out from her hiding spot when Sasuke took his shirt off. The moment his pants came off, she collapsed with a spectacular nosebleed, a look of pure bliss on her face. She passed out before she could see that he was wearing a second pair of shorts underneath. It seemed that Team 7, much like Guy's team often did, had completely forgotten their objective. Bells? What bells? They had no longer cared what the test was. Or perhaps, one of them still remembered. On Naruto's right hand, held casually behind his back, a pair of silver bells glinted in the sunlight. Kakashi hadn't even noticed they were gone from his waist. Ha, my body feels so much lighter. Sasuke, having shed all his weights, stretched a few times, making cracking sounds like popping firecrackers, and sighed contentedly. Are you ready? Though it was a question, it carried no hint of genuine inquiry. He continued, pulling a scroll from his ninja tool pouch. A new weapon. Kakashi-sensei. As white smoke billowed from the unfurled scroll, Sasuke shot forward like an arrow. So fast. The 3-tomo in Kakashi's left eye spun wildly as he raised a kunai to defend. Both of them had revealed their trump cards. It was time for a real fight. Sasuke's speed had more than doubled, and Kakashi, who had held a clear advantage before, now found himself struggling to keep up. In an instant, Sasuke was right in front of him. If not for his own Sharingan, Kakashi's eyes would have never been able to track the movement. His attack is still too direct, Kakashi thought, moving to parry with his kunai. As Guy's eternal rival, he understood the effects of weighted training well. When the weights came off, speed increased dramatically, but strength shouldn't receive the same boost. With his Sharingan's predictive abilities, Kakashi was least worried about speed-focused opponents. It was a good thing his opponent wasn't Naruto, who would have gleefully demonstrated what an acceleration-boosted attack really felt like. The advantage now was. Clang! The moment his kunai met Sasuke's weapon, Kakashi knew he'd made a mistake. His entire right arm went numb, and a searing pain shot through his wrist. How did his strength increase so much, he thought frantically. And what the hell is that thing? It has so many spikes. He had no time to think. Sasuke's second attack was already coming. A whistling sound cut through the air, and Kakashi instinctively dodged to the side, not daring to block again. Sasuke wouldn't let an opening like that go to waste. He pressed his advantage, his superior speed allowing him to close the distance instantly. Then, their eyes met. Genjutsu, Sharingan. Sasuke froze, his body going rigid for a fraction of a second. It was all the time Kakashi needed to slip out of his attack range. From the sidelines, Naruto frowned. A 3-tomo Sharingan falling for a Genjutsu from another 3-tomo Sharingan? Even if Kakashi's already had the Mangekyo, it was still an embarrassing display. It was a shame he couldn't use Genjutsu himself, or he'd be giving Sasuke a serious lesson in how to counter it. The illusion broke, and Sasuke, realizing what had happened, immediately gave chase. His face was flushed crimson, the whether from anger or shame, it was hard to tell. Earth release, earth flow river. Kakashi quickly formed hand signs, enduring the throb in his right hand. The ground beneath Sasuke's feet churned into a muddy swamp, trapping him and slowing his pursuit. Only then did Kakashi get a clear look at Sasuke's weapon. He was wielding a massive, brutal-looking spiked club. I just got hit by that. Kakashi thought, completely bewildered. What happened to the elegant sword style? Where's your dance of the crescent moon? Why are you using this thing? The spiked club had been a gift from Naruto. When Naruto had first suggested it, Sasuke had refused outright. He wasn't some brute who would swing a club just because Naruto told him to. Besides, the weapon was just plain ugly. But after trying it once, he had to admit, this weapon was incredibly useful. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 79, Chapter 79. The spar had dragged on since morning, and by the time afternoon settled over the training ground, Kakashi had finally won. He defeated Sasuke by relying on his immense combat experience, but the victory had cost him. Leaning against a tree, Kakashi looked completely spent, his breathing ragged. It was always the same with him. The moment he activated his Sharingan, his limited chakra reserves began to burn away, leaving him drained regardless of his opponent's strength. In contrast, Sasuke, the loser, was unharmed. He stood off to the side with his hands stuffed in his pockets, his expression sullen. He had the speed and the strength to overwhelm Kakashi, but he lacked the instincts of a seasoned shinobi. Against an all-rounder like Kakashi, that gap in experience was everything. He was simply outmatched. Kakashi-sensei, did we pass? Naruto asked cheerfully. If not, we can go again tomorrow. Kakashi, who looked half dead, clearly just wanted to rest. He managed a weak wave at Naruto, followed by a thumbs up. Absolutely not. Tomorrow, I'm sleeping in, he thought, clearly relieved. He said we passed. Naruto announced, then turned back to his sensei with a grin. But I have to say, Kakashi-sensei, as your student, you should really cut back on those perverted books. Look how exhausted you are. His smile faded as his gaze shifted to Sasuke. Sasuke. Naruto's voice took on a sharper edge. Sasuke stood obediently before Naruto, head bowed and silent, his gaze fixed on his toes. He looked like a student caught red-handed, awaiting his teacher's judgment. I won't say much about taijutsu here, Naruto began, his voice low and serious. I trust you've already figured out what you did wrong there. He paused. As for ninjutsu, well, you didn't use a single one. Naruto had taught Sasuke all the ninjutsu he'd learned en route in Hoshiki Castle. Even if Sasuke didn't command as wide a range of techniques as Kakashi, he certainly possessed enough annoying tricks to vex most opponents. Did you think you could defeat a jonin with taijutsu alone? Did you really think you were that good? Naruto's tone sharpened. Well, could you? No, you couldn't. He paused, letting the words sink in. He did well, all things considered, Naruto thought. Sasuke's already more impressive than Kakashi was at 12, but Kakashi held back. If this were a real fight, he would have opened with his Chidori and it would have been over in minutes. The experience gap is just too wide. Fortunately, Kakashi had aimed to gauge Sasuke's true strength, which led to a prolonged war of attrition focused solely on stamina. For Kakashi to engage in a taijutsu-only battle of attrition with Sasuke, against the turtle school style? No wonder he's so worn out. After all, the Kakashi who had spent years in a state of decadence was no longer the brilliant sword-fighting genius he once was. Naruto continued his lecture, a special point of criticism here. When your taijutsu is restricted, what should you do? Use ninjutsu. Do I still need to teach you something so basic? To only use taijutsu against Kakashi was a severe underestimation. Despite Kakashi's current drained appearance, if truly pushed, he could still last for hours. This was the man, after all, who constantly claimed to have low chakra while simultaneously unleashing Chidori. Moreover, Kakashi also knew the 8 gates, even if he could only open 1 or 2. And your genjutsu, he added. You have the Sharingan, yet your resistance is pathetic. You're only using it for its predictive sight and to copy moves, but you're completely ignoring its greatest strengths. And don't even get me started on how many times you got distracted during the fight. The only reason you're not on the ground is because Kakashi went easy on you. Naruto was baffled by Sasuke's distractions against Kakashi. It only confirmed that Kakashi had gone incredibly easy on him. In summary, Sasuke possessed the strength of a jonin, but not yet the mindset. As he was about to continue his lecture, another voice cut in. Naruto, why are you being so mean to him? Sakura marched forward, hands on her hips. Her words came out in a rush. Kakashi-sensei is a jonin. Of course Sasuke-kun couldn't beat him. He was clearly trying his best. Do you have any idea how hard he trains? She jabbed a finger at him. Someone like you, with no family to teach you any manners, wouldn't get it. Shut up, stupid woman. Sakura's tirade was cut off abruptly before she could finish. The one who interrupted her was none other than Sasuke, the very person she was defending. His face was stern, his eyes cold as he stared at her. The almost murderous gaze frightened Sakura to her core and made her shrink back. Congratulations to Sakura, she had successfully hit Sasuke's raw nerve. Sasuke's voice was dangerously low. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to interfere in our business? Though Sasuke didn't voice it, his respect for Naruto ran deep. Naruto could scold him twice as harshly, and Sasuke would still stand there obediently, listening. His current strength, comparable even to Kakashi's, had been taught entirely by Naruto. Moreover, during Sasuke's most helpless and confused period, it was Naruto who had stayed by his side, forging a bond that went beyond words. And Naruto's words last night, Indra, I am your brother Ashura, had shattered the final walls around his heart. How much did Sasuke, who believed he had lost his parents and clan, yearn for family affection? The colder his exterior, the more intensely he yearned within. For Sakura to step in and scold Naruto at this moment was pure foolishness, an act of asking for trouble. You're annoying, Sasuke finished, turning away from her. Idiot, Naruto thought, shaking his head in disapproval. Sakura had done absolutely nothing throughout the entire process. Wouldn't it have been better for her to just quietly cheer from the sidelines? What was this arrogant attitude for? Did she truly believe she could remain useless and then demand attention the moment she felt like helping? He had no romantic feelings for her. Why was she acting so self-righteous? But, aren't we teammates? Sakura stammered, flustered. Had anyone else said it, she would have retorted instantly, but it was Sasuke. Naruto's eyes widened, a look of genuine disbelief on his face. Teammates? He asked, his voice flat. When did you get an idea like that? You need to wake up. No one here considers you part of the team. Kakashi, watching the exchange, tried to stand, but he was utterly out of strength. This is what's most concerning issue with the team, he thought to himself. Naruto was right. They simply don't consider Sakura a teammate. Would lions befriend rabbits? In the days that followed, Kakashi led them on several D-rank missions, hoping the work would build some camaraderie. It didn't. Their dynamic remained cold, with Naruto and Sasuke consistently excluding Sakura. Kakashi didn't know how to fix it, he was never good at that sort of thing, which was part of why he'd become so withdrawn himself. If he were stronger, maybe he could force them to cooperate. But the reality was, he could barely manage a draw against Sasuke. And as for Naruto, the third Hokage had told him Naruto could already use the Ninetales power. Kakashi couldn't help but picture his teacher's wife, her fiery red hair blazing with chakra. How could he possibly fight something like that? His head throbbed. Another week passed. Feeling that things couldn't go on as they were, Kakashi decided to confront the issue head-on. Naruto. You can't undertake missions if you can't function as a three-person team, he started. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto interrupted smoothly, the academy teachers assign genin teams based on academic scores, correct? Since it's essentially random, it's inevitable that some teams won't be compatible. You of all people should know what happens when a team is divided. He met Kakashi's gaze without flinching. Her abilities don't fit with ours. The gap is too vast. If she stays on Team 7, she'll only hold me and Sasuke back. Naruto was speaking the truth. Genin team assignments upon graduation were not fixed for life, they were constantly adjusted based on compatibility and complementary abilities. Many prodigies in Konoha had changed teammates more than once. Kakashi himself had changed teammates several times after graduating at 5, only settling down after meeting Obito and Rin. But Naruto, Kakashi countered, only 9 genin graduated this year. Unless you're both willing to wait for next year's class, you can't form a two-man squad. That's what I was waiting to hear, Naruto thought. Don't worry, he said aloud. Grandpa Danzo has already arranged a new teammate for us. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 80, Chapter 80. Root, do you mean Dash? Wait, Grandpa Danzo. The suggestion gave Kakashi pause. Officially, only 9 genin had graduated from the academy this year, but that count never included Danzo's root. The organization's recruitment was a complex affair. Some operatives were sourced from the major clans, while others were indoctrinated from childhood. Were their root ninja the same age as Naruto and Sasuke? Absolutely. Even if there hadn't been before, Kakashi was certain Danzo would create them for an opportunity like this. He didn't pretend to understand Danzo completely, but he knew the man's nature well enough. The old councilman's obsession with power was boundless, and he had no doubt Danzo would leap at the chance to place one of his own on Naruto's team. Kakashi thought of his former teammate from Root, Kino or Tenzo, while Kakashi was leading their Umbu squad, and Yamato, as he was known now. Yamato was an excellent shinobi who had since been brought into the third Hokage's personal Umbu detail. With himself as the Jonin leader, he could probably manage the situation. It shouldn't be a problem. A rare smile spread across Danzo's face as he read the message from Naruto, smoothing the deep-set wrinkles around his eyes. Ever since the boy's graduation, Danzo had worried that Hiruzen would try to win him back over. The old fox had a habit of poaching Root's most promising shinobi for the Umbu, filling their heads with talk of longing for the light and living in the sun to pry them away from their true purpose of effectively serving Root and nourishing Konoha. He'd done it before with Kino, a ninja Danzo had held in high regard. He had been preparing to entrust Kino with greater responsibilities, but after a few missions alongside Kakashi, the boy was gone. What is the real difference between Umbu and Root, anyway? Danzo mused. They both serve the village from the shadows. The only distinction is who they answer to. Since Kino's defection, Danzo had remained wary of Hiruzen, always watching for another attempt to steal his assets. But now, it seemed his patience was paying off. So, the time I invested in him wasn't wasted after all, he thought, a grim satisfaction settling in. The Ninetales Jinchuriki is finally leaning my way, and I have the perfect operative to join his team. Danzo waved a hand, and a masked figure appeared before him in a whisper of movement. Danzo-sama. The operative's codename was Tori. After Fu and Toron, Tori was Root's strongest asset, with a mastery of fire release that could rival a resurrected Uchiha's, so much so that even a resurrected Uchiha clan member might struggle to surpass her. Tori, Danzo said, his voice a dry rasp. Tomorrow, you will take Shin to the Jinchuriki's team. Their Jonin leader is Kakashi. You're familiar with him. Shin was one of Root's rising stars, a gifted sensor with considerable combat ability. She was perfectly suited for infiltrating Team 7. Tori bowed. Yes, Danzo-sama. Danzo paused, his mind already turning to his next move. His hand went to his knee, subconsciously rubbing his knee, as he stroked the head of his cane. Call Fu, he continued. He will accompany me to the Hokage's office. I will speak with Hiruzen personally. Yes, Danzo-sama, Tori replied calmly. As Tori vanished, Danzo rose and walked with a slight tremor toward the highest point of the root base. It was the place closest to the surface, where thin beams of sunlight pierced the earth above, striping the ground with light. One such beam fell across the left side of his face, leaving the right half cloaked in the familiar darkness of his domain. He stood on the precipice between two worlds. Soon, he thought, closing his eyes and savoring the faint warmth on his skin. The day I become Hokage is fast approaching. It won't be long before I can stand fully in the light. Everything is within my grasp. The duration of Danzo and the third Hokage's conversation lasted hours, but the outcome was a compromise. The Hokage agreed to let Danzo add a root member to Team 7, but he refused to remove Sakura Haruno. His stated reason was that only 9 students from the Ninja Academy had been promoted to Genin, and removing even one would disrupt the carefully balanced team assignments. But Naruto saw the truth. The Hokage had his reasons for protecting Sakura. Her own abilities were irrelevant, the key was her family. Her father, while not a powerful shinobi, was a staunch Sarutobi loyalist with a distant connection to the Senju clan no matter how small. Ever since Senju clan dissolved into the village, Hiruzen kept a vigilant eye on all of them, making sure all their shinobi members support him. After all, no matter how small, there still exists a chance of second Hashirama Senju being born from remnants. This year's Genin team assignments in Konoha were notably different from previous years. They were clear political play. Asuma's squad consisted of Shikamaru Nara, Ino Yamanaka, and Koji Akinichi. All 3 were children of clan heads, destined to inherit their respective clans, perfectly forming the new Inoshikacho formation. Their Jonin leader, Asuma, was Hiruzen's second son, clearly a move by the Hokage to pave the way for his own child. Looking at Team 8, led by Asuma's girlfriend Kurane Yui, it comprised Hinata Hayaga, Kiba Inyazuka, and Shino Abarame, again, the eldest children of 3 major clans. Kurane Yui was a newly promoted Jonin. Ordinarily, she wouldn't be assigned such a prestigious combination of students. Yet, she became the sensei to 3 clan heirs. Another reason for this was her father Shinka Yui was also from Sarutobi's faction. And then there was Team 7, the last Uchiha, the Uzumaki orphan, and the only daughter of a staunch supporter of Hiruzen's faction. Why specifically Sakura? Did it even need to be said? Whether Konoha truly flourished under the third Hokage's leadership was debatable, but the Sarutobi clan certainly grew exceptionally strong under his guidance. On the surface, the Hayaga clan was Konoha's foremost noble family, but in reality, the Sarutobi clan was the true power behind the village. The Hokage still had some cunning left in him, far more than Danzo, who only ever schemed from the shadows. This entire affair had been a test. On the surface, Danzo was interfering with team placements. In reality, Naruto had used Danzo to probe the Hokage's bottom line. The result was inconclusive. A 4-man cell was unprecedented. In the past, the so-called god of shinobi would have never allowed it. But now, he had yielded. To Naruto, anything less than an outright refusal was a concession. The third Hokage was old. Naruto patted his stomach, a sly grin on his face. He focused inward, speaking to the presence in his seal. "Hey, Kurama. You want to go out? Go out." Kurama's voice rumbled back, laced with confusion. He eyed the projection of Naruto in his mindscape. "What are you planning now?" Kurama's gaze narrowed with suspicion. Was the boy trying to trick him? Let him out just to have an excuse to beat him down again? The kid was full of tricks. "I mean, we could use a shadow clone," Naruto explained. "Go find the other tailed beasts." He leaned into the temptation, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "We could even wreak a little havoc on Konoha." "All right." Kurama's many tails thrashed in excitement, his teeth bared in a feral grin. The thought of smashing up the village he despised was an intoxicating one. "So, you'll dash?" Naruto began. "No." Kurama snarled, shutting him down instantly. "Trying to trick me into a deal? Not a chance." Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 81, Chapter 81. The rain had passed, leaving the air clean and the sky clear. For Sasuke, it felt like a weight had been lifted, and his strength had returned with the sun. They were in training ground 44. "So, Sasuke," Naruto said, nudging him with an elbow, "any requirements for the new teammate?" Sasuke, appearing utterly calm, replied tersely, "Just as long as they don't hold us back." Nearby, Kakashi leaned against a tree, lazily flipping through his copy of Ika Ika Paradise while stealing glances toward the edge of the forest. "I wonder who will Danzo send," he thought. It wasn't long before a figure in Root uniform Tori appeared, escorting a ninja who wore the blank, white mask of Root Shinobi Shin. Tori nodded once to Kakashi. After Kakashi acknowledged him, Tori flickered in a swirl of leaves, the whole exchange happening without a single word. His gaze had only paused for a moment on Naruto, then lingered for half a second on Sasuke before he disappeared, leaving the new Team 7 member behind. Once he was sure Tori was gone, Kakashi let out a quiet sigh of relief. Ever since the incident with Tenzo, his relationship with Danzo had been strained at best. Fortunately, Kakashi was still under Hiruzen's protection and his elite Jonin, otherwise Danzo would have already tried to abduct him into Root. "You can introduce yourself," he said to the newcomer. The Root ninja reached up and slowly removed her mask. The moment the face underneath was revealed, even Sasuke found himself staring. What beautiful eyes! She had shoulder-length black hair and delicate features. The most striking feature, however, was a pair of vivid red eyes. "Root ninja, codename Shin," Karen said, her voice clear. "You can also call me Karen." She then bowed cheerfully to the 4 of them, a bright smile on her face. "It's nice to meet you all. I hope we get along." Unlike the cold, detached demeanor of every other Root member he had ever met, Karen was full of energy. Her smile, paired with those ruby red eyes, was surprisingly genuine. More than that, it held a faint, almost startling resemblance to the 4th Hokage. Even Kakashi was stunned for a moment. This was the first time he had seen Root Shinobi acting normal. Is she sent for seduction? Then, in a blind spot where the others couldn't see, Karen stuck her tongue out at Naruto. The new member of Team 7 was indeed Karen, or more accurately, Karen Uzumaki. Her hair was dyed with a special concoction that couldn't be washed out by normal means, a necessary precaution. The vibrant red of the Uzumaki clan was too distinctive to leave uncovered. Root was no longer the organization it once was. In the past, Danzo's word had been law, but now his faction was just one of two. The other answered to Naruto. Of course, if Naruto nodded, Danzo's word still carried weight, but the balance of power had shifted. Danzo had no idea that not only had Karen infiltrated his ranks, but others had as well. Torai, for instance, an operative he would never think to suspect. The very organization he had built from the ground up had been compromised from within, and he remained completely oblivious. It was almost pathetic. Naruto would have felt some sympathy if this had happened to anyone else except Danzo. In just half a day, Karen integrated herself into Team 7 with remarkable skill and a disarming friendliness. Even Sasuke, who was notoriously difficult, and Sakura, who was often left on the sidelines, seemed to quietly accept her presence. Under her influence, the tense, fractured atmosphere of the team began to ease, the rifts starting to mend. Seduction is easy to counter at least. Sasuke hasn't experienced true culture yet and isn't interested in fairer sex. While Naruto already has Hinata, the plan is bound to fail. Though, it would be quite entertaining at least. Kakashi mused, watching her from his perch on a tree branch. He had expected a root ninja to make things worse and had been bracing for the worst. The reality was the complete opposite. Things were actually going smoothly. Kakashi knew the disposition of Root Ninja better than anyone. Though her act is surprisingly good, if I hadn't known she is from Root, I wouldn't have even suspected her, he assessed. Thankfully I do now. In future I just need to warn Naruto and Sasuke. With their maturity they would be able to handle it. Smart plan though, using seduction to control last Uchiha and Jinchuriki. Both are high-value targets. If even one works it would have massive returns. Exactly like something Danzo would do. Karen, or Shin or whatever your name is, Sasuke said coolly, his hands in his pockets as he approached where she was laughing with Sakura. Fight me. I need to see your strength. If you're weak, you can leave. There he goes again, Naruto thought, shaking his head slightly. What Sasuke truly meant was, let me see if you're worthy of standing with us. And by us, he certainly didn't mean Sakura. After holding his own in a fight with Kakashi, Sasuke's confidence had soared. He felt untouchable. Naruto's lecture had only convinced him to be cautious against Jonin. Anyone below that, he was sure he could defeat. As for ninja his own age, he was convinced no one besides Naruto could match him now. It had been a long time since he'd sparred with Lee or Neji, and he felt he had far surpassed them. His arrogance was showing. Usually, a few good beatings were enough to bring him back to earth. The day he awakened his 3-tomo Sharingan, he had challenged Naruto and gotten thrashed for 3 days straight. The lesson in their difference in power had settled him down for a while. This time, he had once again chosen the wrong opponent. Sasuke had been trained by Naruto, but so had Karen. She also trained regularly with Satori and had sparred with other members of the Uchiha clan. She might not have the Sharingan, but her chakra reserves were several times larger than Sasuke's. Alright, Karen said, with a radiant smile. Naruto offered a silent prayer for Sasuke. Seeing that smile, Sasuke felt a flicker of unease. Why did she look so much like Naruto did right before he was about to trick him? It must be a coincidence, he told himself, dismissing the thought. While they both had codenames from Naruto, Sasuke and Karen had never formally met. He didn't know her, but she knew him. As the son of Fugaku and Mikado, he was a frequent topic of conversation. Fugaku had even told her more than once that if she ever fought Sasuke, she shouldn't hold back. He wanted his son to learn that there was always someone stronger out there, claiming it was crucial for his growth. Fugaku knew exactly how strong Karen was. He was practically setting his son up to be humbled. The match began, Sasuke versus Karen. Sasuke, who had never concerned himself with gentlemanly conduct, charged the moment the fight started. He was so confident in his strength that he didn't even bother activating his Sharingan, holding just a single kunai. Humph, is she frozen in fear, he thought, seeing Karen remain perfectly still. A smirk touched his lips. So I've already surpassed my peers by this much. His gaze drifted unconsciously toward Naruto. Nai-san, he thought, the honorific catching in his throat for a moment. Just watch. I'll be strong enough to help you soon. He closed the distance to Karen in an instant, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. I expected better from Root. I thought they were like Umbu. I was expecting too much. Meanwhile, Naruto was thinking, of all the things to challenge her with, why taijutsu? Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, a violent impact slammed in Sasuke's abdomen, once, twice, thrice. The intense pain forced the air from his lungs, making him double over. Through his blurred vision, a fist grew steadily larger. At that moment, Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi all watched as Sasuke was launched into the air, tumbling backward through the clearing. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 82, Chapter 82. A flash of lightning briefly illuminated the training ground, followed by a low rumble of thunder. Sasuke stumbled back, his spiked club held loosely at his side as he struggled to catch his breath. Just what kind of monster did Danzo raise in Root? Kakashi thought, his visible eye wide with disbelief as he watched Karen systematically dismantle Sasuke. He was still trying to process Yamato and his wood release, and now he had to contend with another prodigy of the same caliber. He'd seen Sasuke's strength firsthand, the boy's taijutsu was powerful, and his fundamentals were solid. But Karen's were somehow even better, more proficient. In terms of raw power, she completely overwhelmed him. Sasuke's club and Karen's hammer met again and again, the clash of metal ringing through the air. Clang, clang, their fight was far beyond what he'd expect from Genin. He'd seen Jonin-level bouts with less intensity. Are these really Genin fresh from the academy, he wondered. Weren't they supposed to know the 3 basic techniques, how to throw a kunai, and maybe a little taijutsu? Naruto is Sensei's son and getting training from Root, so he might have received specialized training, but Hokage-sama is especially protective of Sasuke when it comes to Root. He felt a genuine sense of disconnect. How are they both so strong? Or am I the one falling behind, out of touch with the times? Sasuke, Karen, Naruto, every Genin he'd met recently seemed more monstrous than the last. If Sakura weren't there, a reassuringly normal rookie, he might have started to seriously question his own abilities. He remembered how his peers had looked at him when he made Jonin at 12, their expressions a mix of awe and bewilderment. He supposed this was how they felt. The decade and a half he'd lost to grief and stagnation was a gap that was becoming harder and harder to ignore. The spar didn't last much longer. It was a practice match, not a fight to the death, and the outcome had been clear for some time. Humph, nothing special. Sasuke forced out the words. He was sporting 2 impressive black eyes, a clear sign of who had won. Karen truly was ruthless, she'd specifically targeted his face. He'd been completely suppressed throughout the entire fight, even more thoroughly than when he'd sparred with Kakashi. It was as if she'd been trained specifically to counter him. Sasuke was clearly just talking tough. The high chakra reserves of the Uzumaki clan, combined with her unique ability to heal by biting her own skin, gave Karen an unparalleled advantage in taijutsu. Sasuke may have trained for years, but she had closed the gap in a fraction of the time. It was an innate talent that couldn't be taught. Sasuke stared at her deceptively slender frame, unable to comprehend where all her strength came from, not realizing her body was packed with dense, powerful muscle. The Uchiha's gifts lay in their dojutsu and their affinity for in release, perhaps influenced by Naruto. Sasuke seemed to take an unnecessary pleasure in comparing taijutsu with others in a contest of pure physical might, which, for him, was purely asking for trouble. Sasuke-kun's strength is truly remarkable, Karen said, her voice warm and generous. Her tone and expression perfectly mimicking his old sensei, the 4th Hokage. I could barely keep up. Kakashi found himself staring, an absurd thought crossing his mind. Is she Minato-sensei's illegitimate daughter? The resemblance in her manner was just that striking. With her formidable power acknowledged by everyone, Karen fit seamlessly into Team 7. The next day, under Kakashi's leadership, the Genin squad officially began its missions. Ninja mission ranks typically range from S rank, highest, to D rank, lowest. Genin squads generally undertake simpler tasks, usually C rank or D rank. Chunin, on the other hand, handle C rank and B rank missions, while Jonin are assigned A rank. S rank missions, highly classified international matters, were also generally carried out by Jonin. Genin primarily focused on D rank missions, occasionally taking on C rank. While this was touted as accumulating experience, it mostly involved handling miscellaneous chores. Trivial tasks like weeding, babysitting, and searching for lost pets all fell under the D rank category. For Team 7, these tasks were trivial. Naruto could often resolve an issue in minutes with his multi-shadow clone jutsu, and since Karen and Sasuke could also use the technique, they burned through the village's D-rank missions at an unbelievable rate. In just 1 week, the 3 of them had completed 100 jobs, clearing out a backlog that had been piling up for over a month. After they returned a perpetually escaping cat named Tora for the 5th time, they were told the mission board was temporarily empty. You've accumulated plenty of basic experience, the 3rd Hokage said, taking a slow puff from his pipe. So, I've arranged a C-rank mission for you. He pulled a scroll from his drawer and placed it on the desk. The gesture seemed casual, but it felt entirely premeditated. When a coincidence feels this deliberate, it usually is. Thank you, Grandpa Hokage, Naruto said politely. Hokage nodded kindly before outlining the mission. You will be escorting a client to the Land of Waves. His name is Tajuna, and he is a master bridge builder. Not long after, a man reeking of sake stumbled into view. This was their client. The mission itself sounded simple: escort Tajuna safely to his home and protect him until his bridge was complete. Though it was time-consuming, the difficulty seemed low. However, it was an escort mission that required them to leave the village. A mission outside the village was a complicated matter, especially for a Jinchuriki. Minato had once explained the sheer complexity of the procedures, warning Naruto that leaving without authorization could see him branded a rogue ninja. Yet here the 3rd Hokage was, assigning the Ninetales Jinchuriki to a simple C-rank escort. Even with Kakashi leading the team, it seemed impossibly reckless. The Land of Waves bordered the Land of Water, where Kirigakure's bloody reign had only recently ended. Sending Konoha's Jinchuriki so close to their border could easily be seen as a provocation. Perhaps the Sandaime was testing Kirigakure's new leadership. Or perhaps it was about the wealthy merchant trying to seize control of the Land of Waves, a man known for being rich, powerful, and notoriously cheap when it came to hiring proper protection. An easy, tempting target. Naruto nudged Sasuke, sending silent message. Sasuke, we're taking the mission. If Sasuke wanted to grow, he couldn't avoid battles. The upcoming confrontations would be perfect for him right now, real battles between ninja. Team 7 will handle it, Karen confirmed, seeing the unspoken agreement between them. As for Sakura's opinion, it wasn't really a factor, she would follow their lead. Hick. The drunken Tajuna, completely unaware he was a pawn in a much larger game, blinked his hazy eyes at the 4 children assigned to protect him. He let out a foul-smelling burp before lifting his flask for another long drink. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 83, Chapter 83. Hiccup. Tajuna let out another loud, liquor-scented burp. Emboldened by the alcohol, he finally started to vent the frustration that had been stewing in his gut. He gestured sloppily at the kids surrounding him. A bunch of brats, he slurred. Are you really supposed to protect me? Especially you, the short one with the stupid dash. I think very carefully about how you finish that sentence, Naruto cut in, his voice dangerously low. Tajuna's drunken haze seemed to evaporate under the anger of Naruto's gaze. This kid's eyes are terrifying, he thought, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow. It was the kind of stare that even the toughest Chunin instructors back at the academy couldn't hold for long. Naruto narrowed his eyes. You may be the client, but that doesn't give you the right to be disrespectful. Right. Tajuna stammered, nodding quickly. Alright, Naruto, that's enough. Don't scare the man, Kakashi said, walking over and placing a placating hand on Naruto's shoulder. He then turned to the rest of the team. We'll gather at the main gate in half an hour. Don't be late. Karen muttered under her breath, as long as Kakashi-sensei isn't late, we'll be on time. So, I guess that means we have 2.5 hours. His reputation for tardiness was a running joke within Team 7. I promise, I'll be on time for once, Kakashi insisted, though his eye smile didn't seem entirely convincing. Half an hour later, the members of Team 7 were assembled and, with Tajuna leading the way, they set off for the Land of Waves. As they walked, Kakashi offered some routine advice about life as a shinobi. When he casually mentioned that they wouldn't encounter enemy ninja on a C-rank mission, Naruto felt the distinct thrum of Tajuna's heartbeat suddenly quicken. They made good time, moving at a steady pace through the countryside. By noon, they were already a good distance from Konoha. If not for their clients slowing them down, they likely would have been on a boat by now. This world is so small, Naruto thought as he watched the landscape roll by. Most of the land was uninhabitable wilderness, with civilization clustered into the 5 great nations and a handful of smaller countries. The planet itself felt tiny, a far cry from the vastness of the worlds he remembered. As the sun began to dip towards the horizon, casting long shadows across the path, Naruto sensed 2 new presences nearby. Chunin level, maybe a little weaker. Ahead of them, 2 puddles had formed on the otherwise dry road, shimmering unnaturally in the fading light. A faint trace of malice seemed to rise from them like heat. Their stealth is clumsy, Naruto noted. Sasuke and Karen had noticed them too, as had Kakashi. In fact, the only ones who seemed oblivious were Sakura and Tajuna. No one said a word, they simply continued walking. The moment the group passed the puddles, 2 figures erupted from the water, their faces obscured by breathing masks. A chain tipped with sharp blades shot out, wrapping tightly around Kakashi. First one down. One of them yelled. With a sharp tug, they pulled the chain taut. Kakashi's body was torn to shreds in a spray of blood. But before the 2 assassins could celebrate, a blue blur moved with blinding speed. Naruto was on them in an instant, a single powerful kick sending each one flying. They slammed into the trunks of nearby trees with a sickening crunch, their bodies slumping to the ground, no longer a threat. The fight was over before it had even begun. For a team of their caliber, Chunin-level opponents were hardly a challenge for anyone but Sakura. Kakashi reappeared from the trees, completely unharmed, and efficiently tied up the 2 unconscious ninja. Kirigakur Chunin, he said, examining their gear. Known for fighting to the death, no matter the cost. More accurately, they were the demon brothers, Gozu and Miyazu, rogue ninja who served Zabuza Mamakai. But they weren't well known, so Kakashi had no reason to recognize them. His visible eye hardened as he turned to their client. Mr. Tajuna, I think you have some explaining to do. Why are Kirigakur ninja trying to kill you? His voice was cold. An encounter with enemy shinobi automatically makes this a B-rank mission, at minimum. Falsifying the rank of a mission was a serious offense. A C rank was meant for escorting civilians against bandits, not trained shinobis. To knowingly send genin into a situation this dangerous was a deep betrayal of trust. After all, genins were lifeblood of all villages, an act of deliberately putting them in danger could be considered as colluding with enemy village to kill them. I have my reasons, Tajuna stammered, his face pale and slick with sweat. Circumstances I couldn't avoid. Save it, Naruto interrupted, stepping forward. I don't care about your reasons. We're continuing the mission. Team 7 doesn't quit. As for the price difference, he thought, you'll be paying for it one way or another. The third Hokage might be interested in Gado's assets, but Naruto had his own plans for the Land of Waves, especially given its proximity to his ancestral home, Land of Whirlpools. He glanced at their team leader. This is good, Kakashi-sensei. We could use the combat experience. He then shot a pointed look at his other 2 teammates. Sasuke and Sakura are the only ones who haven't been in a real fight yet, right? Think of it as a warm-up for the Chunin exams. The comment was a subtle reminder, but Kakashi caught the implication immediately. So Naruto and Karen already have combat experience from their time en route. He had noticed the easy familiarity between the 2, it was clear they shared a history. Naruto's final point was the most compelling. Genin without real-world fighting experience were at a severe disadvantage in the exams, they might as well be fish on chopping block. Kakashi himself had been a veteran of countless battles by their age. After a moment of thought, he nodded. All right, Team 7, the mission continues. Yes. Karen cheered, grabbing a slightly pale Sakura by the arm. Sasuke grunted, saying nothing, but a faint tremor of anticipation ran through his hands, and he clenched them into fists at his sides. With the matter settled, the group picked up their pace and soon reached a small port town. The Land of Waves was an island nation, cut off from the mainland, which was why Tajuna's bridge was so critical. The shipping magnate Gato controlled the entire economy by controlling the sea routes. It's a foolish strategy, Naruto mused. Instead of stopping him from building the bridge, it would be far more demoralizing to let him finish it and then destroy it or just take over it. If it were him, that's exactly what he would do. As they discovered, no boatman was willing to take them across the water. Gato's name was spoken in fearful whispers, and no one dared to cross him. But as the lead bridge builder, Tajuna still had a few connections. He eventually found an old fisherman willing to risk the journey, and they were ferried across the misty waters toward the Land of Waves. Even before they made landfall, Naruto felt it, a powerful presence, watching them from the shore. This one's strong, he thought, comparing the energy signature to his sensei's. Even slightly stronger than Kakashi. Kakashi really let himself go in these years. The air suddenly grew heavy. A massive blade, as tall as a man, spun through the fog and embedded itself in a tree just ahead of them. A figure landed silently on the hilt, looking down at them with an arrogant smirk. No wonder the demon brothers failed, a voice rasped from behind the bandages covering his face. They ran into the famous copy ninja, Kakashi. Zabuza Mamakai, the demon of the mist, had arrived. And, regarding Karen's codename Shin, it's just a codename, it can be given to anyone and can be reused after the asset is dead. I am sorry for the confusion it caused, we will be more mindful of such matters in future. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 84, Chapter 84. The man who appeared before them had short, black hair and a forehead protector worn slanted to the left. Bandages covered his lower face and neck, but his eyes were exposed, and they swept over Team 7 with an unmistakable killing intent. Mamakai Zabuza, Kakashi said, his voice even despite the tension coiling in his body. The demon of the mist, a missing nin from Kirigakure. He had expected a jonin, but this was something else entirely. This could get tricky. Zabuza, a prodigy from Kirigakure, Naruto cut in, interrupting whatever posturing was about to happen. Second owner of the Kyubikaribasho, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, killed his entire graduating class at age 9, which earned him the demon title. He's a specialist in water release and silent assassination. Tried to kill the Mizukage, failed, and went rogue. Naruto's voice cut through the air, interrupting the two before they could even exchange boasts, his words a blunt summary of Zabuza's profile. Zabuza's glare fixed on Naruto, the oppressive weight of his bloodlust intensifying. You're a talkative one, brat. You know a lot about me for a genin. He asked while smirking, am I in your history books now? I saw his profile in Grandpa Danzo's files, Naruto said, completely unbothered by the murderous aura washing over him. He keeps records on every powerful ninja out there. To have any effect on Naruto, Zabuza's killing intent would have needed to be 100 times stronger. The only one visibly affected was Sakura, who trembled under the pressure. Naruto noted her reaction with a familiar sense of frustration. 1 weak link is all it takes for everything to fall apart, he thought, and the third Hokage still insisted on playing politics. He clapped a hand on Sasuke's shoulder. Sasuke, your mission is to single-handedly take down this former member of 7 Swordmen of the Mist by yourself. He's at least as strong as Kakashi, so he should be a decent warm-up. Him. Zabuza sneered, though he gave a slight nod, acknowledging that Sasuke hadn't flinched from his killing intent. He turned his attention back to Kakashi. Are you really sending this brat to his death? I have faith in my student, Kakashi said, his visible eye curving into a relaxed crescent. He was likely the calmest jonin leader in any ambush, considering 3 of his 4 team members were at least as strong as he was. Zabuza was silent for a moment, processing the absurdity. Humph, if you want him to die that badly, I won't disappoint you. In the next instant, he was on the surface of the water, one hand held high. Water release, hiding in mist jutsu. A thick, white fog billowed out, swallowing the forest and everything in it. This was the silent killing technique, Zabuza's signature jutsu, the very skill that had made him the most feared assassin in Kirigakure. 8 points, his disembodied voice echoed from all directions, carried on the chakra-infused mist that now served as his eyes. The advantage is mine. The throat, spine, lungs, heart, the voice taunted again. Which one should I aim for first? He. It was classic psychological warfare. Obscure their vision, apply pressure with threats, and then, when their nerves were shot, go for the one-hit kill. Zabuza had refined his method into a deadly system, and in the shinobi world, any ninja with a structured fighting style was a formidable opponent, as they would have perfected their system over hundreds of corpses. Unfortunately for him, he was facing an infinitely stronger Team 7. To Naruto, Zabuza's presence in the mist was as obvious as a bonfire in the dead of night. Unless he could suppress his ki to nothing, he couldn't hide. Karen, with her mind's eye of the Kagura, could pinpoint his location just as easily, tracking his every move, right down to the moment he picked his nose. Even Kakashi and Sasuke could follow his chakra flow with their Sharingan. The only two who were truly blind were Sakura and the bridge builder, Tajuna. Zabuza's form materialized beside Tajuna, his massive Kyubikaribasho raised to end the mission with a single stroke. If the target was dead, the fight was over. It was a sound strategy. But before the blade could fall, Sasuke was there, a blur of motion intercepting the massive sword with a single kunai. With a sharp ring of steel, he deflected the blow, spun, and launched a kick at Zabuza's head. Splash! The figure dissolved into water, a water clone. Not bad, kid. Zabuza's voice echoed from behind Sasuke, the Kyubikaribasho in his hand already slashing towards him with blinding speed. Swish! Sasuke was cut in half by the blade. Shimmer Sasuke's body gradually became insubstantial, finally disappearing. Clone jutsu? When did he form the hand signs? It wasn't the standard clone jutsu, one of the 3 basic techniques, but rather the afterimage technique. The afterimage technique didn't even require ki, merely blinding speed was enough. This made it undoubtedly more practical than the hand sign-dependent clone jutsu. Humph! A cold grunt came from behind him. A kunai plunged deep into Zabuza's back. Splash! Another water clone dissolved. Impressive, Zabuza's voice echoed, once again from behind Sasuke. To take down my clone so quickly, I acknowledge your skill, but your battle experience is still far too lacking. The real Zabuza brought his sword down, aiming to cleave Sasuke in two. But again, the blade passed through a flickering form that faded into nothing. Another afterimage. Behind me. Zabuza reacted instantly, planting his foot and swinging the Kyubikaribasho in a vicious 180-degree arc. The sword connected, bisecting Sasuke's form once more. Got him this time, Zabuza thought with grim satisfaction. Too bad. What? Sasuke's body dissolved again. It was still an afterimage. Zabuza had used 3 water clones in total, while Sasuke had created afterimage thrice. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. This time, the voice came from behind Zabuza, and a moment later, a massive sphere of flame erupted, engulfing him completely. For the first time, Sasuke had used ninjutsu, but as the flames raged, another voice cut through the roar. Water release, water prison jutsu. A sphere of swirling water instantly materialized around Sasuke, trapping him. Zabuza stepped out from behind a tree, his hand held inside the aquatic prison. The one caught in the fireball had been yet another water clone. It had been a battle of feints and flanks, and the veteran had won. Nearby, Naruto watched the scene unfold with a placid expression. He turned to Karen and mouthed silently, a small smile on his lips. Let him show off a bit longer. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 85, Chapter 85. Zabuza restrained Sasuke with one hand, resting his Kyubikaribasho on his shoulder. Your student is impressive, he said, a grudging respect in his voice. To be able to push me this far. He has incredible power for someone so young. I'd wager he's one of your village's prized genin, isn't he? He paused, his gaze cold. A shame his combat experience is still lacking. Zabuza's tone shifted. Hand over the old man, and I'll let the boy live. You wouldn't want to see your prized student die here, would you, Kakashi? This wasn't a fight he wanted. A real battle between shinobi of their caliber would mean one of them leaving dead or crippled. Even if he won, the cost would be steep for a rogue ninja on the run. If the Kiri's hunter Nin caught wind of him being seriously injured, they wouldn't hesitate to close in. It wasn't fear, just a damned inconvenience. He still couldn't figure it out. Why would an ordinary bridge builder like Tajano warrant a guard of Kakashi's level? Are the people in the land of waves really this wealthy, he wondered. No wonder Gato wants to control this place. My student won't so easily killed, Zabuza. Kakashi met his gaze without a hint of concern, his visible eye impassive as he slowly lowered his headband to cover the Sharingan. Zabuza's grip tightened on Sasuke. Since you don't care if this brat lives or dies, he snarled, his patience finally snapping, I'll kill him first and deal with your other brats after. Kakashi's voice was eerily calm. Are you sure you've caught my student? What? Zabuza instinctively glanced toward the water prison he'd been maintaining on Kakashi. In that moment, the Sasuke in his grip dissolved into a cloud of white smoke with a soft poof. Damn it! Zabuza released the water prison, whirling around with his Kyubikaribasho held ready. His eyes scanned the mist, wary of another attack from behind. The exchange with the black-haired boy had already put him on edge. The kid was good, but he was still just a kid. A little green. He's already put a surprising amount of pressure on me, he thought, a grudging respect forming. Just a bit more experience, and he'd be truly dangerous. As the ball of water collapsed, a single shuriken clattered unnoticed to the ground. Not 3 seconds later, Zabuza sensed a rush of air behind his head. He's behind me. He barely had time to raise an arm before Sasuke's X-kick crashed down on it. Incredible strength. A strong jolt shot through him, and his entire arm went numb, like his arm had collided with a steel plate. He could already feel it starting to swell, the bone likely twisted out of place. The Kyubikaribasho swung late, cutting through empty air where Sasuke had been a moment ago. The boy had already vanished. How did he get behind me that fast? Zabuza thought, his mind racing. Unless... His eyes shot to Kakashi, who met his glare with a look that was almost smug. The real one. Zabuza finally understood. He had been played. The one trapped in his water prison hadn't been a clone at all. The real Kakashi had been inside the entire time. His arm throbbed, swelling to nearly twice its normal size. A sharp, intense pain shot through it with the slightest movement. He wouldn't be able to use it for now, and losing an arm was a critical blow to his fighting strength. Humph. Zabuza was not one to be so easily disabled. He placed his good hand on the injured arm, gritted his teeth, and pulled. With a painful snap, he forced the bone back into its socket. The immediate relief would allow him to fight, but he knew the long-term consequences would be severe without proper treatment. Shaking feeling back into his hand, he fixed Sasuke with a look of pure killing intent. I underestimated you, brat, he growled. With the next strike, I will end your life. Zabuza stared him down as he slowly backed away, his form melting into the rapidly thickening fog. A demonic, dark red chakra began to bleed from his body, and the mist around them grew impossibly thick, reducing visibility to less than 2 meters. This was the true mastery of his silent killing technique. As if the world fell silent. Not just quiet, but an unnatural stillness. Zabuza was no longer toying with them. This was the full power of one of the former member of 7 Swordsmen of the Mist. He became a phantom in the fog, moving at blinding speed. He employed his body flicker to his utmost. Sasuke seemed to sense him, appearing suddenly at his back, but by the time he turned, Zabuza was gone again. Fire release, Phoenix Flower Shuriken Jutsu. Sasuke unleashed a volley of shuriken, his hands blurring through seals to complete the jutsu in a fraction of a second. Flames erupted from his mouth, clinging to the spinning metal and scattering a rain of fire across the clearing. The attack covered a wide area, but it found nothing. Zabuza was a ghost, leaving no trace. As Sasuke scanned the silent woods, Zabuza reappeared behind him again. He raised the cubic Karaibasho high, bringing it down in a silent, lethal arc aimed straight for Sasuke's neck. The enormous blade swung through the air without a whisper. This was the core aspect of the silent killing technique. But just as the blade was about to find its mark, Sasuke spun around to face him, his movements impossibly precise. Fire release, Heavenly Prison Fire Sword. A searing, red katana of pure flame materialized in Sasuke's hands, meeting Zabuza's executioner's blade with a solid clang. Zabuza froze, his lethal strike blocked. In that moment of shock, his gaze locked with Sasuke's. You won't be able to hide any of your movements from these eyes, Zabuza. The 3 Tomo in Sasuke's pupils began to spin rapidly. Is that a Sharingan? The Uchiha clan. Damn it. Zabuza tried to shut his eyes, to look away, but it was already too late. Genjutsu, Sharingan. Trivia. During the 4th Great Ninja War, Kakashi said to the other former 7 Swordsmen of the Mist, none of you are as good as Zabuza. The official databooks state that he was the core offensive and defensive member of the 2nd generation of 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist. Kisame had referred to Zabuza as a brat, but told Suijutsu that Zabuza was the true best master of the cubic Karaibasho. Kisame had met Juzo Baiwa, the cubic Karaibasho's first owner, so his words indirectly acknowledged Zabuza's strength. Being able to escape unscathed after failing to assassinate the Mizukage proved his strength. Most fanfics criticize Zabuza. As the first boss to appear, he certainly had a disadvantage. Story wasn't fully fleshed out at that point along with how much value to put into hand seals. One of my personal theory is that, the large number of hand seals for large jutsus was pushed for by editors, so that if this became an anime, then it would be easier to pad out the time, as during those days it was weekly release of episodes and they needed to make sure not to push ahead of the manga chapters. But excluding the god-level battles that came later, Zabuza was still at the peak of ordinary ninja. He would have been able to take on most elite jonin. Besides his intelligence being a bit low, still higher than the Obito and Naruto, and his genjutsu resistance being a bit weak, his other stats all hovered around 4 to 4.5, total 30.5 out of 35. In Databook, he was truly not weak. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 86, Chapter 86. He's showing off again, Naruto thought, a flicker of pride mixing with the observation. Damn it, Zabuza grunted as his vision blurred. A wave of dizziness washed over him, as his world twisted into an unrecognizable mess. He reacted on pure instinct, forcing his chakra into a chaotic surge to shatter the genjutsu. For an elite jonin, it was a reflexive, desperate act. Sasuke's genjutsu was still crude. A more practiced hand could have ended the fight right there, especially against an opponent with such a glaring weakness to illusionary techniques. But even a split-second pause was a death sentence in a battle between jonin. Dance of the Crescent Moon. Sasuke's voice was sharp. 3 identical figures blurred into existence, each lunging forward with his flaming katana. They struck Zabuza simultaneously, at his neck, his abdomen, and his waist. Blood sprayed into the mist, and with a heavy thud, Zabuza's body collapsed to the ground. Sasuke let out a short breath. He clenched his fist, and the 3 crimson weapons dissolved into particles of flames that faded into nothing. As they vanished, the dense mist Zabuza had summoned began to thin and drift away. Cough, cough. Zabuza struggled to push himself onto an elbow, blood seeping from his wounds and staining the bandages around his mouth a dark red. True to his reputation as the demon of the mist, he was still breathing, but only just. His body was ravaged. Without immediate medical attention, he wouldn't last much longer. A soft whistle cut through the air as 3 senbon needles flew toward Zabuza's exposed neck. Clink, clink, clink. In a single fluid motion, Sasuke drew a kunai from his thigh pouch and threw it, deflecting all 3 needles with precision. Zabuza is my prey, Sasuke said, his voice low. His gaze lifted to a nearby tree branch where a ninja in a white mask stood perched. I've been aware of you the whole fight. You have some nerve, trying a trick like that in front of me. My thanks, the masked ninja said, their voice calm. I was waiting for an opportunity to eliminate Zabuza. Kakashi, who had remained a silent observer until now, finally spoke up, his eyes fixed on the mask. That mask, you're from Kirigakure's Hunter Nin Corps. Indeed, you are correct. The ninja replied. My mission is to dispose of the rogue, Zabuza. In the next instant, they appeared beside Zabuza's fallen form, hand raised to strike. FWSH. A shuriken spun through the air, forcing the hunter Nin to leap back. "No, you're not," Sasuke stated, his tone unwavering. "Those senbon were aimed to incapacitate, not kill. You deliberately avoided his vital points. A true hunter Nin would have gone for the heart or the brain, not with needles meant for disabling." He fixed his gaze on the masked figure. "You're his accomplice." For someone who rarely spoke, the words tumbled out, sharp with a thrill he hadn't felt in a long time. "Fight me." He didn't wait for a reply, charging forward. This Sasuke was a world away from the boy he might have been, his mind now as sharp as his blade. Naruto nodded his head as he praised him, he saw through the lie. "Zabuza-sama, I'm sorry," Haku said, his voice now clearly that of a young boy. His disguise was broken. He was too fast. I couldn't react. With his cover blown, he abandoned the pretense and formed a hand sign with a single hand. Ice release, demonic mirroring ice crystals. A dome of crystalline mirrors materialized around Sasuke, trapping him within the spinning reflections. But Haku lacked Zabuza's raw power, and more importantly, his ruthlessness. The battle was over almost as soon as it began. Haku lay on the ground, defeated, his gaze fixed on Zabuza. "Zabuza-sama, I'm so sorry." "Perhaps this was always our destiny," Zabuza rasped, a fresh trickle of blood escaping his lips. He let out a ragged breath. What has Konoha been teaching brats these days? He looked over at Kakashi. "Just get it over with." There was no fear in his voice. Ever since the day in the Bloody Mist, where he butchered all his classmates, he had known his life this day would come. This was the fate of a ninja. Naruto watched the scene unfold, his expression blank. It might be a touching story to read about and to see in anime, but they're from the Kiri. His thoughts were cold, devoid of the pity his original self might have felt. They're Kirigakure ninja. They all deserve to die for what they did to Uzushio. The destruction of his ancestral homeland was not a debt he would forget. Besides, I'm only a shadow clone. My mission is to observe Team 7. This is Sasuke's fight to win or lose, and I'll support whatever choice he makes. The Naruto standing on the bridge was indeed a clone. In fact, the real Naruto had never left the village with them. He had dispatched several clones, one had even arrived in the land of waves ahead of the team and was already at the daimyo's estate. His real body, meanwhile, was far away, deep within the rain-soaked towers of a megakure. In a megakure, the air was heavy with the smell of rain. "Elder," Nagato said, his voice respectful. The masked figure before him had appeared as if from nowhere. To have found this place based on his skill alone. Nagato thought. This Uzumaki elder really might be as powerful as expected of someone who has lived for over 1,000 years. The thought solidified his deference. In a sense, Naruto wasn't lying. According to the original setting, he was the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra, and Ashura was the ancestor of the Senju and Uzumaki clans. Technically he is over 1,000 years old. Konan remained silent beside him, her posture tense. She watched the newcomer with deep suspicion. First a man claiming to be Madara Uchiha, and now an Uzumaki elder, she thought, her eyes narrowed. Both of them wearing the same mask. It's too convenient. They're here for Nagato's eyes. They want to use him. Naruto's voice, raspy and hoarse, cut through her thoughts. Your condition is grim, Nagato. Your life is burning away. He was looking at Nagato, who sat slumped in a complex mechanical device, his body emaciated and his face gaunt. Naruto's gaze shifted to the black rods protruding from Nagato's back. Chakra receivers, he analyzed silently. Formed with yin-yang release. They're what's killing him. Aloud, he said, those rods, they are too great a burden for you. Controlling 6 bodies at once is an incredible waste of chakra, and far weaker than using his own power directly. It just leaves him vulnerable to being picked apart. You used a power you weren't ready for, didn't you? Naruto continued, his tone flat. Do you understand what that means? You are borrowing against your own life force. Even for an Uzumaki, your reserves have limits. In your current state, you have a few years left, at most. Then do you have a solution, elder? Konan demanded, stepping forward before Nagato could respond. After Yadako's death, Nagato was all she had left. Konan, it's alright, Nagato said quietly. His own life meant little to him, only Yadako's dream mattered. But under Konan's pleading gaze, he fell silent. I have 2 proposals, Naruto said after a moment. He could feel Konan's desperate hope radiating from her. The first is simple, remove the Rinnegan and replace them with ordinary eyes. The root cause of Nagato's severe physical overexertion was prematurely summoning the demonic statue of the outer path, the Gadomazo. It acted like a juicer, constantly draining Nagato's chakra. Furthermore, the dual Rinnegan weren't Nagato's original eyes. Even an ordinary Sharingan, when transplanted into an outsider, consumes a vast amount of chakra, let alone the Rinnegan, which is an evolved form. If Nagato didn't possess the Uzumaki clan's physique, he would have been completely drained long ago. If he removed the eyes, stopped using the Gadomazo, and allowed a few years for recovery, Nagato's body would quickly recover due to his Uzumaki clan physique. This was indeed a good choice, but this method, impossible. Konan and Nagato exclaimed simultaneously. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 87, Chapter 87. Removing the Rinnegan wasn't an option. They believed that these were the eyes of the Sage of 6 Paths and a blessing from him. How many people coveted that power? Within the Akatsuki alone, at least 2 were after the sage's eyes, Orochimaru, and the masked man who called himself Madara Uchiha. Orochimaru had already defected, so he could be dismissed for the time being. Conan was confident she could handle the other members, but the masked man was another story. She had no idea how to deal with someone as elusive and unpredictable as him. Besides, the organization was filled with S-rank missing nin. If not for Nagato's overwhelming power holding them in check, what would they do if they learned he had lost the very eyes that guaranteed his authority? Conan watched Naruto closely, worried he might try to take the Rinnegan for himself. Naruto ignored her stare and simply continued, then that only leaves the second method. He paused for a moment, absorbed the chakra from one of the tailed beasts. He knew that in a possible future, a reanimated Nagato had absorbed some of the Eight Tails chakra, which not only restored his red hair but healed his withered body completely. The root of Nagato's condition was the toll of the demonic statue and the Rinnegan. A massive infusion of chakra was all he needed to recover. Impossible. Nagato said at the same time Conan insisted, we will do it. To Nagato, the tailed beasts were tools for creating weapons, the means to realize Yatiko's ideals. He couldn't just use one to heal himself. But Conan was only thinking of the man in front of her. Nagato, she said, her voice sharp with worry. He shook his head. My mind is made up, Conan, he said softly. Nagato-kun, you disagree with this, and you disagree with that, Naruto said, his raspy voice holding a note of exasperation. You're making this very difficult. You can't bring about peace like the Sage of Six Paths without a body strong enough to support that ambition. He could just absorb one of the beasts completely and wait couple years for it to revive, Naruto thought, but he's dead set against it. It seemed to be a common problem with powerful shinobi. They were all so stubborn that borders on self-destruction. Nagato gave Naruto an apologetic look, which was quickly replaced by a quiet resolve. This is my destiny, he said quietly. I will pursue peace in my own way and realize Yatiko's ideal. What bullshit destiny, Naruto sighed to himself. You were just a tool Madara found to cultivate his eyes. From the very beginning, Nagato had been chosen by someone else. Conan looked at him, her expression filled with a quiet heartache. She moved to stand behind him, gently pressing her body against his back. No matter what you choose, I'll support you. I'll be by your side until the very end. In their own way, they each protected what they cherished most. Then we'll have to go with the third option. Naruto's voice cut through the quiet moment, breaking them out of their private world. A third method. Nagato thought, the emotional weight of his decision suddenly lifting. Why didn't you say it all at once? Conan's eyes lit up. Of course there's a third method, she thought. When someone offers 2 options, there's always another. Most people often just don't mention it. Nagato's problem was, at its core, a matter of excessive chakra consumption. Solve that, and the rest would follow. Naruto had anticipated this, guessing Nagato would refuse the first 2 choices. Naruto smiled, enjoying their reactions. After all, he said proudly, I have a reputation as the Pure Land Tracker. Pure Land Tracker. Nagato murmured the name, as expected of the clan's 1,000-year-old elder. Conan thought, I don't understand it, but it sounds impressive. To solve your problem, Nagato-kun, I'll need to prepare a few things. Naruto circled him with an exaggerated air of contemplation, nodding to himself. 3 days, he announced. I'll be back in 3 days. Okay. Conan answered before Nagato could refuse again. Nagato could only offer Naruto another apologetic glance. The 3 days were for a trip Naruto needed to take. With his ability to fly, a journey to the land of lightning, the land of earth, and the land of wind would be a simple matter. In Iwagakure, the third Tsuchikage, Oniki, was plotting with his son, Kitsuke, inside the Tsuchikage's office. More than a decade had passed since the last great ninja war, and the major hidden villages, with the exception of Kirigakure, had recovered much of their strength. As one of the great ambitious figures of his era, Oniki's mind was stirring once more. That organization, Akatsuki, has completed quite a few missions for us, Oniki said from his seat, reading over a scroll. The Grand Chair looked almost comical beneath his short stature, and a closer look revealed he wasn't touching it at all. He was floating less than a centimeter above the seat, a subtle use of his earth release, lightened boulder jutsu. A technique that allowed for flight but with a significant drawback, the user's physical strength was reduced while it was active. In that regard, it was far inferior to true flight. Father, do you mean we should stop giving them missions? Kitsuke asked, his tall, burly frame a stark contrast to his diminutive father's. It was hard to believe they were related. You failure. Oniki leaped up and smacked Kitsuke on the head with the scroll, but the motion seemed to tweak his back. He grumbled, rubbing his lower back. What are you thinking? I'm saying that for any mission that doesn't involve village secrets, we should give the difficult ones to them. They do the work for 70% of the commission, and their success rate is perfect. We don't lose any of our own shinobi, and we pocket a clean 30%. It's a fantastic deal, no matter how you look at it. You're right, father, Kitsuke said, rubbing the spot where he'd been hit. He gave a simple, honest smile that belonged more on a farmer than on the second-in-command of a hidden village. You always think of everything. Anyone who took him at face value was in for a rude awakening. This was the second most powerful man in Iwagakure. His mastery of earth release was exceptional, perhaps even surpassing Oniki's own, and neither of the village's Jinchuriki could compare to him. If not for his inability to learn Oniki's ultimate technique, the dust release, he would have been the undisputed fourth Tsuchikage. Crash! The office door flew open, and Iwagakure shinobi stumbled inside, breathless. T.S. Tsuchikage-sama, it's an emergency. The grave of the second Tsuchikage, it's been dug up. Oniki's eyes went wide. Beside him, Kitsuka stiffened. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 88, Chapter 88. Oniki stood before the graves of his teacher, the air around his small frame heavy with a chilling stillness. Beside him, Kitsuka had lost his usual easygoing expression, his face now the hard mask of a commander, his jaw set. His eyes scanned the disturbed earth, searching for any detail the perpetrator might have left behind. For anyone, this would be an unforgivable violation. For the Tsuchikage, it was an act of war. The soil is fresh, Kitsuka said, his voice a low growl. This was done no more than an hour ago. They can't have gotten far. For a master of earth release, reading the soil was as simple as breathing. Oniki's voice was dangerously quiet. Lock down the village. I want every road, every trail, every crack in the rock sealed. If you find anyone who doesn't belong, kill them. His gaze remained fixed on the desecrated tombs. This is a direct challenge to Uegakure. It is a challenge to me. He clenched his fists, the leather of his gloves creaking. I don't care who they are or why they did this. I will make them pay. But the one responsible for the outrage was already halfway to the land of lightning. Flying at a speed augmented by ki, Naruto left the rocky terrain of the land of earth far behind. Below him, the jagged peaks gave way to the cloud-shrouded mountains of his destination. Kumigakure's barrier is simpler than Iwa's, he noted, peering down at the faint, translucent shimmer that enveloped the hidden village. Every great village had one, a massive ninjutsu formula for detection and defense. Konoha's was a dizzying maze of seals, while Suna's was barely more than a tripwire. This one was formidable, but straightforward. Normally, entry required passing through the main gate and signing a registration scroll. But Naruto wasn't planning a normal visit. He knew Kumigakure by reputation. It was arguably the most powerful of the 5 great villages at the moment. Before the Bloody Mist era had torn it apart, Kirigakure might have stood as a rival, but now Kiri was in a state not much better than Suna. The Kumonin valued combat prowess and discipline, and their raikage were legends of close-quarters combat. They were also fiercely united, a village with almost no internal strife or high-profile defections, unlike Konoha, where S-rank missing means seemed to be a yearly crop. Naruto descended as he neared the village proper, landing softly on a damp trail. The village was built among peaks that pierced the clouds, and the valley was a natural lightning field. Flying high was an open invitation to be struck down. Just as Uegakure was protected by its fortress of mountains, Kumigakure was shielded by the very sky. It explained why both villages had rarely faced a direct assault during the Great Wars. Their terrain made invasion nearly impossible. Of course, that same terrain made them resource-poor compared to the fertile lands of Konoha or the lush islands of Kiri. Still, they were far better off than the sand-swept poverty of Suna. He made his way toward the village cemetery on foot. At the memorial stones, the sky was a bruised purple, threatening a downpour that had already begun as a fine, misty drizzle. The world was hazy and gray. Yujito, her long blonde hair bound in a thick braid that reached her waist, approached a particular stone and gently set a bouquet of flowers at its base. She stood for a long moment, her eyes on the name carved there, lost in silence. She was about to turn away when a faint sound drifted from deeper within the cemetery, a song, barely a whisper on the wind. It was elusive, but her sharpened senses caught the thread of it. Singing in a graveyard was unsettling. This was consecrated ground, but it was also a place of the dead. Who's there? She called out, her voice sharp. Show yourself. She was Yujito Nii, Jinchuriki of the Two Tails. She did not frighten easily. The beast sealed within her, Matatabi. This was her village, her territory. There was nothing here to fear. She strode forward, striding in the direction of the singing. The deeper she went, the colder the air became. A thick, gray mist rose from the ground, chilling her to the bone. She could see her breath ghosting in the air, impossible in the height of summer. It felt as if she were the only living person left in the entire cemetery. Ahead, the rows of memorial stones looked like teeth in the growing mist, a silent maw waiting to swallow whatever strayed too close. Just as she hesitated, the song grew clearer, the words becoming distinct. No spice makes the meat go bland, gotta have it close at hand, yo-ho, dum-dee-dan. Ooh, tiptoe by the garden of a willow tree, and tiptoe through the tulips with me, knee-deep in flowers we'll stray. The tune was simple, almost childish, and so utterly out of place among the gravestones that it was more bizarre than frightening. Yujito picked up her pace, closing the distance in a few long strides. Soon, she could make out a figure in the dim light. They were dressed in a black robe, their back to her, diligently digging at a grave with a shovel. Her eyes widened in disbelief when she recognized the monument. That's the third Raikage's grave. She stared in disbelief. A grave robber. The audacity of it was staggering. Someone had snuck into Kumigakure to rob a grave, the grave of a Raikage, no less. You're not leaving here in one piece. Her nails elongated, hardening into razor-sharp claws. With her footsteps silenced by chakra, she crept closer to the black-robed figure. The man continued his strange song. We'll keep the showers away, and if I kiss you in the garden, in the moonlight, will you pardon me? And tiptoe through the tulips with me. When she was less than 10 meters away, the figure suddenly stopped singing. They turned, and in that exact moment, a brilliant fork of lightning split the sky, illuminating the cemetery in a flash of white. Yujito saw his face clearly, or rather, the swirling orange mask that covered it. Well, now, a muffled, strangely cheerful voice said, "Look what we have here. A naughty kitty." A voice screamed in her mind. It was Matatabi, her usually calm tone ripped away by sheer panic. Yujito, get away from him. Now. Yujito could feel the Biju's chakra flaring within her, Matadabi's own fear a violent, explosive inferno. The two tails was bristling like a cornered animal. She sensed a danger so strong that it was terrifying. Even the eight tails at his most feral had never provoked a reaction like this. He's just one man, she thought, steeling herself. Run! Matatabi roared again, her voice frantic. He is not just a man. Get away. Since you're already here. The masked man's voice sounded again, but this time, the hair on Yujito's arms stood on end. The voice had come from right behind her. She reacted on pure instinct. A tail of blue flame erupted from her back as the Biju's power began to envelop her. But it was too late. The distance was too close, her transformation too slow. A sharp, heavy blow struck the side of her neck. Her vision exploded into blackness, and she collapsed, the rising blue flames extinguishing in an instant. You might as well stay a while, the masked man's voice concluded, as if there had been no interruption at all. He knelt beside her unconscious form. A different voice, deep and powerful, echoed not in the air, but within the ceiling space inside Yujito's mind. Matatabi. It's been a long time. The great, two-tailed cat of blue fire, poised to seize control of its host's body, froze. She knew that voice. Kurama. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 89, Chapter 89. Fighting, it seemed, was the most easiest way for tailed beasts to communicate. So, this is your Jinchuriki. Matadabi's voice rumbled, echoing in the shared space of their minds. After a brief exchange with Kurama, she seemed to understand the situation. Matatabi, do you want out? Kurama asked, jumping straight to the point. Do you want to be free? Kurama's bluntness threw a wrench in Naruto's plan. He had to resist the urge to slap the fox across the face. I've always found the direct approach is best, Kurama thought smugly. No point in beating around the bush. Matatabi fell silent for a moment. I think it's quite nice in here, she finally said. Freedom? Where is there true freedom in the outside world? It's just trading one cage for a slightly larger one. No matter where we go, humans will always flock to us, coveting our power. A poetic beast, Naruto thought. While Yujito Nii wasn't a perfect Jinchuriki, her bond with Matatabi was strong, and the tailed beast often lent her power in battle. Despite her fearsome appearance, Matatabi's temperament was actually considered gentle among the 9 of them, far more so than Kurama's, at least. Are you thinking something disrespectful, brat? Naruto sighed, cutting through their mental conversation. You're Matatabi, right? This isn't a discussion, he stated plainly. I'm informing you. After another moment of silence, Matatabi spoke again. Kurama, your Jinchuriki is quite arrogant. Kurama bared his teeth, a rare seriousness in his voice. I'd advise you not to object to his decisions, Matatabi. Not about this. Matatabi was stunned. For you to say something like that, you've changed, Kurama. Is this still the most arrogant of the 9? She wondered. Brat, she continued, your name is Naruto, right? If you want my obedience, you'll have to prove you're worthy of it. Matatabi's good temper was only relative, even Saiyan, the most good-natured of the 9, would fire a tailed beast bomb at point-blank range if provoked. Fight me. Matatabi had assumed the dangerous presence she'd sensed earlier was coming from Kurama. After all, besides Shikaku and Jayaki, he was widely considered the strongest of them all, and by a significant margin. Simple enough, Naruto thought, rolling up his sleeves. Kurama had already told him that for tailed beasts, a fight was the most sincere form of conversation. Meow. With a piercing scream, the unconscious Yujito was once again enveloped in blue flames. This time, without Naruto's interference, 2 tails erupted from her back, and she rapidly transformed into a colossal blue cat covered in dark markings. You should enter your tailed beast state as well, Matatabi advised, her tone polite even as she prepared for battle. It was a stark contrast to Kurama. Not necessary, Naruto said flatly. Then I'm coming. Matatabi no longer held back and lunged, swiping a massive paw where he'd been standing. The blow met only empty air. Naruto reappeared beneath its giant claw, and with a grip that defied his size, he seized her wrist and executed a clean shoulder throw. The colossal beast sailed through the air before crashing heavily onto its back, limbs splayed, a look of pure feline shock on its face. Did a human just shoulder throw me? Before she could recover, Naruto was above her, his fist raised high. He brought it down with devastating force, smashing Matatabi's skull. Crack! The blow landed with a sickening crunch, driving Matatabi's head into the ground so hard the ground split open around it. Her mind rang with a deafening buzz. But it wasn't over. Naruto grabbed one of her tails, yanking her head out of the ground like a stubborn radish, and began to swing her immense body around like a giant hammer. He slammed her into the ground. Thud! A mournful shriek echoed across the sky as the blue flames coating her body flickered. The friendly exchange had only just begun. Thud! Meow! Thud! Meow! Thud! Mew! He slammed her into the ground again and again, making the earth itself tremble. Her wails, at first sharp and furious, grew weaker with each impact, until they were little more than pained whimpers. The flames around her body dimmed, threatening to go out entirely. With one final, heavy slam, Matatabi's body was nearly buried in rubble. The blue-tailed beast cloak receded completely, returning Yujito to her original form. Not that bad, Naruto said, cracking his knuckles. Warm-up's over. Time to get serious. Matatabi's voice echoed in his and Kurama's seal space, laced with urgency. Kurama, I'm very interested in your plan. When do we leave? At that moment, Matatabi understood. The danger she had sensed wasn't from Kurama, but from his Jinchuriki. Naruto's eyes lit up. So that's all it takes to get through to a tailed beast. A good fight really is the best way to bond. Kurama's eyes lit up. Excellent. Another one to share in my misery. I can't be the only one suffering. We are family after all, and family is all about sharing. Matatabi's vision went red. Kurama, you son of a bitch, where did you find this monster? Let's go now, Naruto said, walking toward the crater to carry Yujito away. Who are you and what are you doing in my Kumagakure? A furious roar thundered across the village. A figure crackling with lightning shot through the air, landing with an impact that kicked up a cloud of dust. The newcomer was a burly, dark-skinned man in his 40s, his muscles bulging with explosive power. He wore a golden champion-style belt, green shuriken tattoos on his shoulders, and heavy armor on his arms. With a prominent mustache and his light blonde hair combed back, he was none other than the fourth Raikage. His eyes swept over the ruined cemetery, and his fury intensified. My village's memorial stones, you bastard. He didn't need to guess who was responsible. With Yujito unconscious in the crater, there was only one other person standing. Without a word, he vanished in a blur of motion, reappearing in front of Naruto with his fist cocked back. The punch he threw was fast enough to break the sound barrier. Naruto caught the blow in his open palm. The impact sent a shockwave through the air, but he didn't even budge. I breathed, his eyes went wide in surprise. He knew the force behind that punch, it was enough to badly hurt even Killer Bee. Yet this masked man not only caught it with ease but sounded like he had strength to spare. He had only ever met one other person with strength that could rival his own, Tsunade of the Sunin. Who the hell are you, you masked bastard? I growled. Naruto stared at him. You have bad breath. The fourth Raikage froze, his mind screeching to a halt. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 90, Chapter 90. You bastard. You think you can distract me? Raikage's voice was a low growl, the vein on his forehead pulsing with fury. He lunged forward again, only to find his fist caught in an unbreakable grip. He strained, pouring all his strength into pulling back, but the hand holding him was like a mountain. The realization hit him with the force of a physical blow. This man was stronger than he was. After a few deep, ragged breaths, Raikage reined in his temper. What do you want? Why are you in my village? It was a rare, grudging concession. Even a man as impulsive as him knew when to rein in his anger, and it seemed that overwhelming power gave one the freedom to do as they pleased. Just collecting some interest before the debt is due, Naruto said calmly. Kumo owed him a debt, Naruto thought. A significant one, second only to what he held against Konoha and Kiri. They tried to kidnap his mother, Kushina. They tried to kidnap his future wife, Hinata, an act that had cost his brother-in-law's father his life. If Konoha was too weak to settle that score, then he would. He'd collect every last piece of what they owed him. And today, he was starting with the interest. Naruto was a vengeful man, with a mind as sharp and narrow as a needle's eye when it came to his own. How could he let the insult against his mother and his wife go unanswered? As far as he was concerned, among the 5 great shinobi countries, only Iwa and Suna had no score to settle with him. No, that wasn't right either. His own father's fame was built on the backs of Iwa shinobi. Interest? Debt? Raikage's forced composure finally shattered. I have no idea what you're talking about. A faint blue chakra flared to life around him, wrapping him in a thick suit of lightning armor. Arcs of electricity danced across his skin as his slicked back hair stood on end. It was the signature power of Raikage lineage, the lightning release chakra mode, a technique that used lightning-natured chakra to supercharge the body, pushing speed and strength to their absolute limits. Holy shit, that technique is cool. I want it, Naruto thought, a flicker of genuine admiration crossing his mind. My hair's already blonde. With that aura, I could cosplay as a Super Saiyan too. Finally my childhood dream of my past life would come true. Wreathed in lightning, Raikage roared and tore his fist free from Naruto's grasp. Die! Raikage's shout throbbed in Naruto's ears as he charged, channeling chakra into his elbow for a devastating strike. Lariat. A pure taijutsu battle, he mused. I live for this, especially against Raikage, who was said to be the strongest taijutsu user alive, second only to Guy and his 8 gates. A true clash of fists, of flesh and bone, this is what a man's fight is all about. Then let's clash. He declared. He wrapped his body in ki, concentrating a portion of it into his right hand. Just as Raikage's elbow was about to connect, Naruto shot his palm forward. Rock paper scissors fist, paper. Raikage's elbow crashed into Naruto's open palm. A shockwave erupted from the impact, kicking up rubble and sending overturned tombstones skittering across the ground. Raikage staggered back 5 steps, nearly losing his footing. Naruto hadn't moved an inch. Next punch, I'll send you flying, he said with a light chuckle, pointing a finger at his opponent. Such immense strength, Raikage thought, his arm still vibrating from the impact. He's far stronger even than Tsunade. He'd arm wrestled Tsunade once. Her strength was monstrous, but this was on another level. Again. He roared, refusing to accept it. He poured every last drop of his power into his fist. Liger Bomb. The attack was a blur of speed and overwhelming force, even more powerful than his lariat. Naruto met him head-on. Rock paper scissors fist, rock. Raikage's punch connected with Naruto's, and it felt like striking a solid steel wall. A sharp pain shot up his arm, but he gritted his teeth, refusing to yield and pouring more and more power into the strike. They were locked in place, a pure contest of strength. A scornful laugh echoed in his ear. Fourth Raikage, you're not all that strong. All that rumors of your strength is just fake propaganda it seems. Before Raikage could even process the insult, an overwhelming force surged from Naruto's fist. He was thrown backward, tumbling through the air like a ragdoll. He was used to sending others flying. He couldn't remember the last time he'd been on the receiving end. I wasn't even trying and you're already down, Naruto called out. He hauled himself up from the rubble, his breath coming in ragged pants. His eyes were bloodshot, fixed on Naruto with the fury of a cornered bull. It was the first time since becoming a shinobi that he had been so completely overpowered in his lightning release chakra mode. Strength isn't everything, he snarled, more to himself than to Naruto. You're just a brute. A brute. Me. The irony was so thick Naruto almost laughed out loud. Power is meaningless if you can't land a hit, Raikage declared. And then he vanished. What's important is speed and power. His voice boomed from across the clearing. Lightning release, lariat. He reappeared as a bolt of blue lightning, hurtling toward Naruto. His raised arm cut through the air like a massive axe. Raikage's speed was absolute, the peak of what a normal shinobi could achieve. But Naruto was faster. With a slight sidestep, he easily avoided the attack. You were saying something about landing a hit. Naruto's taunt echoed in Raikage's ear. Ignoring the jibe, Raikage seamlessly transitioned his momentum. Lightning bomb. He slammed his fist into the ground where Naruto had been, unleashing an explosion of lightning and physical force. But the attack was too wide, its path telegraphed by the shift in the air. Naruto had already moved. Seeing his second attack miss, Raikage didn't show any frustration. Instead, a savage grin spread across his face. All his calculations had been for this one moment. Blue electric light burst from his body, so bright it illuminated the entire sky. Lightning oppression horizontal chop. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 91, Chapter 91. Fourth Raikage brought his hands together in sharp chops and began to spin, his body transforming into a human meat grinder. It was the same technique he had once used to sever one of the Eight Tails' horns, a move powerful enough to crack even Madara Uchiha's Susanoo, before he took back Rinnegan. For all his brutish appearance, he was a surprisingly cunning fighter. But Naruto saw through the attack before it even began. His fists became a blur, a storm of afterimages that met Raikage's spinning assault head-on. Raikage's powerful chops glanced harmlessly off Naruto's defense while Naruto's own strikes hammered through Raikage's so-called absolute defense. The lightning release armor shattered like glass under the relentless barrage. Each punch left a deep, crater-like imprint on Raikage's muscular body. 7 punches found their mark. The final blow sent Raikage rocketing into the air like a rag doll. He hung there for a moment before plummeting back toward the earth. Raikage-sama. A flash of movement, and a white-haired ninja with a longsword strapped to his back appeared, catching Raikage just before he hit the ground. It was Darui, Raikage's right-hand man. Moments later, the sound of dozens of footsteps filled the air as the rest of the Kumagakure ninja arrived, their faces a mixture of shock and fury. Several of them rushed forward to help their leader to his feet. Don't let him get away, Fourth Raikage gasped, leaning heavily on his subordinates. More than a third of his bones were shattered and his organs were bruised and badly injured. It was a miracle he was even conscious. Go away. Naruto, who had been turning to leave with Yujido, paused. He looked back over his shoulder at the battered Raikage. Did you just say go away? Ha ha ha. Don't stop, brat, keep going. Ninetales cackled in the back of Naruto's mind. Destroy this village. Raikage's heart seized. Through the single eye hole of the mask, he saw a cold, murderous intent that made his skin crawl. He had witnessed this man's power firsthand, and though he hated to admit it, it was a strength unlike any he had ever faced. In the next instant, Naruto was floating less than 10 feet away, looking down on them all. Sever one of your arms, he said, his voice flat and devoid of emotion, and I will spare the rest of you. His words carried an authority that permitted no argument. A few of the younger ninja, fueled by rage and ignorance, charged forward. Naruto simply reached out, grabbing them by the neck. A faint squeeze, a soft crack, and their bodies fell limp to the ground. More ninja rushed in, but he moved through them like a phantom. A fist, a fingertip, the edge of his foot, any part of him was a lethal weapon. They fell before they could even complete a hand sign. Stop! Raikage roared, his voice thick with fury. What right does a weakling have to tell me to stop? Naruto replied calmly. He pierced a ninja's skull with a single finger, his gaze sweeping over the others as if they were nothing more than ants. The sheer contempt in that look stung Raikage more than any physical blow. When had he, the mighty Fourth Raikage, ever been looked down upon like this? At his side, Darui slowly drew the long sword from his back. Storm release, laser circus. Several beams of light shot from Darui's mouth, streaking toward Naruto like guided arrows. Don't! Raikage screamed out, but it was too late. Naruto caught the beams in one hand as if they were harmless fireflies. With his other, he met the descending blade, catching it between two fingers. Go back. With a light flick, the sword shattered into a dozen pieces. The force sent Darui flying backward, his strength utterly insignificant. A lesson for you, Naruto said. A shard of the broken blade zipped through the air and embedded itself deep in Darui's chest. He collapsed in a spreading pool of his own blood, his fate uncertain. I told you to stop. Raikage shoved his men aside, his body erupting once more with crackling blue electricity. He let out a primal roar that was answered by a clap of thunder from the sky above, making him look like a vengeful god of lightning. Raikage-sama. The surrounding ninjas shouted, a wave of hope washing over them. Fueled by an final surge of adrenaline, Reiki's speed and power now seemed even greater than before. He lunged, his fist aimed directly at Naruto's head, but Naruto caught it effortlessly. I said I wanted your arm. Naruto's voice was calm, almost conversational. So I will take it. With a sharp, brutal tug, the sound of tearing sinew and snapping bone filled the air. Reiki's arm came free from its socket. Naruto tossed the screaming man aside like so much garbage. Reikage-sama. A jonin named Mabi rushed forward, catching her fallen leader. The other ninjas surrounded them, their faces pale with terror. Kill him! Avenge Reikage-sama! One of them screamed, his voice breaking. The man's battle cry was cut short as he suddenly collapsed, a neat, fingernail-sized hole drilled perfectly between his eyebrows. The weapon that had killed him was a small pebble that Naruto had casually flicked from his hand. The disrespectful will die first, Naruto stated. The entire area fell silent. No one else dared to move. Humph! Kumagakur, Naruto scoffed, then turned and began walking back toward Yujito. Who are you? Mabi forced herself to ask. With Reikage grievously wounded and Darui near death, she was the only one left to take charge. She knew she couldn't threaten him, but she had to at least learn his identity. Naruto paused, his gaze suddenly shifting toward a point in the far distance. He pointed a thumb at his own chest. My name is Kashin Koji, he said. A disciple of Madara-sama. Kashin Koji? A disciple of Madara. Mabi committed the names to memory. That was the key. Be grateful, Naruto continued, hoisting Yujito onto his shoulder. I have no intention of killing all of you today. You may live on borrowed time for a while longer. With that, he slowly ascended into the air, his tone dripping with contempt. The ninja of Kumagakur could only watch, paralyzed, as he disappeared over the horizon. Long after he was gone, the space on a distant tree branch seemed to warp and twist, and a man wearing an identical spiral mask emerged from the distortion. Back in the village, under the frantic care of the medical nin, fourth Reikage's eyes slowly fluttered open. A familiar, guttural scream ripped through the sky, though it was weaker now, tinged with pain. Find B and bring him back. Wrapped in bandages, his expression was a terrifying mask of fury. The next time we meet, I will kill this bastard. With his brother, the chakra cannon, and the sage of six paths treasure, the ember purifying pot, they would have a chance. That was the source of Kumagakur's strength, and the foundation of his confidence. That very night, the ember purifying pot was stolen from its vault. A single note was left in its place. Nice item. I like it, so it's mine now. Kashin Koji. I swear I will kill you. Reikage's roar dissolved into a violent coughing fit as he spat up another mouthful of blood due to his wounds reopening, collapsing once more. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 92, Chapter 92, A Disciple of Madara. Obito repeated the name in his mind, a theory already taking shape in his mind. In the entire history of the shinobi world, only one person could train someone to that level and still be called Madara-sama with such reverence. Beneath his mask, his expression was grave. The Azura of the shinobi world, he breathed. Madara Uchiha. He thought of the terrifying, monstrous strength he had just witnessed. It's even stronger now, he realized. That has to be a dojutsu from a Mangekyo Sharingan, an eternal Mangekyo, by the looks of it. Only the Mangekyo could produce such an effect. It seemed to be a Taijutsu-type dojutsu that amplified physical power. He had heard of something similar once before, though it was focused more on agility. Given the bizarre variety of Mangekyo abilities, from the Genjutsu of Tsukuyomi and Koda Amatsukami to the spatial warping of Kamui and the black flames of Amaterasu, a power like this wasn't so strange. So that's why you took the Uchiha, he thought, the pieces clicking into place. You needed them to upgrade your Sharingan. If I hadn't decided on a whim to help Itaki annihilate the clan, I suppose you never would have shown yourself. No wonder even Zetsu couldn't find a trace of you. You were working together all along. Were you all just playing me for a fool? He thought of Toby he knows, the rambling Zetsu idiot obsessed with human digestive system. He couldn't have fooled Madara with that act. But some of the others, they were probably in on it. He considered the facts again. He took the two tails Jinchuriki. Did he sense something was wrong with me? Or figure out some of my plans? Obito's brow gradually relaxed as the theory solidified. You had another card up your sleeve besides the cursed seal on my heart and Zetsu. If it weren't for this chance encounter, I probably would have died without ever knowing. He should have realized it sooner. How could Madara Uchiha, the Azura who had lurked in the shadows for decades, pin all his hopes on a former dead lass like him? It didn't matter that he had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan or that he had the first Hokage cells. Black Zetsu wasn't assisting him, he was monitoring him. This Kashin Koji must have been another layer of the plan, just as he himself had been for Nagato. Schemes within schemes. A contingency for every contingency. If he hadn't moved to destroy the Uchiha, if he hadn't passed by the Kumagakur on a whim today, he would have remained in the dark. And who knew if Madara had yet another backup plan after this one? You truly live up to your title as Azura, you old bastard. Obito stared at the sky, his expression more solemn than ever before. I wonder how far Obito will run with this theory, Naruto thought, carrying Yujito on his shoulder. This should be interesting. The shinobi world was more than just the 5 great nations. Vast, untamed lands stretched across the far north and far east, but their brutally harsh environments kept them sparsely populated. For a tailed beast, however, such an environment was nothing. They had only lingered near human settlements out of a sense of duty to the Sage of Six Paths' dying wish, and perhaps a bit of their own playful nature. To any human, even the weakest of them was a terrifying threat. Flying at full speed, Naruto quickly left the land of lightning behind and headed for the desolate northern territories. He soon found a deserted island, a place teeming with giant, bizarre insects and animals that dwarfed their mainland counterparts. Fist-sized mosquitoes and centipedes several meters long, creatures that would be a menace in the forest of death, were at the bottom of the food chain here. For a tailed beast, there were just snacks. He found a clear spot and laid Yujito on the ground, then examined the seal on her abdomen. Kumo's seals are more refined than Suna's, but still not as good as Kanaha's 8-trigram seal, he noted, before undoing it. As he released the two tails, Madatabi, from her prison, Yujito's life faded. When a tailed beast is extracted, death is inevitable unless the Jinchuriki possesses an extraordinary life force. Ah, freedom! Madatabi roared, stretching she ethereal blue limbs. It had been years, decades, since she had last been able to breathe in the outside world. Who would want to stay in a cold, cramped seal if they had a choice? Not everyone could reshape their inner world at will like Naruto. Madatabi, Naruto said, watching giant blue bounce around. I kept my promise, but I have a proposal. Sign a summoning contract with me. I'll call on you when I need help, and if you're ever in trouble, you can summon me. I can handle most problems that come your way. Deal, Madatabi said without hesitation. Being summoned occasionally was a small price for freedom, especially when it came with such a powerful ally. She remembered the boy's terrifying strength and knew the offer was a good one. Staring at the spot where Madatabi had vanished, Naruto patted his stomach. Kurama, he said sincerely, if you want your freedom too, I'll let you out one day. He waited. A second passed, then 10, then half a minute. The silence was unusual. Kurama didn't answer. Normally, he would have been raising a ruckus by now. Why so quiet? Could he actually be moved to tears? Naruto wondered, a grin touching his lips. If he is, I'm never letting him live it down. With that thought, he entered his inner world. As he arrived, he realized something was different. The space felt familiar, yet changed. He couldn't quite place the feeling. Tailed brat, don't you run. I'm going to eat you. The Ninetail's massive roar echoed through the seal space, but it was tinged with something other than rage. He sounded annoyed. Naruto froze. An impossible hope surged through him. Could it be? Is Goku-sensei back? Then the words registered. Wait, brat. His heart hammered against his ribs as he sprinted toward the great seal gate. The sight that met him was baffling. A young boy, about half a head shorter than him, was standing there dressed in an orange and blue gi, a red staff strapped to his back. A brown, constantly wagging tail grew from his backside. More importantly, the boy was standing triumphantly on the head of the Ninetails, who was lying completely flattened on the ground, looking utterly defeated. Wow, such a big fox. The little boy shouted in excitement. It'll be enough to feed me for a long time. As he spoke, he raised his right hand over Kurama's head, as if to strike again. Whoa, hands off the fox! Naruto yelled. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 93, Chapter 93, Kid Goku. Naruto thought, his mind racing as he threw every ounce of his strength into his legs. If he was a single step slower, he knew he'd be smelling roasted fox. Stop! He yelled. Hearing the shout, the little boy with a tail paused, his fist unclenched. He turned to Naruto with a curious look. Ha! Someone else is here? Who are you? The tension drained from Naruto's body in a rush. The punch hadn't landed. But while the boy had stopped, Kurama was far from finished. The Ninetails was furious at being beaten so soundly by a child who had appeared out of nowhere. I'll eat you! He roared, swiping at the boy with two enormous claws. Kurama, stop! Naruto shouted urgently, is he trying to get himself killed? The moment he'd laid eyes on the boy, Naruto knew exactly who he was. It was Son Goku, in his younger years. The real question was, from what timeline? Goku just grinned. He easily dodged Kurama's attack and settled into a stance that was familiar to Naruto, the opening pose of the turtle school. You two, stop fighting. Naruto pleaded, scrambling for a way to intervene. Don't be reckless, Kurama. The power levels in Dragon Ballverse were on a completely different scale. Naruto had no way to gauge how this boy's strength translated to the ninja world. What if Goku decided to use a Kamehameha? Kurama would be nothing but a soul waiting to be reborn. Naruto felt something erupt from his back. Two flashes of black light shot out, and thick chains wrapped themselves around both Kurama and Goku, binding them securely. Whoa, are these the adamantine sealing chains? Naruto stared blankly at the dark chains extending from his own body. In his desperation, he must have subconsciously tapped into his clan's unique ability. The technique was a powerful weapon, but it was even better at suppressing tailed beasts than the Sharingan. Wait, he thought, a new wave of confusion washing over him. Aren't mom's chains supposed to be golden? Why are mine black? Once bound, Kurama immediately settled down. He was all too familiar with this technique. Kushina used to tie him up and whip him for fun. Goku, on the other hand, struggled with all his might, but the chains held firm. Could this be the Goku who was training with Master Roshi? Naruto wondered. He took a closer look and noticed the orange gi the boy was wearing. No, he must be at least from the World Martial Arts Tournament timeline. Wait, please calm down, Naruto said, running over to Goku. A Goku from that time should have been between 12 and 15, and yet he was half a head shorter than Naruto was now. I can let you go, but you have to promise not to fight the big fox anymore. Seeing that Naruto meant no harm, Goku nodded. As long as he doesn't attack me, I won't fight him. Naruto turned to the Nine Tails. Kurama, I'll release you too, but you have to promise not to attack him either. Deal. Kurama huffed, turning his massive head away. Humph, for your sake, I'll let it go. Such at Sundara, Naruto thought with a faint smile. Good, he said, relieved that they had agreed to a truce. He retracted the adamantine sealing chains, feeling them slide back into his body. Wow, that was interesting. Goku said, finally free. He looked at Naruto with wide, curious eyes. What was that just now? Adamantine sealing chains, Naruto said with a shrug, trying to sound casual. Just a little trick. A full explanation would be lost on him anyway. My name is Son Goku. Uzumaki Naruto. After the brief introductions, Naruto got straight to the point. Goku, do you know how you got here? I don't know. Goku frowned, folding his arms in thought. Where is this place? Is it part of Korin's trial? Korin. Naruto's heart skipped a beat. The mercenary Tao Saga. Goku tried to explain. He's a cat. A really strong one. I don't know him, Naruto lied. But I know of him. Here, sit on this, he offered, materializing a cushion out of thin air and handing it to Goku. He made another for himself and sat down. Goku's eyes lit up. That's so cool. But instead of sitting, he walked a full circle around Naruto, studying him intently. Are you a boy or a girl? Before Naruto could react, Goku reached out and patted him between the legs. I'm a boy. Naruto yelped, grabbing the kid's hand. Oh, so you are. Naruto just stared at him. I really want to punch him. He remembered Kid Goku's old habit of checking people's gender, the same habit that somehow won him the hand of the Ox King's daughter. You really can't remember anything at all? Naruto pressed, hoping for a clearer answer. Goku frowned, concentrating. He felt a bulge in his GI and reached inside, pulling out a simple, beige-colored cup. I remember now. He exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. His gaze sharpened, and a staggering aura erupted from his body. I drank the ultra-divine water that Korin gave me. His voice grew deadly serious. I have to avenge Master Roshi and Krillin. Naruto could almost see the phantom of a roaring great ape behind him. So this was the Goku from the King Piccolo saga. No wonder his ki felt so powerful. Wait, that's not right, Naruto realized. Goku stopped the crotch-padding thing by the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. And I remember only Krillin dying. Maybe he's from alternate universe. As Naruto tried to sort out the timeline, Kurama felt his eyelids twitch under the pressure of Goku's aura. What is with this kid? The fox thought. How can he be this strong? He gave a mental thumbs up to Naruto for stopping the fight. It really would have cost him his life. Naruto's attention, however, was fixed on the cup in Goku's hand. He could see a tiny drop of clear liquid glistening at the bottom. His own hand trembled slightly as he pointed. That thing, can you give it to me? This? It's just the cup for the ultra-divine water, Goku said with his usual generosity, handing it over without a second thought. If you want it, you can have it. Naruto took it, his heart pounding. He stared at the minuscule residue inside. Is this real? Is he real? Holding the cup, he knew with absolute certainty that both it and Goku were as real as the nine tails sealed inside him. The ultra-divine water. Aside from the Supreme Kai's ritual or the Grand Elder's blessing, it was a tool for unlocking a person's hidden potential. But it came with a massive risk. According to Korin, 14 powerful warriors had tried to drink it throughout history. Only Goku had survived. The rest had died. It was a potent poison. If it didn't kill you, it made you stronger. Even Yajirobe had been in agony from a single drop. Still, it was an absolute treasure. Taking out a scroll, Naruto carefully sealed the cup with drop of ultra-divine water away. Even if he couldn't use it now, he knew he would in the future. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 94, Chapter 94. Grumble. A loud growl echoed through the space. Goku was clutching his stomach, slumped over on a cushion. So hungry. He whined. Hey, Naruto, got anything to eat? Before Naruto could answer, Goku was already digging through his own pockets. I only have one of these. He pulled out a glossy green bean that looked a lot like a fava bean. The moment Naruto saw it, he froze. A senzu bean. It was one of the most powerful items from the Dragon Ball world, a sacred treasure that could restore a person's health and stamina in an instant, healing any injury as long as they were still breathing. It was a cure for everything except disease and natural death. This is called a senzu bean, Goku announced proudly. Eat one and you won't be hungry for 10 days. It's awesome. Here, you can have half. He moved to break the small bean in two. Wait, Naruto called out. A senzu bean is like a second life, he thought. It would be an incredible waste to eat it just for an empty stomach. We shouldn't act like Yajirobe. I don't have one of those, Naruto said, but I have this. With a flick of his wrists, a mountain of food materialized, covering the floor of the seal space. There was roasted chicken, glazed duck, yakitori skewers, tonkatsu, katsudon, gyudon, mountains of fried chicken and yakisoba, and steaming bowls of every ramen imaginable, tonkotsu, tomato, miso, curry, shio, and shoyu, along with piles of tempura and egg fried rice. The aroma that filled the air was overwhelming, and a small puddle of drool was already forming at Goku's feet. So, Naruto said, gesturing from the feast to the bean in Goku's hand, how about a trade? Here, Goku said, shoving the bean into Naruto's hand without a second thought. He pointed a trembling finger at the feast. So, can I eat all this? Have as much as you want. Hooray! In the next instant, Goku pounced on the mountain of food. Naruto smiled to himself as he carefully placed the precious bean into a sealing scroll. On the outside, he drew the character for life. It was, after all, a second chance. Inside the seal space, Naruto wasn't a god, but he was close. He could freely alter the environment and manifest anything he could imagine. The only limitation was that these objects couldn't be brought into the real world, as they were formed from his own chakra, ki, and other latent energies. He had been craving ramen lately, so he had created a wide variety of it. As for whether any of it was actually edible, Goku's reaction was a clear answer. Delicious! Goku shouted after inhaling a bowl of fried rice. He immediately grabbed a large serving of Gyudon and began to devour it. What a savage little brat, Kurama grumbled, watching Goku's messy display with a look of disdain. Goku wasn't eating so much as inhaling. He seemed to chew each mouthful only once or twice before swallowing it whole. 20 minutes later, Kurama stared, his massive eyes wide with disbelief. Is this kid a monster? The mountain of food was disappearing at an astonishing rate. In less than half an hour, every last bit of it was gone, vanished into Goku's stomach. His belly was like a black hole, barely bulging no matter how much was stuffed into it. The size of a Saiyan's stomach has to be one of the world's greatest mysteries, Naruto thought. I'm full, Goku announced with a satisfied burp, lying back on his cushion with his small stomach finally protruding. Hey brat. Kurama growled from his corner. What's wrong, Kurama? Naruto asked in curiosity. Get me a portion, too, the fox grumbled. Watching him made me hungry. I haven't eaten anything for decades. 3 minutes later, Kurama let out a contented sigh, his muzzle still dusted with grains of rice. Ah, that was delicious. Maybe he's got something else amazing in those pockets, Naruto thought, sidling up to Goku to see if he could find any other treasures. But aside from the power pole on his back, Goku had nothing. Oh well. Getting a bit of the ultra-divine water and a senzu bean was already more than he could have hoped for. It was greedy to want anything more. After eating his fill and resting for a moment, Goku was back on his feet, ready to go settle the score with Demon King Piccolo. Unfortunately for him, leaving was not an option. Not even the adult Goku, after training on King Kai's planet, had been able to escape the seal space. This younger version stood no chance. No matter what he tried, he was stuck. And even if he could get out, he would just find himself clueless stuck in elemental nations. How to get him back to his own world was a serious problem. When the adult Goku had vanished, Naruto could explain it away as a revival. But this Goku had no how, he was clearly alive, which made that excuse impossible. How does this even work? Naruto wondered. There was something strange about the seal space, a secret he hadn't yet uncovered. A new thought struck him. If a living person like Goku could be pulled in here, then in theory, he could travel to the Dragon Ball world himself. It was just a theory, of course. And if he ever did go, he would have to be careful. He wasn't sure he could handle a full-on assault from the androids if he landed in the wrong timeline. Goku's frustration didn't last long. After realizing he couldn't get back to Korin's tower, he just crossed his arms and thought for a moment before his gaze landed on Naruto, a wide grin spreading across his face and a familiar spark in his eyes. Naruto, you're strong, he said, practically bouncing with excitement. Let's have a fight. Naruto grinned. He was curious to see how far he had come in comparison to power scaling to Dragon Ballverse. All right. Humph. A couple of brats, Kurama muttered, lying in a corner with a look of utter disdain. But from the corner of his eye, he watched them, a flicker of interest betraying his feigned indifference. Leaf Hurricane. Naruto shot forward in a golden flash. After image technique. Just before the kick connected, Goku flickered, leaving an illusion in his place. But for Naruto, who could sense ki, the illusion was easy to see through. The next second, he appeared directly above Goku. Lion's Barrage. Monkey Fist. Goku countered, moving with an ape-like agility that allowed him to weave through Naruto's attack. Though Goku hadn't properly learned ki sensing, his incredible combat instincts served the same purpose. A flurry of punches and kicks met in mid-air, a rapid-fire chorus of "Atatata," echoing from both of them. Kamehameha. Goku yelled, cupping his hands. Kamehameha. Naruto mirrored the stance, a swirling ball of blue energy forming in his own palms. As their battle intensified, Kurama's expression shifted from disdain to intrigue, and finally to a deep, existential questioning of his own nature. Between those two and me, he thought, who's the real monster? He watched them for a moment longer, then reached into his own fluffy fur and pulled out a small notebook. He opened it to the first page and drew a heavy line through the entry at the very top. Well, he grumbled, I guess strongest monster isn't my title anymore. He snapped the notebook shut with a sigh. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 95, Chapter 95. The seal space has another roommate now, Naruto mused, rubbing his stomach with a smile he didn't even realize was there. He then took to the sky, flying at full speed towards Tsunagakure. Half a day later, a frantic search erupted from the village's burial grounds. The fourth Kazekage himself led a swarm of Suna shinobi through every street and alley, hunting for the grave robber who had desecrated their dead. They found nothing. A day after that, Naruto arrived at the outskirts of a megacore. He didn't enter the village, however, instead scanning the dense, rain-soaked forests nearby. Where are they? He thought, growing impatient. They're supposed to be everywhere. How have I gone all day without spotting a single one? He expanded his ki-sensing range again, pushing it further and further until he finally detected a faint signature. 50 kilometers away, a lone white figure was clinging to the trunk of a tree. Found one. In an instant, Naruto appeared behind the white, plant-like creature. Before White Zetsu could even begin to react, he knocked it unconscious with a sharp chop to the back of its head. With a few quick hand signs, he placed a sealing jutsu on its inert body, making it immobile. Slinging the creature over his shoulder, he turned back toward a megacore. He figured he should bring a gift. It wasn't good to show up empty-handed all the time. I'm back, he announced, passing through the village's sensory barrier with ease and heading straight for Nagato's chambers. The first person he saw inside was Konan. So, you've been living here with him, Naruto thought. You two might as well just get married already. Elder, Nagato greeted him, his voice filled with respect. Konan's gaze remained wary. She shifted her position slightly, a subtle movement that kept her between Naruto and Nagato. A girl who looks after you like that, seriously, Nagato, just marry her. You could do a lot worse. Their attention then fell to the white creature in Naruto's hand. Zetsu. They asked in unison. The creature was indeed an Akatsuki member. Zetsu was composed of two halves, one black and one white. While the black entity was singular, there were over 100,000 of the white ones. This was just one of them. Naruto held up the sealed white Zetsu, dangling it before them. I spotted a few of these things lurking outside, so I grabbed one on my way. It should prove useful. On his way. Nagato knew how exceptional Zetsu's hiding abilities were. Even he might miss one if he wasn't looking carefully. Yet, Uzumaki Elder had apparently found one with no trouble at all. Just as I'd expect from him, Nagato thought, his reverence for the man growing. But what does he plan to do with it? Naruto walked past Konan and came to a stop in front of Nagato. Since you're so unwilling to absorb the tailed beast chakra, Nagato, and you refuse to stop using those eyes of yours. He let out a theatrical sigh. Then I suppose my old bag of bones will have to make a little sacrifice. Elder, what are you planning to do? You can't. Nagato said, his voice sharp with alarm, but Naruto's hand was already on his shoulder. An incomparably pure and warm power flowed from Naruto's palm into his body. Every cell within him felt as if it had been submerged in a hot spring, a tingling comfort that spread through his limbs and made him want to gasp out in relief. Nagato, are you all right? Konan asked, her voice laced with worry. She didn't move to stop it, though. She could already see a touch of color returning to Nagato's deathly pale face. His emaciated frame, which had been little more than skin stretched over bone, was beginning to fill out at an almost imperceptible rate. The process was slow, but to Konan, who knew every detail of his suffering, the change was as clear as day. I'm fine, Nagato managed, gesturing for her not to worry. He looked at Naruto, his own concern plain on his face. Elder, why are you doing this for me? It's nothing, Naruto said, waving a hand dismissively. His voice was suddenly twice as hoarse as before. I'm just glad this decrepit body of mine can still be of some use. Tears pricked at the corners of Nagato's eyes. Outside of Konan and Yahiko, no one had ever shown him such kindness. Still, he didn't stop him. I will use this gift, he vowed silently. I will use Grandpa's legacy to create the world that he and Yahiko dreamed of. Now he's calling me his grandpa, Naruto thought, suppressing a chuckle. So damn pragmatic. Konan, too, was moved by his apparent selflessness, but she also remained silent. For Nagato, any sacrifice was acceptable if it led to his ideal world. For Konan, any price was worth paying if it meant Nagato could recover. Elder, she thought, her expression softening. I will be sure to bring flowers for you, on this day next year. Hey, I'm not even dead yet. Naruto rolled his eyes behind his mask. Both Nagato and Konan had long outgrown any youthful idealism. After founding the Akatsuki, watching it fall apart, and seeing their comrades die before their eyes, they had become pragmatic. For Nagato, any sacrifice was worth it to achieve his ideals. For Konan, she would do anything to see Nagato healthy again. My body. Nagato murmured, feeling strength return to his withered limbs. His chakra reserves were replenishing, and his hands, once frail, felt strong and capable again. He felt as if he were growing younger. He was only in his early 30s, but his illness had made him look a decade older. Just then, Naruto's body swayed, and he pitched forward as if he were about to collapse. Grandpa, are you all right? Nagato asked, quickly catching him. As he steadied him, his hand brushed against Naruto's arm. It was no longer firm and powerful. The skin was wrinkled and dry, like that of a man in his 80s. It felt as though he had aged decades in a matter of moments. It's fine, Naruto said, pulling his arm away and hiding it in his wide sleeve, as if he didn't want Nagato to see. The sight sent a pang of guilt through Nagato, shaking his otherwise firm resolve. That actually used up almost a 10% of my chakra, Naruto thought, a little stunned. Terrifying. Good thing it's already back. Nagato, you've recovered. You've really recovered. Konan whispered, her hand covering her mouth. Tears of joy she could no longer contain streamed down her face. For years, she had dreamed of this moment. No, Naruto corrected, his voice strained. He pointed to the black rods still embedded in Nagato's back. It's only half finished, to be precise. As long as those things remain in your body, and as long as you continue to use that power, you will eventually return to your previous state. Your body is already far too overdrawn. Elder, you must have a way to fix it, right? Conan pressed, her usual composure gone. You must have a way. Of course I do, Naruto said. That's what I was working on these past few days. He had needed the extra time for more than just a simple chakra transfer. Putting on a show of being exhausted, he rested for a moment before shakily getting to his feet under Nagato and Conan's guilty watch. This time, Conan stepped forward to help him, her earlier caution completely forgotten. This, Naruto said, his gaze falling on the sealed white zetsu, is the solution. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 96, Chapter 96. The room was a web of countless sealing formulas, etched across every surface. From the ground, tendrils of soil and what looked like compressed leaves began to rise, wrapping around White Zetsu's body layer by layer. This jutsu demanded a sacrifice, and the more compatible the vessel, the more potent its effect. Possessing the cells of Hashirama Senju, White Zetsu was the perfect offering. Naruto moved through a sequence of hand seals, tiger, snake, dog, dragon, before pressing his palms together, then slammed one onto the floor. Summoning, Impure World Reincarnation. The infamous technique, one of Orochimaru's trump cards, dragged the dead back from the Pure Land to serve the living. Naruto had taken it from Orochimaru in Danzo's name, and because it wasn't tied to elemental release, he had learned it quickly. The ground trembled as Zetsu's body sank. From the earth, a coffin of dark wood slowly pushed its way up. I know this jutsu. Nagato's eyes widened, as he watched with bated breath. He could feel an immense and overwhelming chakra signature emanating from within the sealed casket. With a low groan, the coffin lid creaked open. A single hand reached out, followed by the rest of a body assembling itself from dust and debris. The figure was a rugged, dark-skinned man in a high-collared trench coat, his nose marked with gold paint and his hair tied in a topknot. The second raikage. To perform the Impure World Reincarnation, 3 conditions had to be met. First, a fragment of the deceased's flesh or blood. Without it, summoning was impossible. Second, a living vessel for the soul. Third, the soul itself must still rest in the Pure Land. If it had been sealed away, the jutsu would fail. White Zetsu fulfilled the vessel requirement perfectly. As for the flesh, Naruto had scraped together barely enough after digging through Kumagakure's ancestral tombs. The remains were so worn he could only summon the raikage once. But once summoned, the body would last indefinitely, unless the caster released it. And if the caster is killed without releasing jutsu, then only solution is sealing them. This jutsu is called Impure World Reincarnation, Naruto explained to Nagato and Conan. Created by Tobirama Senju of Konoha. It allows the dead to be summoned back to the world of living from Pure Land. Nagato frowned, his gaze fixed on the reanimated shinobi. He had seen Orochimaru use this jutsu before and felt a deep revulsion for any technique that disturbed the dead. What confused him more was choice of target. Why summon the second raikage? Naruto seemed to read his thoughts. Your body is constantly strained by the demonic statue and your Rinnegan. The Gadumazo in particular requires an immense amount of chakra, far more than you can naturally produce. You've been substituting your own life force to make up the difference. He gestured toward the vacant-hide raikage. The simplest solution is a new source of chakra. A tailed beast would be ideal, but you refuse to become a Jinchuriki. The Great Sage Lands are another option, but I cannot sense their locations. That leaves this. He paused, letting the implication sink in. The defining feature of an Impure World Reincarnation is its infinite chakra. The plan clicked into place for Nagato, and the sheer absurdity of it left him speechless. When a tailed beast is sealed within a person, they become a Jinchuriki, a living vessel with access to a vast reservoir of power. Naruto was proposing the same principle, but with a reanimated corpse. He intended to turn the second raikage into a self-recharging power source for Nagato, a way to sustain the Gadumazo without consuming a tailed beast or draining Nagato's life away. An Edo Tensei power bank. You mean, you want to seal him inside me? Nagato stared at the raikage's blank face. The thought unsettled him. The idea of housing another person inside his body felt wrong. He is merely a vessel now. I've erased his consciousness, Naruto explained, nodding toward the raikage's blank stare. This is the best option, Naruto said firmly. Unless you're willing to accept one of the other 2 methods. Nagato lowered his gaze. He's gone to such lengths for me, how could I refuse? The 8 trigrams seal would be the key. By layering 2 4-symbol seals, it could bind the raikage within Nagato's body. It was the same seal once used on the 9 Tails itself. Under Minato's tutelage, Naruto had learned sealing arts, barrier techniques, and summoning. While elemental jutsu remained his weakness, he had learnt enough to attempt this. 8 trigrams seal. Black, tadpole-like sealing formulas swirled into existence, converging on the second raikage. The reanimated body distorted and shrank until it was pulled into a vortex of energy that slammed into Nagato's abdomen, leaving a black spiral pattern in its wake. Nagato, how do you feel? Conan asked, rushing to his side. He touched the seal on his stomach. It's strange. There's a heavy feeling, almost like I've eaten too much. He clenched his fists, a look of wonder spreading across his face. But the drain on my chakra, it's gone. For the first time in years, he felt whole. A steady stream of potent chakra was flowing from the seal, suffusing his entire body and pushing back the gnawing exhaustion that had become his constant companion. He looked at Naruto, his expression full of gratitude. This is all thanks to you. Thank you, Elder, Conan added, her voice filled with sincere relief. With this, there was almost no one alive who could rival Nagato, aside from Naruto himself. Even Obito would fall short, unless he reclaimed his other Mangekyo from Kakashi. A tailed beast sealed into someone made them a Jinchuriki. But Nagato? What did that make him now? An Edo Tensei Jinchuriki? I heard you created an organization, Nagato, he said, changing the subject. Nagato straightened, his attitude respectful. Yes, Grandpa. It is called Akatsuki. I have gathered S-rank missing nin from across the nations. Kakuzu, the man you saw from Takigakur, is one of our members. We are currently in the process of building our resources. He went on to explain the group's structure and goals in detail. Make the arrangements for me to join, Naruto said once Nagato had finished. I'll be a trainee. I want to see how far you can take this. The idea of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki walking among Akatsuki's ranks was both absurd and thrilling. Naruto was especially excited to meet Obito. Nagato bowed his head. I won't disappoint you, Grandpa. I'll see to it right away, Conan added. She had been the one to bring Sasori into the fold, after all. Naruto held up a hand. A wave of exhaustion washed over him, his voice dropping slightly. There's no rush. I need to return and recuperate for a while. The reminder of the effort he'd expended sent a pang of guilt through both Nagato and Conan. Let's set it for 1 month from now, Naruto decided. That should be enough time, he thought. In 2 months, the Chunin exams will begin. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 97, Chapter 97. Gato was dead. He was found in his own home, his eyes wide in a fixed stare, as if the last thing he saw had been something truly horrifying. He had foolishly hired a band of Ronin, believing their numbers could stand against a ninja, and had even looked down on Zabuza. After learning that Zabuza had been dealt with, he had gathered his men to finish off the bridge builder, Tajina. He never got the chance. Before he could act, he and every last one of his subordinates were eliminated, leaving no survivors. The age of the samurai hadn't just passed, in the face of shinobi, it had never truly begun. For over 1,000 years, this world had belonged to the ninja. The mission is complete. With a sharp flick of his wrist, a black-clad ninja slung the blood from his tachi before slowly sheathing it. He stood over Gato's corpse, speaking quietly into a small wireless earpiece. This was Genmei Uchiha. Following Tekka, Izumi, Yashiro, and Ineo, he was the latest clansman to pass Satoru's trial, a rising star among the Uchiha survivors. Good work, Naruto's voice, spoken by a shadow clone, replied through the device. At the sound of his voice, Genmei straightened his posture, his tone filled with reverence. It is an honor to serve you, Naruto-sama. In the hearts of the remaining Uchiha, Naruto's standing had eclipsed even that of their own clan head. Their admiration for him was absolute, a sentiment quietly stoked by Fugaku from behind the scenes. Tell the others to absorb Gato's assets as quickly as possible, Naruto instructed. The man was a fat pig, dripping with wealth. This should keep us funded for a long time. On the surface, Gato was the president of a shipping company. In reality, he controlled the economies of several small nations, using every ruthless method imaginable to bleed the common people dry and become one of the world's richest men. The sheer scale of his fortune had been enough to catch even Naruto's interest. But Gato's vision had been fatally narrow. As an ordinary person, he couldn't grasp the chasm of power that separated a common ronin from a true shinobi. Worse, he was stingy, hiring a mob of cheap swords for hire instead of paying for proper ninja. It was hard to say if he was more stupid or just pathologically greedy. He was practically a walking treasure chest, waiting to be claimed. If anyone stands in your way, Naruto's voice continued, cold and clear, kill them without mercy. And if you run into trouble, call on the Fuma clan for assistance. The Fuma were a declining ninja clan, dreaming of restoring their former glory. They were masters of shurikenjutsu, with the Fuma shuriken as their signature weapon, and possessed a deep understanding of chakra research. But without a Kekii Genkai of their own, they had slowly faded into obscurity. They had minor ties to both Orochimaru and Pain. In fact, one of the current 6 paths was a Fuma ninja, but they mostly existed in the background. After being subdued by the 4th Hokage years ago, they now served as vassals to the Uchiha, whose own numbers and temperament were ill-suited for the less direct tasks required. It was better to let them be what they were, a sharp, deadly blade. Use the shipping company's funds to begin manufacturing chakra armor. Go all out. The more we have, the better. They'll be very useful later. A specialty of the Land of Snow, chakra armor was a unique invention developed by its ruler, Dodo Kazahana. The suits could generate barriers to block ninjutsu, enhance a user's physical defenses, and could even be fitted with wings for flight. For the average shinobi, it was a powerful, life-saving tool. Not long ago, that northern country had been conquered and folded into the Land of Whirlpool's growing list of vassals. After witnessing what true power looked like, Dodo, much like Mui from Hoshiki Castle, had pledged his undying loyalty. As for the actress Koyoki Kazahana, who had been so reluctant to rule, this suited her perfectly. She was free to pursue her career in peace. Yes, sir, I will not fail you, Genmei declared, his voice trembling slightly with fervor. In his excitement, his 3-tomo Sharingan flared to life, spinning rapidly in his eyes. His admiration for Naruto was practically worship, a sentiment shared by many others in his clan. Oh, and one more thing, Naruto added. Establish a branch base in the Land of Waves. Understood. 3 days ago, the daimyo of the Land of Waves had also sworn fealty, his only condition being that his life of idle luxury could continue. Pathetic, Naruto thought, glancing at a map of the world spread before him. All of them, from the daimyos to the so-called nobles of the 5 great nations, are rotten to the core. As long as they can keep their pleasures, they care for nothing else. A pack of pampered, useless aristocrats. His finger traced a line on the map. The country just below the land of snow. The next target is the land of demons, he said into the earpiece. Notify Izumi and Ineo to head there. Tell them to be careful. That monster, Morio, has power on par with a tailed beast. If necessary, they have permission to summon the box of ultimate bliss. They're both immortal. I'm sure Satoru would love to fight a creature like that. Besides the chakra armor, Naruto thought, I was also interested in the equipment used by the Sky Ninja. A pity they don't seem to exist in this world. I'll have to forget about their wind release tools for now. A week later, with Gato no longer a threat, the Great Naruto Bridge was officially completed. With Sasuke, Karen and Naruto assisting in building the bridge in form of training, though they claimed it was for protection. The security provided by their presence made them want to name it Great Konoha Bridge, but Karen and Sasuke were against that. Kakashi as well, as it would seem like Konoha was trying to acquire territories outside Land of Fire. They finally settled on Great Naruto Bridge. During that same time, Gato's shipping company was quietly absorbed into Naruto's growing network, and Izumi and Ineo arrived in the Land of Demons, where they had their first skirmish with a religious leader named Yomi. Well, that wrapped up without any real trouble, Kakashi said with a lazy sigh, leading Team 7 on the road back to Konoha. Though they had faced a powerful enemy like Zabuza, the mission had felt more like a vacation. Having students this strong certainly makes things easy, he thought, his gaze drifting to Sasuke. The only downside is that they learn so fast, there's not much sense of accomplishment for me. His gaze settled on Sasuke. He had grown very fond of the boy over the past few weeks, seeing a reflection of his younger self in his students' quiet intensity. I wonder if this is how Minato-sensei felt about me. He had noticed that Sasuke, for all his skill with fire release, knew almost no lightning release jutsus, so he had taught him his own signature jutsu, the Chidori. Sasuke had mastered its foundational form in just a week and was already adapting it to his own fighting style. At this rate, the upcoming Chunin exams would be no challenge for him. Kakashi then glanced at Naruto and Karen. Their strength was easily on par with Sasuke's, if not greater. A team like this could probably take the Jonin exams and pass. They were, without a doubt, the strongest genin squad this year. Finally, his eyes fell on Sakura. He let out a quiet sigh. Without Tajuna slowing them down, the journey back to the village was several times faster. Once they arrived, Kakashi dismissed them. Sakura, Naruto said suddenly, just after Kakashi had dismissed them. She turned, surprised. Yes. Do you want to come have dinner at Sasuke's place with us? He asked. We're a team, after all. Sakura stared, stunned. She never would have imagined Naruto inviting her anywhere, let alone to Sasuke's house. For a moment, it felt like a dream. Yes. She blurted out, a wide, genuine smile spreading across her face. Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly, a fox-like grin touching his lips as he watched her, a hidden plan already taking shape. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 98, Chapter 98. For the first time in years, since the Uchiha clan massacre, the old Uchiha compound was hosting visitors again. Along with the 4 members of Team 7, Naruto had invited Hinata, who'd just gotten back from a mission. That made 5 in total. They gathered around a fire pit, with a big grill set up over the flames. On it sizzled ribs, ham, beef, even strips of bacon. The heat turned the meat a deep, inviting golden brown. Hot oil dripped from the rich cuts, filling the air with a smell that pulled you in. Once they brushed on a thick layer of secret sauce and dusted it with chili powder, they wrapped the pieces in crisp lettuce leaves. The first bite released a savory burst that lingered long after. Delicious, Sasuke said, even though he usually stuck to vegetables. He couldn't help praising it as he took a bite of the fresh ham in front of him. Some things in life, like good food, were simply not to be taken for granted. For a devoted meat lover like Naruto, the barbecue was heavenly. He and Hinata devoured the food before them at an astonishing speed, and in no time, the pile of bones at their feet grew into a small mountain. Karen took her time, her eyes flicking back and forth between Naruto and Hinata, her mind clearly elsewhere. Sakura, meanwhile, was the quietest of the bunch. Sure, she was the official member of Team 7 while Hinata wasn't, but that didn't mean much right then. She barely touched her food, her thoughts drifting far away. Do you like Sasuke? Would you do anything for him? Naruto's questions that he asked while walking towards Uchiha compound, kept echoing in Sakura's head. What did he mean by that? In truth, Sakura's talent wasn't lacking. She was, after all, the same person who would one day declare, I've finally caught up to them. While there was certainly some exaggeration in that statement, her strength in future as one of the new generation of Sunin was undeniable. By the end, her power was already approaching Tsunade's. Tsunade had trained 2 apprentices, Shizun and Sakura, but their accomplishments were worlds apart. Shizun got crushed by Kabuto when she first showed up. During Pain's invasion, the one of the 6 paths took her down without much effort. She never really had a moment to shine. Sakura, though, shone against Sasori. She inherited Tsunade's strength of 100 seal and chakra-enhanced strength, putting her skills to real use. She had value. As the saying goes, being used means you at least have some worth. The truly pathetic are those who have none at all. Still, her personality, her overall demeanor, was something Naruto just couldn't bring himself to like. The good news was, it wasn't too late to change things. After the meal, Naruto pulled Sakura aside. "Have you ever thought about stepping out?" he asked suddenly, catching her off guard. "I mean, truly being out and in control. Standing in front of the world where everyone can see you. What are you talking about?" Sakura replied, looking confused. Naruto didn't answer right away. Instead, he went on, his words coming slow and measured, like a steady rhythm. "It must be tough, being suppressed every day. No one knows you're there, and you have no one to talk to. You must be lonely." "Ha!" Sakura took a few subtle steps back, her eyes flickering with fear. The way he was acting, had he gone crazy? But deep in her mind, a black and white version of herself spoke up, hesitant. You can hear me." Naruto nodded. "I can see you. I can see every word you've ever said." No one else could, but Naruto saw her plain as anything, the one buried deep inside Sakura. Inner Sakura. Sakura's second personality. What? Inner Sakura raised a fist, the monochrome version, her expression turning furious. "You creep, don't you go peeking into a girl's heart so casually. Watch it, or I'll beat you to a pulp." "Ha ha ha, I knew it," Naruto laughed. "Compared to the one on the surface, I like this you better. A bit more rough, maybe, but at least you're not so two-faced. You're honest, not playing both sides." If Sakura wasn't the current outer Sakura everyone knew, would he accept her on Team 7? The answer was yes. If it was this version of her, inner Sakura was stronger, bolder, and more genuine. She wouldn't be the type to cry for Naruto's help one minute and fawn over Sasuke the next. She was a presence powerful enough to fight back against the Yamanaka clan's mind-body switch technique. "You're lonely, aren't you?" Naruto said gently. "Even the you on the outside doesn't know you're there." When he said that, the outer Sakura could no longer bear it. She turned and ran. From her perspective, Naruto was just standing there, muttering incomprehensible things to himself, and the weirdness of it scared her senseless. But she hadn't gotten more than a few steps before she crashed into someone. Sasuke-kun. Seeing him, her spirits lifted instantly. She pointed a trembling finger back at Naruto. "Sasuke-kun, Naruto's gone crazy. He's saying all these weird things to me. You have to dash. You're too loud." Sasuke brought the side of his hand down in a clean chop to the back of her neck. She crumpled without another sound. Sasuke and Naruto were in this together. "Naruto, this girl's a headache," Sasuke said, his voice flat. "Is someone this week really worth the effort?" Outer Sakura was unconscious, but inner Sakura heard every word. Sasuke's words snapped something inside her. The one who truly loved Sasuke was her, inner Sakura. It had always been her, ever since the first moment she saw him. The outer Sakura was just like Ino, drawn to a handsome face. It was only through her subconscious influence that Sakura's crush on Sasuke had become so singular. Right then, inner Sakura remembered what Naruto had said earlier. "Do you like Sasuke? Would you do anything for him?" So, she realized, he was talking to me. Naruto spoke again, his voice a soft whisper that seemed to circle around her, infused with a strange, hypnotic power. "Do you want to join us?" Forbidden Jutsu, Naruto Special, Talk no Jutsu, activated. Hinata and Karen had appeared at his side, their faces unreadable in the dim light. Staring at the four of them, inner Sakura couldn't hold back the longing any longer. "Yeah, I do." Naruto smiled, his eyes opening just a crack. "Excellent. Sasuke, bring her over. We just need to perform a small surgery." "TCH, Sasuke muttered. What a hassle. Why is it always me?" In the Naruto world, sealing a personality wasn't some wild impossibility. Souls got sealed all the time, it was nothing special. An enhanced evil sealing method combined with a reverse seal would do the trick. Conveniently, Naruto knew both. Layer upon layer of sealing formulas spread across the floor. As Naruto performed the hand seals with deliberate slowness, the symbols began to move like living things, converging on Sakura's forehead. Soon, a faint character 4 heart formed on her white forehead. Seal. At dawn, faint sunlight streamed into the old Uchiha compound, waking a young girl from her sleep. "Am I really out? In control?" Inner Sakura, no, just Sakura now, opened her eyes slowly, staring at her hands with quiet joy. She took a deep, greedy breath of the fresh morning air. So this was the outside world. The feeling was incredible. She slowly pushed the door open and saw Naruto standing there with a grin. "Hey you're awake," he said cheerfully. "Congratulations, the surgery was a success. You're a cute boy now. Enjoy your future as a femboy." "You're welcome." Sakura just stared at him, completely and utterly baffled. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 99, Chapter 99. Naruto regretted his words the second they left his mouth. Sakura's response caught him completely off guard. She tugged her pants down without a second thought, slipping a hand inside as she glanced down to check. "I think I got some dirt in my eyes." Naruto immediately looks up. "The moon looks weird today." "Damn, you scared me half to death. I really thought I turned into a boy." Sakura patted her flat chest, her voice still trembling. Naruto just stared, speechless. Kurama erupted in laughter inside his head. "Ha ha ha, you little punk, karma's a bitch, isn't it?" But the fox's glee didn't last. A moment later, even he went quiet. "Hey, big fox, what's got you cracking up?" In the seal's vast space, Kid Goku tilted his head, eyeing Kurama with pure confusion. "You look pretty fired up. Wanna go a few rounds?" Kurama crossed his arms in defense, moving away slowly. Think I'll sit this one out. Kid Goku paused, then lit up. I could take you down with one hand. Kurama's voice boomed through the space, thick with arrogance. Today I'll show you what it means to be the first of the nine-tailed beasts. Thanks for getting me out of there, Sakura said, clenching her small fist with a fierce glare. But pull a stunt like that again, and I'll pound you into the ground. Got it, Sakura bro. All good, Sakura bro. Sakura snapped, Naruto Uzumaki, you damn dash. You're being way too loud. The door to the next room swung open, and Sasuke stepped out, blinking away the remnants of sleep. Before anyone could react, Sakura pulled another unexpected move. She grabbed Sasuke by the collar and planted a solid kiss on his cheek. The surprise left him frozen in place. She gave his shoulder a pat, sounding almost worldly. Not bad at all. Keep it up. He. I've been waiting forever to do that, she whispered, thinking she was being quiet. Naruto caught it clear as day. In his mind, Konoha's ultimate wildcard ninja, title bestowed. Team 7 wrapped up their missions with such efficiency that new C-rank assignments piled up almost immediately. For genin handling C-ranks, the toughest foes were usually just rogue ninja or common bandits. Without fail, Sakura took the lead on every single one. That even included some fool who called himself the Bandit King. She dropped him in a single move. Ever since that inner shift, her strength had surged ahead. She'd seen how much Sasuke took to his spiked club, and it sparked her own obsession with the flail. As Sakura put it, the two weapons paired up like they were meant to be. That way, she could keep Sasuke right in her sights, no slipping away. Pure brute force, that was her reputation now. She's like night and day from before, Kakashi muttered. Still the same girl with her crush, but the drive, it's on another level. Did she get stimulated during the Land of Waves battle? It's a good thing, I guess. The team's usual slacker had lapsed back into his lazy routine. As Jonin lead, Kakashi didn't mind lightening the load, bit by bit. Days blurred into one another. While Team 7 churned through C-ranks back in Konoha, things moved fast elsewhere. In the Land of Demons, with help from Izumi and Inabi, the Shrine Maiden finally brought down the freed Morio and locked it away in the box of ultimate bliss. The shipping company they'd taken over in the Land of Waves expanded quickly, backed by the Fuma clan's resources. They snapped up most of the Shinobi World sea trade routes in no time, funneling money and supplies straight to the Land of Snow for churning out chakra armor on a massive scale. It wasn't long before the Land of Bears, and even Hashigakure, came under Uchiha influence. These out-of-the-way nations sat up in the frozen north, far from any major villages, so news traveled slow. The five great powers hadn't caught wind of a thing. Iwagakure stayed quiet after Oniki clamped down on leaks, though they'd been leaning harder into ties with Akatsuki. Kyumigakure's ninjas scoured the world. Forkushin Koji'd raided their graveyard and snatched the Two-Tails Jinchuriki. Tsunagakure, meanwhile, had been getting chummy with Otagakure's bunch, who could say what scheme they were brewing. On a rare day off, both Team 7 and Team 8 found themselves without missions. Naruto asked Hinata to walk a quiet path in the forest. So why'd you two have to crash this one chance for a real date? Sasuke and Sakura trailed close behind, or more precisely, Sakura hoped for some time alone with Sasuke, while he itched to pull Naruto aside for extra training. Naruto, though, wanted nothing more than his walk with Hinata. Sasuke figured he'd wait them out, then drag Naruto off once they wrapped up. Karen was off on route mission, so she couldn't join. Hey, brat! A gruff shout cut through from the path ahead. What do you say when you bump into someone? Didn't your parents teach you any manners? The guy wore a sleek black jumpsuit, his face smeared with wild camouflage paint, his build on the stocky side. He hoisted a shorter boy up by one hand. Next to him stood a blonde girl with a fan almost as tall as she was strapped to her back. Naruto recognized the boy instantly, Konohamaru, the third Hokage's grandson. And the other one? The Kazekige's eldest, Kankuro. Ha ha ha, the Kazekige's son is beating up the Hokage's grandson. Talk about timing. Naruto eyed the scene, his gaze flicking to the big tree by the road. If it weren't for those Umbu lurking around, a grandson of the Hokage wouldn't go unprotected. The Umbu were there, just hanging back, watching, waiting for someone to jump in? Like me. Fine then. Hey fatass, put him down. The hot-impaired girl sprinted forward, faster than Naruto could react. Are all Konoha ninja this rude? The fatass jab lit a fire under Kankuro. Pa! A pebble zipped out of nowhere, smacking Kankuro's wrist dead on. His right hand went numb, and Konohamaru dropped free. Village. Not. Release. HN. Sasuke had appeared on a branch, casually flicking two pebbles between his fingers. Here comes the showboat, trying hard to look cool. Naruto thought, rolling his eyes. What he means dash. I got it. Sakura jumped in before Naruto could explain, thrusting a fist up like she'd won something. Sasuke means if you don't step away from that kid, he'll boot your sorry ass into next week. And in front of the lovely, graceful Sakura, he'll strike a cool pose and ride off into the sunset for the perfect date. How'd she squeeze all that out of 3 words? And Sasuke's in sandals, not boots, not to mention that last part's pure invention. Naruto shook his head. What he really meant is, don't get arrogant in someone else's village and release the kid. Sasuke nodded, backing it up. Sakura crossed her arms with a pout. TCH, figures. Annoying prick. Kankuro blared at Sasuke, unwrapping the bandages from his back as he grumbled. I'll teach you a proper lesson. Temari cut in quick. Wait, you planning to using Crow in the middle of this? Sasuke's eyes sharpened, his chakra flaring without warning. Both Temari and Kankuro braced for an attack. Stand, move, kill. Naruto chimed in, what he means is, if anyone moves a muscle, I'll kill them. E/N, for those doubting Sasuke acting like this, Sasuke's whole character is based off on trying to act cool and edgy. You could totally expect him to act like this before Chunin exams and also expect him to cringe about it later. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 100, Chapter 100, G. Gaara. Kankuro had been all fire and bluster a second ago, but the moment he spotted the figure stepping up behind Sasuke, his whole demeanor crumbled. It was like he'd caught sight of a ghost, or something far worse. Don't make a fool of yourself here, Gaara said, his voice flat and cold. He had that massive gourd strapped to his back, towering almost as tall as he was. Getting lost in a pointless argument like this? It's pathetic. Kankuro stammered, Gaara, listen, it was them who. Shut up. Gaara's glare was sharp enough to cut. If you say another word, I'll kill you. Kankuro flinched, a tremor running through his entire body. That's some serious killing intent. You're strong, Sasuke said, looking Gaara over. He smirked and pointed a thumb at his own chest. But I'm stronger. Of course, Kankuro was the sort who backed down fast when it counted. Name, Sasuke added, slipping back into his attempt of acting cool. Gaara of the Sand, he answered, his arms crossed. You. Sasuke Uchiha. Their gazes locked, and the air between them seemed to crackle with tension. Yo, been a while, big Tanuki. Just then, Naruto appeared beside Gaara, casually resting an elbow on his shoulder with a roguish grin. Kankuro thought, his eyes wide. Who the hell is this guy? Did he just touch Gaara? He's fast, Temari noted, impressed by the blonde's speed. Gaara blinked, caught off guard. Why didn't the Sand go after him? The Sand siblings stared, completely stunned, but the rest of Team 7 didn't even blink. This was just Naruto being Naruto. Hang on, is that killing intent I feel? Naruto turned toward the faint pulse of it, spotting Hinata lingering back there, looking small and unsure on her own. Must be my imagination. Who are you? Gaara's frowned as he willed his Sand to surge forward and strike, but it wouldn't budge. The grains around him felt weighed down, sluggish, like they'd been doused in mud. Naruto had slipped a thread of his ki into the Sand earlier. No wonder it wasn't cooperating. Someone like you, Naruto said. Then, in a voice low enough for only Gaara to hear, he added, Jinchuriki tend to recognize their own. Jinchuriki. Gaara repeated the word, completely unfamiliar with it. At this point in his life, Gaara only knew there was some kind of monster sealed inside him. He had no clue what it really was, or that 8 others like it roamed the shinobi world. Tsunagakure's seal on him was a mess from the start, leaving him prone to snapping and lashing out at anyone nearby. The one person who'd ever tried to reach him, Yoshimaru, was long gone, killed by Gaara's own hand. So a lot of the basics had passed him by entirely. No one else in the village would dare get close enough to tell him the truth. The big Tanuki seems to be asleep, Naruto mused when he felt no response from within Gaara. Well, do me a favor and pass on a message. Tell him Kurama and his Jinchuriki send their regards. Bullshit. Kurama huffed from within Naruto's seal. As if I would send regards to that mangy Tanuki. He should be sending them to me and bowing to me. Big Fox, you're full of energy today, a younger, more cheerful voice piped up in the same space. Let's have a fight. Kurama shook his massive head frantically. I refuse. No way was he falling for that again. Kid Goku pressed on. Come on, you can go all out today. Wait, really? Alright, then, today you're gonna see what a proper-tailed beast bomb looks like. Who is Kurama? Gaara asked, his voice barely a whisper. Who is the big Tanuki? What is a Jinchuriki? Gaara's questions piled up, but something about this blonde kid was pulling at him. There was a strange power in his words, easing the constant churn of rage in Gaara's chest. Even the beast inside, always clawing for control, had fallen silent for once. Naruto simply placed a finger to his lips, then pointed at Gaara's stomach. You too. Gaara whispered. You're not the only one who's different, Naruto said simply. Gaara's life had been a string of shadows, harsh enough to match Naruto's own rough start. His father, the 4th Kazekage Raza, was still alive, unlike the 4th Hokage, who hadn't made it. In theory, that should have meant something better for Gaara. But his mother had died bringing him into the world, and Raza, desperate to keep Tsunagakure strong and grieving his loss, had the one-tailed Shikaka sealed into the newborn boy. Shikaka's fury rivaled that of Kurama's, and with the village's shaky seal, he kept trying to break free and take over. Gaara hadn't slept through a single night since he was born, not properly, anyway. Even grown shinobi would have cracked under that. His mood swung wild, the seal faltered, and as the one-tail's vessel, he lashed out at villagers without warning. It earned him fear, isolation, and a label as the village's curse. His own father saw him as a broken tool, even making his uncle Yoshimaru tell him that Gaara's mother hated him. His siblings, Kankuro and Temari, could barely stand to be near him without trembling. The shinobi world was full of stories like that, heavy with loss and regret. No enemy stepped into the light without scars dragging them there. It stood in stark contrast to the Dragon Ball side of things, where villains often boiled down to pure malice, no backstory needed. Alright, we should get going, Naruto said suddenly. He blurred from Gaara's side and reappeared next to Hinata in a heartbeat. And as for you 3 lurking up there, he called out calmly, aren't you going to come out and say hello? Perched on a nearby branch, 3 Otagakure shinobi had appeared without a sound. The bandaged one among them thought, damn, he picked us out easily. Humph, If you can spot us, you've got some skill, sneered the one with the kanji for death on his shirt. In truth, every genin present had sensed them long ago, only the Oto ninja themselves seemed to think they were being stealthy. Naruto didn't even glance their way properly. He shot a quick look at the Gaara's team instead. See you all at the Chunin exams, Tsunagakure crew. Did he just ignore me? Sasuke snarled, his face twisting. Fresh off Orochimaru's experiments, Sasuke brimmed with cocky strength, itching to put these genin in their place. But Naruto just glanced at him. Sasuke froze as if he'd been struck by lightning, an uncontrollable tremor seizing his body. It felt like he was staring at some unimaginable monster. The Suna ninja watched, bewildered, but for the three from the Otagakure, that single look was pure torment. What a scary gaze, Dosu muttered. Even he, the leader of the trio, had to avert his eyes, not daring to meet Naruto's. The gap in their power was too vast, a single look was enough to shatter their will to fight. Thankfully, Naruto's gaze shifted away a moment later, releasing them from the pressure. That feeling, Dosu thought, a cold sweat on his brow. It was just like facing Orochimaru-sama. He looked at the group of Konoha ninja, a new kind of fear dawning on him. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further.
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.